Jonathan Harker's Journal. May 3rd. I left Munich at 8:35 p.m. on May 1st, arriving in Vienna early the next morning. The train was scheduled to arrive at 6:46 a.m., but it was delayed by an hour. From what little I saw of Budapest during the trip and the short time I had to walk the streets, it seemed like an incredible city. I was hesitant to stray far from the station due to our late arrival, but we left close to the expected departure time. As we crossed the Danube via a grand bridge, I felt as if I were leaving the west and entering the east, moving into lands steeped in the history of Turkish rule. We arrived in Klausenburg after dark, where I stayed at the Hotel Royal. For dinner, or supper, I had chicken with red pepper, which was delicious but made me very thirsty. Note to self, get the recipe for mina. The waiter told me it was called paprika handel and that it's a common dish across the Carpathians. My limited German proved helpful, and I'm not sure how I would manage without it. Before my trip, I visited the British Museum in London and researched Transylvania. I learned that the region Count Dracula mentioned is in the far eastern part of the country, bordering Transylvania, Moldavia, and Bukovina, in the Carpathian Mountains, one of the wildest and least explored areas of Europe. However, I couldn't find a map or document pinpointing the exact location of Castle Dracula, as the region lacks detailed maps like our Ordnance Survey. Still, Bistritz, the post town named by the Count, is relatively well known. I'm jotting down these notes to refresh my memory later when I talk to Mina about my travels. The people of Transylvania consist of 4 distinct nationalities: Saxons in the south, Magyars in the west, Wallachs, descendants of the Dacians, mixed with Saxons, and the Szekelys in the east and north. I'll be meeting the Szekelys, who claim descent from Attila and the Huns. This could be true, as the Magyars found the Huns already settled when they conquered the land in the 11th century. It's said that every superstition imaginable has gathered in the Carpathians like some kind of mystical vortex. My stay might be fascinating. Note, ask Count Dracula about these. I didn't sleep well, despite a comfortable bed. My dreams were strange, possibly caused by the paprika or the howling dog outside my window all night. I drank all the water in my carafe and still felt thirsty. I finally fell asleep just before dawn and was woken by persistent knocking at my door. For breakfast, I had more paprika and a dish made from maize flour, called mamaliga, as well as eggplant stuffed with meat, known as implatata, another recipe I must get for Mina. I had to rush through breakfast as the train was supposed to depart just before 8 a.m., though we ended up waiting over an hour before moving. The further east we traveled, the more delayed the trains seemed. I wonder what they're like in China. The landscape was stunning all day. We passed through picturesque towns and castles perched on steep hills, some resembling scenes from ancient manuscripts. Rivers ran through wide stony margins, suggesting frequent flooding. Every station was crowded with people dressed in various styles. Some looked like peasants from home or the ones I'd seen in France and Germany. Others were far more exotic. The women were attractive from afar, but their attire was clumsy up close, large belts with fluttering strips of cloth, reminiscent of ballet costumes. The most unusual were the Slovaks, with their large cowboy hats, baggy white trousers, linen shirts, and massive brass-studded belts. Their long black hair and mustaches made them look more barbaric than the others, though I was told they're harmless and somewhat shy. We arrived in Bistritz at twilight. It's a fascinating old town, close to the frontier at the Borgo Pass, which leads into Bukovina. The town has a turbulent history, with several major fires over the last 50 years and a devastating siege in the early 17th century that claimed 13,000 lives, a combination of war, famine, and disease. Count Dracula had arranged for me to stay at the Golden Krone Hotel, which is delightfully old-fashioned. As I approached, a cheerful older woman in traditional peasant dress greeted me with, "The Englishman, Herr Harker?" When I confirmed my identity, she sent a man to fetch a letter, which read, "My friend, welcome to the Carpathians. I eagerly await your arrival. Sleep well tonight. Tomorrow, at 3 o'clock, the coach will depart for Bukovina, and a seat is reserved for you. My carriage will meet you at the Borgo Pass and bring you to me. I hope you've had a pleasant journey from London and that you will enjoy your stay in this beautiful land. Your friend, Dracula." May 3rd. Today, I discovered that my landlord received a letter from the Count, instructing him to reserve the best seat on the coach for me. However, when I asked for further information, he became oddly silent and pretended not to understand my German, despite having no issues with it before. His wife, the older woman who welcomed me, exchanged anxious glances with him. He finally muttered something about receiving payment by letter and claimed to know nothing more. When I inquired about Count Dracula and his castle, they both made the sign of the cross, claimed ignorance, and refused to speak further. Time was short, so I couldn't ask anyone else, but the whole situation was unsettling. Just before I left, the old woman came to my room, distraught, and begged me not to go. Her emotional state caused her to mix languages, making it difficult to understand her, but I pieced together her concern through several questions. When I insisted that I had to go, she asked, "Do you know what day it is?" I told her it was May 4th, but she shook her head, repeating the question. She then explained that it was the eve of St. George's Day, a time when, at midnight, all the evil forces of the world have free rein. Despite her evident fear, I reassured her that I must continue with my plans. She knelt down, begging me to delay my trip, but business had to come first. As I prepared to leave, she tearfully offered me a crucifix for protection, which, though uncomfortable for me as an Anglican, I accepted out of respect. Now, as I wait for the delayed coach, the crucifix is still around my neck. Whether it's her fear, the local legends, or the cross itself, I feel more uneasy than usual. If this diary reaches Mina before I do, let it serve as my goodbye. Ah, the coach is finally here. May 5th. The early dawn has given way to a high, jagged horizon, blending trees and hills in the distance. Sleep eludes me, so I'm writing until it comes. The events of the past day have been strange, and I want to record my dinner for the sake of clarity, lest anyone think I dined too well. The meal was something called robber steak, a simple dish of bacon, onion, and beef, roasted over a fire on sticks. The local wine, Golden Mediash, was sharp on the tongue but not unpleasant, and I had only 2 glasses. Before boarding the coach, I noticed the driver speaking quietly with the landlady, both occasionally glancing at me. The crowd outside grew as they whispered words I didn't understand, words I later discovered from my dictionary to be ominous, ordog, Satan, pokol, hell, stragoica, witch, and vlkoslak, werewolf. As I left, they made protective signs towards me, which, though unsettling, were offered with sincere sympathy. The countryside that followed was breathtaking, forests, hills, and orchards full of blossom. We traveled swiftly over rough roads, urged on by a driver seemingly intent on reaching Borgoprund before nightfall. As darkness fell, a wave of anticipation spread through the passengers, and they began urging the driver to push the horses harder. He lashed them mercilessly with his long whip, shouting wild encouragements as the coach hurtled forward. Through the blackness, a pale gray light appeared ahead, as if a gap in the hills was opening before us. The passengers' excitement grew as the coach rocked violently, swaying like a ship in a storm. I had to hold on tightly as we flew down the now flattening road, the mountains drawing closer on either side, towering over us like ominous sentinels. We were entering the Borgo Pass. One by one, the passengers began offering me small gifts, pressing them into my hands with an urgency that refused any rejection. These tokens, odd and varied, were given in genuine kindness, accompanied by blessings and the same nervous gestures I'd seen back at the hotel in Bistritz, crossing themselves and warding off the evil eye. The atmosphere inside the coach grew tense, and as we sped along, the driver leaned forward while the passengers craned their necks to peer into the darkness. Something significant was happening, but no one would offer me an explanation, despite my questions. Their silence only heightened the suspense. Eventually, the pass began to open up to the east. Dark, swirling clouds loomed above, and the air grew thick with the oppressive weight of an impending storm. It felt as though the mountains had divided 2 realms, and we had crossed into the one where thunder ruled. I scanned the road ahead, anticipating the carriage that was to take me to Count Dracula, but the only light came from the flickering lamps of our coach, which illuminated the white clouds of steam rising from the horses. Despite the anticipation, there was no sign of any other vehicle, and the passengers let out a collective sigh of relief that contrasted with my growing disappointment. The driver, after checking his watch, muttered something I barely caught. It sounded like an hour ahead of time, before turning to me and, in broken German, informed me, "There is no carriage here. The her is not expected after all." You will travel to Bukovina and return tomorrow or the next day, better the next day. As he spoke, the horses began to neigh, snort, and rear violently, requiring the driver to exert all his strength to control them. Amid the commotion, a sleek black carriage, drawn by 4 powerful horses, suddenly appeared out of the darkness. It pulled up beside us, and in the light of our lamps, I saw the driver, a tall man with a long brown beard and a large black hat, obscuring his face. The only visible feature was a pair of piercing, red-tinged eyes, glowing in the lamplight as he turned toward us. "You're early tonight, my friend," the man said in a calm, commanding tone. The coachman stammered in response. The Englisher was in a hurry. With a smile that revealed sharp, ivory-like teeth, the new driver replied, "Ah, that explains why you suggested he continue to Bukovina. You can't deceive me. I know too much, and my horses are swift." One of the passengers whispered a line from Berger's Lenore, "Den die Todten reiten schnell, for the dead travel fast." The mysterious driver heard this, his smile widening in response, and the passenger immediately turned away, crossing himself in fear. Without further delay, the driver commanded, "Give me the hare's luggage," and my bags were quickly transferred to the new carriage. I descended from the coach, the driver helping me with an iron grip that betrayed his immense strength. Once I was settled, the driver snapped his reins, and we sped off into the night. As we moved deeper into the pass, I glanced back to see the faint light of the coach's lamps fading into the distance, the passengers crossing themselves as we disappeared into the darkness. I felt a sudden chill and an overwhelming sense of isolation. But then, a cloak was draped over my shoulders, and a rug laid across my knees. In flawless German, the driver said, "The night is cold, mein Herr, and my master, the Count, instructed me to take great care of you. There's a flask of Slivovitz under the seat if you need it." I declined the offer, though it was reassuring to know it was there. Despite his kindness, I felt uneasy, even frightened. If I had another option, I might have taken it, but the journey pressed on. We traveled at a swift pace along the winding roads, seemingly covering the same ground over and over again. I marked a particular point to confirm my suspicions, and indeed, it felt like we were moving in circles. Curiosity nodded me, but I refrained from questioning the driver, fearing it would accomplish nothing. Checking my watch by the light of a match, I saw it was just minutes before midnight, a time laden with superstition, which only intensified my sense of dread. Suddenly, a distant dog howled, its eerie wail picked up by others across the landscape, their cries carried on the wind. The horses trembled, spooked by the sound, but the driver soothed them with soft words. Then, from the mountains, came the unmistakable howling of wolves. The horses reared wildly, and I was struck with a nearly overwhelming urge to flee, yet I stayed. The driver, calm and unfazed, handled the horses with expert control, eventually quieting them. As we continued, the road narrowed, and we were enclosed by thick trees, their branches intertwining above us like a tunnel. The temperature plummeted, and a light, powdery snow began to fall, blanketing the ground and everything around us in white. The wolves' howls grew louder and closer, circling us. Fear tightened its grip on me, and even the horses seemed to share in my terror, though the driver remained disturbingly composed. At one point, a faint blue flame flickered in the distance, and the driver immediately stopped the carriage, leaping into the darkness without explanation. The wolves' howls were growing nearer, but before panic could set in, the driver reappeared and continued the journey without a word. The night stretched on, with the eerie blue flames occasionally appearing and disappearing, their flickers as ghostly and unsettling as the rest of the experience. Eventually, the wolves drew so close that I could see them clearly in the moonlight, a pack of fearsome creatures with gleaming teeth and sinister eyes. They formed a ring around us, silent and terrifying. I felt paralyzed by fear, unable to think clearly. But then, out of the darkness, the driver returned, sweeping his arms as if to dispel an unseen force. Miraculously, the wolves backed away, and we continued our journey, now shrouded in deep, oppressive silence. Finally, the carriage came to a halt in the courtyard of a massive, crumbling castle. The windows were dark and lifeless, and the broken battlements cast jagged shadows against the moonlit sky. The oppressive weight of the place settled over me as I realized we had arrived at Count Dracula's castle. May 5th, later. I must have dozed off because if I'd been fully awake, I surely would have noticed approaching such an extraordinary place. The courtyard seemed vast in the darkness, with several large, arching passageways branching out from it, making the space feel even bigger than it probably was. I haven't yet seen it in daylight. When the carriage finally stopped, the driver jumped down and offered me his hand to help me out. His strength was remarkable, his grip felt like iron, as though he could crush my hand if he chose. He unloaded my bags and set them beside me, in front of a large door studded with iron nails, framed in a massive stone archway. Even in the dim light, I could tell the stone had been intricately carved, though time and weather had worn it down significantly. As I stood there, the driver climbed back into the carriage, flicked the reins, and disappeared into one of the shadowy passageways. I was left standing in silence, unsure of what to do. There was no bell or knocker, and it seemed unlikely my voice could penetrate those thick, imposing walls or the dark windows above. Time seemed to stretch endlessly as I stood there, doubts creeping in. What kind of place had I come to? What strange adventure was I about to embark on? Could this really be a normal task for a solicitor's assistant, sent to explain the purchase of a London estate? No, solicitor, just before I left London, I was officially promoted. Nina would be pleased. I rubbed my eyes and pinched myself to ensure I was awake. This whole experience felt like a bad dream, and I half expected to wake up in my own bed with daylight creeping in through the curtains. But the pinch proved real, and my eyes confirmed it. I was indeed awake, standing in the Carpathians, with no choice but to wait for morning. As I was coming to terms with this, I heard heavy footsteps approaching from behind the large door. Light flickered through the cracks, and soon there were the sounds of chains rattling, bolts sliding back, and a key turning with a loud, rusty creak. The door finally swung open. Standing inside was a tall, elderly man dressed entirely in black, save for a long white mustache. He held an antique silver lamp, its flame flickering wildly in the draught. He gestured for me to enter with a formal wave of his hand and spoke in excellent, though strangely accented, English. "Welcome to my home. Enter freely and of your own will." He didn't step forward, but stood like a statue, his gesture frozen in place. However, the moment I stepped inside, he moved quickly, grasping my hand with a strength that made me wince. His hand was cold, almost like that of a dead man. "Welcome to my house," he repeated. "Come freely. Go safely, and leave some of the happiness you bring." His grip and strength were so similar to the coach driver's that I briefly wondered if they were the same person. To confirm, I asked, "Count Dracula?" He bowed and replied courteously, "I am Dracula, and I welcome you, Mr. Harker, to my home. Please come inside, the night air is cold, and you must be tired and hungry." He placed the lamp on the wall and, before I could protest, took my luggage and carried it inside with surprising ease. "Nay, sir, you are my guest," he said when I tried to help. "It is late, and my servants are not available. Allow me to see to your comfort myself." With that, he led me through a grand hallway, up a winding staircase, and along a stone corridor. Our footsteps echoed heavily as we walked. At the end of the hall, he opened a large door to reveal a well-lit room, with a table set for supper and a massive log fire blazing in the hearth. The Count placed my bags down, opened another door leading into a smaller, windowless room, and then into a large bedroom. It was warm and inviting, with a log fire freshly stoked. "After your journey, you will need to refresh yourself," he said, gesturing to the room. "When you're ready, come to the dining room, where your supper awaits." The warmth and welcome had a calming effect, easing the fears I'd been harboring. Realizing how hungry I was, I quickly washed up and made my way back to the dining room. The table was set, and my host stood by the fireplace, gesturing gracefully to the meal before me. "Please, sit and enjoy your supper." "I will not join you, as I have already dined," he explained. I handed him the sealed letter from Mr. Hawkins, which he read intently before passing it back with a smile. One passage in particular gave me a sense of pride. Mr. Hawkins had praised my abilities and assured the Count that I would take care of any matters during my stay. The Count himself served me a dish of roast chicken, with cheese, salad, and a bottle of old Tokay wine. As I ate, he asked me numerous questions about my journey, and I answered as thoroughly as I could. By the time I'd finished, I had moved to a chair by the fire, enjoying a cigar he offered, though he politely declined to join me in smoking. Now, with a moment to observe him closely, I noticed the sharp, almost predatory features of his face, a strong, aquiline nose, high-arched nostrils, and a wide forehead with sparse hair at the temples but thick elsewhere. His eyebrows were thick and nearly met in the middle. Beneath his heavy mustache, his mouth seemed fixed in a cruel expression, and his sharp white teeth protruded slightly over his bright red lips, hinting at an unnatural vitality for a man his age. What struck me most were his hands. At first, they appeared white and delicate in the firelight, but up close, I saw they were coarse, with broad, squat fingers and long, sharp nails. To my shock, there were even hairs in the center of his palms. As his hand touched mine again, I couldn't suppress a shudder. Something about him repelled me, though I couldn't pinpoint exactly what it was. Noticing my discomfort, the Count withdrew slightly, his lips curling into a strange smile, revealing even more of his sharp teeth. We sat in silence for a while, and as I glanced toward the window, I noticed the first hints of dawn breaking. A strange stillness settled over the scene, but in the distance, I heard the howling of wolves. The Count's eyes gleamed as he listened, and he said, "Listen to them, the children of the night. What music they make!" Seeing my reaction, he added, "City dwellers can never truly understand the call of the hunt." Then, rising to his feet, he said, "You must be tired. Your room is ready, and you may sleep as long as you like tomorrow. I will be away until the afternoon, so rest well." With a courteous bow, he led me back through the small octagonal room and into my bedroom. I am filled with doubt and fear. Strange thoughts fill my mind, things I can barely admit to myself. God help me, if only for the sake of those I love. May 7th. It's early morning again, and I've had a chance to rest after an eventful 24 hours. I slept late into the day and woke up naturally. After getting dressed, I went into the dining room where we had supper the night before and found a cold breakfast waiting for me, with hot coffee kept warm by the hearth. On the table was a note. "I have to be absent for a while. Do not wait for me. D." I enjoyed a hearty meal and afterward searched for a bell to call the servants, but found none. The lack of basic amenities was puzzling, given the apparent wealth around me. The table service was made of gold, finely crafted and clearly of immense value. The furnishings, including the curtains, chairs, and bed coverings, were made of the most luxurious fabrics, likely centuries old but still in perfect condition. I've seen similar items in Hampton Court, though those were worn and moth-eaten. Yet, despite all the grandeur, there isn't a single mirror in the house, not even a shaving mirror on the vanity. I had to use a small one from my travel bag to shave and brush my hair. Still, I haven't seen a single servant or heard any sound in the castle, save for the distant howling of wolves. After finishing my meal, it was between 5 and 6 o'clock, so I'm not sure whether to call it breakfast or dinner. I looked for something to read but found nothing in the room, no books, newspapers, or even writing materials. I ventured into another room and discovered a sort of library. I tried the door across from mine, but it was locked. In the library, to my surprise, I found an extensive collection of English books, shelves full of them, along with magazines and newspapers, although none were very recent. The topics ranged widely: history, geography, politics, economics, botany, geology, and law, all about England. There were even reference books like the London Directory, Whitaker's Almanac, the Army and Navy lists, and, to my delight, the law list. As I browsed, the door opened, and the Count entered. He greeted me warmly and hoped I'd had a good rest. "I'm glad you found the library," he said. "I'm sure you'll find much to interest you here. These books have been my companions for years, ever since I began planning my move to London. Through them, I've come to know and love England. I long to walk through London's busy streets, to be among the throngs of people, to experience its life, its change, its death, all the things that make it what it is. But sadly, I only know your language through books. That's why I look to you, my friend, to help me speak it properly." "But Count," I said, "you already speak English fluently." He bowed slightly. "Thank you for the compliment, but I know I still have much to learn. I may understand the grammar and vocabulary, but I lack the natural rhythm of speech. In London, it would be obvious to everyone that I am a stranger. That's not enough for me. Here, I am noble, a boyar, the people know me as their master. But in a foreign land, a stranger is invisible. No one knows him, and to be unknown is to be unimportant. I've been a master for too long to be anything else. You come to me not only as an agent of Peter Hawkins but as a guide. I hope that by spending time together, you can help me perfect my English, correcting even my smallest errors. I assured him I was happy to help and asked if I could come to the library whenever I liked. Of course, he said. You may go anywhere in the castle, except where the doors are locked. Everything is the way it is for a reason, and if you saw the world through my eyes, you'd understand better. He went on to explain that we were in Transylvania, and things here were not as they are in England. I already had a sense of this from the strange experiences I'd had, but he was eager to talk, and I asked him many questions. While he sometimes dodged certain topics, pretending not to understand, he generally answered me quite openly. When I finally asked about the blue flames I saw the previous night, he explained that it's believed they appear over hidden treasures on one night of the year, last night, in fact, when evil spirits are said to roam freely. Treasure has been buried in the land you pass through, he said. This area has been fought over for centuries by Wallachians, Saxons, and Turks. Every inch of soil here has been soaked with the blood of soldiers and patriots alike. In the past, when invaders came, the people would hide their wealth, and often it remains hidden to this day. But how, I asked, has it stayed undiscovered, if the flames reveal its location? The Count smiled, his sharp teeth flashing. Because peasants are cowards and fools. The flames only appear on that one night, and no local dares leave his home when they do. Even if they saw the flames, they wouldn't know where to search in the daylight. Could you find those places again? No, I admitted. I wouldn't know where to start. We moved on to discussing the details of his new estate in London, and I retrieved the necessary papers from my room. While organizing them, I noticed that the dining table had been cleared and the lamps lit, signaling that night had fallen. I joined the Count in the library, where he was reading an English travel guide. After going over the documents and answering his many questions about the property, I remarked that he seemed very familiar with the area. Of course, he replied. When I arrive, I will be alone. I must know everything I can. I can't rely on you to be by my side. You'll be miles away in Exeter, working with my friend Peter Hawkins. I need to be prepared. We went over the purchase of the estate in Purfleet in detail. When we finished, he expressed his satisfaction, particularly with the age and size of the house. I come from an old family, he said. A new house would kill me. A home must age, just like a person. I'm glad there's an old chapel too. We Transylvanian nobles don't like the thought of resting among common folk when we die. After some time, the Count excused himself, and I browsed through the books in the library. One atlas was heavily worn, especially the pages showing England. I noticed small rings marking locations near London, Exeter, and Whitby on the Yorkshire coast areas that seemed to hold particular interest for him. About an hour later, the Count returned, joking about my diligence in studying. He escorted me to supper, which was already laid out. Again, he didn't join me in eating but stayed to chat while I dined. The conversation continued long into the night, covering every possible topic. Though I wasn't tired after sleeping so much the previous day, I couldn't help feeling a chill as dawn approached, the eerie sense that comes with the turn of night to day. It's said that those near death often pass at dawn, and I could understand why. Suddenly, we heard the crowing of a rooster. The Count sprang to his feet. Morning already. I've kept you up too long. Our conversation about England is so fascinating, I lost track of time. With a bow, he excused himself and disappeared. I returned to my room and drew the curtains. There wasn't much to see, just the gray light of dawn filling the courtyard. I closed the curtains again and sat down to write about the day's events. May 8th. As I continued writing in this journal, I began to worry that I was being too long-winded. But now, I'm glad I've been thorough. There's something unsettling about this place that keeps me on edge. I wish I were safely out of here, or better yet, that I had never come. Maybe the strange nocturnal routine is affecting me, but I fear there's more to it than that. If only I had someone to talk to, but there's no one, just the Count. and I fear I may be the only living soul here. I'll try to stick to the facts as much as possible, it helps me stay grounded. If I let my imagination get the better of me, I might lose my grip. I only slept for a few hours last night, and when I couldn't rest any longer, I got up. I had hung my shaving mirror by the window and was just starting to shave when I felt a hand on my shoulder and heard the Count greet me. I jumped in surprise. How had I not seen him? The mirror reflected the entire room behind me, yet I hadn't noticed him at all. In my shock, I nicked myself with the razor, but I didn't realize it at first. After returning the Count's greeting, I turned back to the mirror, determined to see how I had missed him. He was standing right behind me, but there was no reflection of him in the mirror. The entire room was visible in the glass, but there was no sign of the Count. This discovery startled me, adding to the growing sense of dread that always surfaces when he's nearby. I noticed blood trickling down my chin from the small cut, so I set the razor down and turned to find a bandage. As soon as the Count saw my bleeding face, his eyes burned with a wild, demonic fury, and he lunged at my throat. Instinctively, I pulled away, and his hand brushed against the beads of the crucifix around my neck. Instantly, his rage disappeared, replaced by a calm so swift that I could barely believe it had ever been there. "Be careful," he said. "A cut is more dangerous here than you think." Then, he grabbed the shaving mirror, his voice full of disdain. "This wretched thing has caused the trouble. It's a vain, useless trinket." With a single, powerful motion, he flung the mirror out the window, shattering it on the stones far below. Without another word, he left. Now, I don't know how I'll manage to shave again, except perhaps using the reflection in my watch case or the metal bottom of my shaving pot. When I went to the dining room for breakfast, the meal was prepared, but the Count was nowhere to be found. Once again, I ate alone. It's strange, I haven't seen the Count eat or drink anything since I arrived. He's a very peculiar man. After breakfast, I decided to explore the castle. I wandered the halls and found a room facing south, with a breathtaking view. The castle sits on the edge of a massive precipice. If a stone fell from the window, it would drop 1,000 feet without touching anything. As far as I could see, there was a sea of green treetops, with the occasional break where deep gorges cut through the forest, and silver rivers winding through the valleys below. Despite the beauty, I couldn't enjoy it. I ventured further, but every door I found was locked and bolted. There seemed to be no way out, except through the windows in the castle walls. I'm trapped. The castle is a prison, and I am its prisoner. When I realized I was a prisoner, a wave of panic hit me. I ran up and down the stairs, trying every door, peering out of every window, desperately searching for an exit. But after a while, the futility of my efforts sank in, and my helplessness overpowered everything else. Looking back, I must have been momentarily mad, behaving like a trapped animal. When the reality of my situation finally hit me, I sat down quietly and started to think through my next steps. I realized it would be useless to confront the Count. He knows I'm a prisoner, he's the one who trapped me here. I can't trust him with the truth of my thoughts, so my best plan is to keep my fears to myself, stay alert, and use every ounce of wit I have to figure out a way out of this nightmare. Just as I came to this conclusion, I heard the heavy front door shut. The Count had returned. I didn't want him to catch me in the library, so I hurried back to my room, only to find him there, making my bed. This struck me as odd, but it confirmed what I had suspected: there are no servants here. Later, I saw him setting the table in the dining room through a crack in the door. If the Count is doing all of these menial tasks himself, then he must have been the driver who brought me to the castle. The thought terrified me. How could he control the wolves the way he did, with just a motion of his hand? And why did the people in Bistritz and on the coach seem so fearful for my safety? I remembered the crucifix the old woman gave me, along with the garlic, wild rose, and mountain ash. Bless her for giving me the crucifix. It's a comfort to me now, even though I'd been taught to view such things as idolatrous. I'll have to think more about why it helps, whether it's something about the crucifix itself or simply the memory of someone's kindness. I need to learn everything I can about Count Dracula. Tonight, I'll try to steer our conversation toward him, but I must be careful not to raise his suspicions. Midnight. I had a long talk with the Count this evening. I asked him some questions about Transylvanian history, and he became animated, speaking with great passion, especially when discussing battles. He talked as if he had been there for each event, which he later explained as the pride of a noble lineage. He saw the victories and defeats of his ancestors as his own. Whenever he spoke of his family, he used we, as though he were speaking for generations of his bloodline. His excitement was palpable, and he paced the room, tugging at his white mustache and gripping objects as if he could crush them with his bare hands. One statement stood out to me, which I will try to record as closely as possible. We Sekellis are proud, and rightfully so, for in our veins flows the blood of many brave races who fought for dominance. Here, in this clash of European peoples, the Ugric tribes came from Iceland with the spirit of Thor and Odin, whose berserkers terrorized the coasts of Europe, Asia, and Africa. They were feared as if they were werewolves. And when they arrived here, they found the Huns, whose fury had swept across the world like wildfire. People thought the Huns' bloodline was mixed with demons. But who was more terrifying than Attila, whose blood runs in my veins? He held up his arms as he spoke. Is it any wonder we were conquerors, proud to stand our ground against waves of invaders? The Sekellis stood as guardians of the frontier for centuries. We fought the Turks and the Magyars, and our name struck fear in the hearts of those who crossed our borders. The Count's words were intense, and by the time our conversation ended, morning was near. We parted ways, and I went to bed. This journal is beginning to feel like the Arabian Nights. Everything seems to stop at dawn, or like the ghost of Hamlet's father. May 12th. Let me start with facts, bare, verifiable facts, free from the haze of my fears. Last night, the Count asked me a series of questions about legal matters, particularly about conducting business. I had spent the day going over old legal cases to occupy my mind, and the Count's questions seemed methodical. I'll recount them here in case this knowledge becomes useful later. First, he asked if a man in England could have multiple solicitors. I explained that he could, but it would be unwise to have more than one working on the same transaction, as it could create conflicts of interest. He seemed to grasp this quickly and then asked if a person could have one solicitor handle banking and another take care of shipping if those tasks were needed in different locations. I explained that, although it would be easy to have one solicitor oversee everything, local agents could manage specific tasks in various places if necessary. Satisfied with my answers, the Count stood up suddenly and asked if I had written to Mr. Hawkins or anyone else since I arrived. It pained me to admit that I hadn't had the chance to send any letters. Then write now, he said, placing a heavy hand on my shoulder. Write to our friend and tell him you will stay with me for a month. The thought of staying that long filled me with dread, but what could I do? I bowed my head in agreement, knowing that I had no choice. It was in Mr. Hawkins' interest, after all, and the Count clearly had the upper hand. There was something in his eyes, something in his demeanor, that reminded me I was a prisoner. As I began to write, the Count handed me 3 sheets of paper and envelopes, all of the thinnest quality. He gave me a knowing smile, his sharp teeth gleaming, and I realized that he would read anything I wrote. So, I kept my letters brief and formal, with a plan to send more detailed notes to Mr. Hawkins and Mina later, perhaps in shorthand, which would be difficult for the Count to decipher. When I finished, the Count gathered my letters with his own and left the room. I leaned over to see who he was writing to. One letter was addressed to a man in Whitby, another to a contact in Varna, and 2 more to London and Budapest. Before I could read more, the door creaked open, and the Count re-entered the room, collecting the letters. He excused himself for the evening, warning me again to stay in my room and avoid sleeping anywhere else in the castle. His final words lingered with an eerie gravity: there are bad dreams for those who sleep unwisely. Once again, I'm left feeling trapped in a web of fear and mystery. I don't know how much more I can take of this place. May 12th, later. I stand by my last entry, but now I have no doubt there's nothing uncertain anymore. I won't fear sleeping anywhere the Count isn't present. I placed the crucifix above my bed, and it seems to give me a more peaceful rest, free from dreams. It will stay there. After the Count left, I went to my room. The silence was oppressive, so I ventured out again, climbing the stone stairs to look out towards the south. For a moment, the vast landscape felt like freedom, even though I couldn't reach it better than the suffocating confines of the courtyard. As I gazed out, I felt trapped in this cursed place, longing for fresh air, even if it came with the cold night. This nocturnal life is wearing on me, my nerves are frayed, and I jump at shadows. My imagination is running wild, but it's hard to argue with the very real fear this place evokes. The view was beautiful, the moonlight bathing the distant hills in a soft glow, the shadows of the valleys a deep, velvety black. The peace of the night almost calmed me. But then, as I leaned out, I saw something below, a figure moving from a window, a floor beneath me, and slightly to the left. From the layout, I knew this had to be the Count's room. I stepped back into the shadows to observe. It was the Count. I couldn't see his face, but I recognized him by the way he moved and the shape of his body. My curiosity soon turned to horror as I watched him climb out of the window and begin crawling down the wall, face down, like a creature of the night. His cloak billowed out behind him like wings. At first, I thought it was some trick of the moonlight, but I watched closely. He moved with a lizard-like agility, his fingers and toes gripping the stone, finding every small hole in the wall as he descended swiftly down the sheer face of the castle. What kind of being could do that? What kind of creature hides in the guise of a man? My fear grows deeper by the minute, and I feel trapped, surrounded by unspeakable horrors. There is no escape. May 15th. I've seen it again. The Count climbed down the wall in that same terrifying, lizard-like way, disappearing into a lower part of the castle. As soon as his head was out of sight, I leaned out, trying to see more, but it was too far to make out anything useful. Still, I knew this was my chance. With the Count gone, I could explore the castle more freely than before. I returned to my room, grabbed a lamp, and began testing doors. As expected, they were all locked, and the locks looked relatively new. I went down the stone stairs to the hall where I had first entered. I managed to slide back the bolts and unhook the heavy chains, but the door was locked and the key was gone. It must be in the Count's room. I need to watch for when his door is unlocked so I can get it and escape. I continued my search, testing stairs and passages, but all the doors were locked except for a couple of small rooms near the hall. They contained nothing but old, moth-eaten furniture. However, at the top of one stairway, I found a door that wasn't fully locked. It resisted at first, but with some effort, I forced it open. I had entered a part of the castle I hadn't explored before, a floor below the rooms I knew, and further to the right. From the windows, I could see this wing faced south and west, with an incredible view of the valley and jagged mountains beyond. This part of the castle felt different, it seemed to have been lived in, perhaps by women, in the distant past. The furniture was more comfortable, though coated in dust, and the windows were bare, letting the moonlight flood the room. The soft light made the dust and age seem almost ethereal, masking the decay. My lamp seemed unnecessary in the brilliant moonlight, but I kept it with me, it helped ease the dread that filled the air. Still, this space felt better than the rooms I had grown to hate, the rooms where the Count's presence lingered. I sat at a small oak table, imagining a lady of the past sitting here, writing love letters. Now, in the 19th century, I find myself writing my diary in shorthand, trying to make sense of all that has happened. It feels absurd, but the past has a strange way of asserting itself here. Powers older than time still seem to hold sway over this place. Morning of May 16th. God help me. I fear for my sanity. I no longer feel safe here, and I've given up on the idea of safety altogether. My only hope is that I don't lose my mind, though I fear that may have already begun. It's terrifying to realize that, out of all the horrors lurking in this place, the Count is the least frightening. For now, he's my only protection, so long as I remain useful to him. The thought chills me to the core. I've started to understand things that once puzzled me. Shakespeare's Hamlet speaks of my tablets. Quick, my tablets. Now I understand that compulsion to write, to record thoughts when they threaten to unravel. Writing in this journal is the only thing that keeps me grounded, the only thing that stops me from slipping into madness. The Count's warning still haunts me, and its weight grows heavier. His control over me is stronger than ever. I'll have to be careful, even when I don't trust him. After I finished writing, I felt a deep drowsiness come over me. The Count's warning echoed in my mind, but I was tempted to defy it. Sleep called to me, and the moonlight streaming through the windows felt calming, almost liberating. I didn't want to return to those haunted rooms tonight. Instead, I decided to sleep here, where women had once lived out their peaceful, domestic lives, waiting for their men to return from war. I pulled the couch closer to the window, wanting to fall asleep gazing at the beautiful view of the mountains bathed in moonlight. I must have drifted off, though I'm not sure now. What happened next was so vivid, so real, that even now, in the full light of day, I can't believe it was just a dream. I wasn't alone. The room hadn't changed, the moonlight still illuminated the floor, showing the path I had disturbed in the dust. But 3 women stood before me, ethereal in the moonlight, dressed as though they were nobility. I thought I must be dreaming, for though they were bathed in moonlight, they cast no shadows. They came closer, whispering and laughing among themselves. 2 of them were dark-haired, with high, aquiline features, much like the Count's. The third was fair, with flowing golden hair and sapphire eyes. She seemed familiar in a way that filled me with both longing and fear. Their teeth gleamed white against their ruby lips, and though I was afraid, I found myself wanting them to kiss me. They laughed again, a cold, musical sound, and one of the dark-haired women urged the fair one to approach me first. "He is young and strong, there are kisses for us all," she said. I lay still, barely daring to breathe, overwhelmed by both fear and anticipation. The fair woman bent over me, her breath warm on my skin, her lips so close to my neck. I could feel the soft touch of her mouth, the faint pressure of her teeth, and I closed my eyes, waiting for the inevitable. But suddenly, I felt a rush of cold fury in the room. The Count was there, his eyes blazing with rage. He grabbed the fair woman by the throat and threw her back with a strength that seemed impossible. His face was a mask of terrifying anger, his eyes glowing red, his features hard as iron. "How dare you touch him?" he snarled. "This man is mine. Beware how you interfere, or you'll have to answer to me." The fair woman, laughing mockingly, replied, "You never loved, none of us can." The others joined her laughter, a chilling, soulless sound that echoed through the room. The Count's fury was palpable, but he softened as he turned to me, his voice dropping to a whisper. "When I am finished with him, you may have your turn," he said to the women. Then, addressing me, he added, "I must wake him now, there is work to be done." One of the women gestured to a bag on the floor, which I hadn't noticed before. It twitched as if something, or someone, was inside. The women opened it, and I thought I heard the faint cry of a child. Horrified, I watched as they disappeared, taking the bag with them, fading into the moonlight like shadows. The horror of it all overwhelmed me, and I blacked out. I woke up in my own bed. If what happened wasn't a dream, then the Count must have carried me back here. I tried to convince myself of this, but couldn't find definitive proof. Sure, there were small signs, my clothes were folded, and my watch was unwound, which I never forget to do before bed. But these things could just mean my mind was not in its usual state. I must stay vigilant. Still, one thing gives me some comfort: if the Count did undress me and bring me back, he must have been in a rush. My pockets were untouched, and my diary remains hidden, something I'm sure would have been too tempting for him to leave alone. This room, once filled with dread, now feels like a sanctuary compared to the horrors outside. Nothing is more terrifying than those awful women, waiting to drain my blood. May 18th. I went back to that room in the daylight. I needed to know the truth. When I reached the doorway, I found it shut tight, as if it had been slammed hard. Part of the wood was splintered. Though the bolt hadn't been shot, the door was locked from the inside. It wasn't a dream, I'm sure of it now. May 19th. I'm trapped. Last night, the Count asked me to write 3 letters. One saying I'd almost finished my work here and would be heading home soon. Another stating I was leaving the next morning. And a third confirming I'd arrived in Bistritz. I wanted to refuse, but I knew it would be dangerous to openly defy him while I'm still at his mercy. If I don't cooperate, I'd only raise his suspicions, and that would surely be the end of me. He knows I'm aware of too much, and that makes me a threat. My only chance is to play along and wait for an opportunity to escape. He explained that the mail was unreliable here and that writing these letters would ease my friend's worries. He assured me he'd hold on to them until the time came, in case I stayed longer. I pretended to agree, asking for the dates I should use. He thought for a moment, then said, "The first, June 12th. The second, June 19th. The third, June 29th. Now I know how long I have left. God help me." May 28th. There's hope. A group of skinny gypsies have arrived and set up camp in the courtyard. They're a lawless bunch, outside the control of any authority, but loyal to local nobles like the Count. I've read about them in my notes. They speak their own language and live by superstition. I'll try to send letters home with them. I've already spoken to them through my window, hoping to strike up some kind of rapport. They nodded and made gestures I didn't understand, but at least they acknowledged me. I've written letters, Nina's in shorthand, explaining my situation, but without the full horror. I can't bring myself to tell her everything, it would be too much for her to bear. I hope at least one letter gets through. I gave the letters, tossing them with a gold coin through the bars of my window, hoping the skinny would send them. One man took them, pressed them to his chest, and nodded. It's all I could do. The Count came in later, holding 2 letters. "The skinny brought these to me," he said, as he examined them. "I know not where they came from, but of course, I will take care of them." He looked at one letter, and his expression darkened. His eyes filled with rage as he noticed the strange symbols, my shorthand. "This is an insult," he hissed. "A betrayal of my hospitality." He threw it into the flame, watching as it burned to ashes. Then, in a calm voice, he handed me the other letter, my note to Hawkins. "This one, of course, I will send. Your letters are sacred to me," he said, giving me a fresh envelope to reseal it. When he left, I heard the door lock behind him. May 31st. This morning, I realized something dreadful. I went to get some paper and envelopes from my bag, but every scrap of it was gone along with my travel notes, my letter of credit, and anything that might help me outside the castle. Even the suit I arrived in is missing. It's all part of a new plan, but I don't know what it is yet. June 17th. Today, I heard the sound of whips and horses outside. I rushed to the window and saw 2 large wagons pulled by 8 horses each, led by Slovaks. I tried to shout down to them, but the skinny leader caught sight of me and said something that made them laugh. After that, they ignored me completely. The wagons were filled with large, empty boxes, just like the ones I saw when I first arrived. Once unloaded, the Slovaks were paid and rode off, their whips cracking as they disappeared into the distance. June 24th, before dawn. Last night, the Count locked himself away early. I waited until I was sure he was gone and then crept up the stairs to a window that faced south. I needed to see what he was up to. I've heard faint noises coming from deep within the castle, work being done, but I can't tell what. Whatever it is, it can't be good. I waited for nearly half an hour when I saw something emerge from the Count's window. It was him, dressed in my own clothes, carrying the same bag I had seen before. He's using my identity so that whatever he does, people will think it's me. That way, if I'm ever seen again, I'll be implicated in his crimes. I was furious. But what can I do? I'm still trapped here, powerless to stop him. As I sat by the window, watching, I noticed something strange. Tiny specks floated in the moonlight, dancing in the air like dust motes. They began to form clusters, swirling together into vague shapes. I felt oddly calm, hypnotized by their movement. Then I heard the distant howling of wolves and snapped out of it. The specks seemed to shift, taking on the forms of the 3 women, the ones from before. I fled, terrified, back to my room, where the lamp's bright light made me feel somewhat safe. Later, I heard something coming from the Count's room, a brief, sharp wail, followed by an eerie silence. My heart raced, but there was nothing I could do. The door was locked. I sat and cried, helpless. Suddenly, a woman's voice cried out from the courtyard. I rushed to the window and saw a woman, her hair disheveled, screaming for her child. "Monster, give me my child," she wailed, pounding on the door with her fists. From somewhere above, the Count's voice called out in that harsh whisper of his. The wolves howled in response. Within moments, they swarmed into the courtyard. The woman's screams were cut short. I didn't have to look to know what had happened. The wolves had taken her. I can't even pity her. I know what happened to her child, she's better off dead. June 25th, morning. After enduring a night like that, the sunrise felt like salvation. The first light hit the top of the castle gateway, and my fears seemed to melt away. I need to take action while I have the strength of daylight. I've realized something. I've never seen the Count in daylight. He must sleep while others are awake. That's my chance. If I can get into his room, I might find a way out. I've seen him crawl from his window, why can't I do the same? It's dangerous, but no more so than staying here. If I fail, at least death will be quick. If I succeed, I might survive this nightmare. Goodbye, Mina. If I don't make it, I hope you'll understand. Goodbye to all. Later that day. I did it. God help me, but I made it back alive. I must record everything while it's still fresh in my mind. I went to the south window and climbed out onto the narrow ledge that runs around the castle. The stones are rough and weathered, but I made my way carefully, inching toward the Count's window. My heart raced, but I managed to reach it and pull myself inside. The room was empty. It looked unused, covered in dust. In the corner, I found a pile of gold coins and ornaments from all over the world, but nothing less than 300 years old. Then, I saw a door. It led to a staircase, spiraling down into darkness. I followed it, the smell of freshly turned earth growing stronger. At the bottom, I found myself in an old chapel, now used as a graveyard. Wooden boxes were stacked in a corner, filled with dirt. In one of the large boxes, one of 50 in total, on top of a pile of freshly dug earth, the Count lay. Whether he was dead or simply asleep, I couldn't tell. His eyes were open and stony but lacked the gloss of death, while his cheeks held the faint warmth of life, despite their pale complexion. His lips remained as red as ever. Yet, there were no signs of movement, no pulse, no breath, no heartbeat. I bent closer, searching for any hint of life, but found none. He couldn't have been there long, as the earthy smell would have faded within hours. The lid of the box lay nearby, punctured with holes. I considered searching him for keys but froze when I saw his lifeless eyes that, though dead, held a look of pure hatred. Fearful of what I saw, I fled. I escaped through the window, climbing the castle walls to return to my room. Panting, I collapsed onto the bed and tried to gather my thoughts. June 29th. Today is the date of my last letter, and the Count has proven its authenticity. I saw him leave the castle again through the same window, this time wearing my clothes. He moved down the wall like a lizard, and I wished I had a weapon to destroy him. Yet, I feared no weapon forged by man could harm him. I didn't wait to see his return, dreading the thought of encountering those eerie sisters. I returned to the library and read until I fell asleep. The Count woke me, his expression grim. "Tomorrow, my friend, we must part," he said. "You will return to your beautiful England, and I to my work, which may lead to an end where we may never meet again. Your letter has been sent. Tomorrow, I shall be gone, but everything will be ready for your departure. In the morning, the Scani will arrive for their work, as will some Slovaks. Once they've left, my carriage will take you to the Borgo Pass, where you will meet the diligence to Bukovina and Bistritz. But I hope to see you again at Castle Dracula." I was suspicious and wanted to test his sincerity. "Why can't I leave tonight?" I asked. "My coachman and horses are away on a mission," he replied. "But I would walk." "I want to leave immediately," I insisted. He smiled, calm, smooth, and diabolical, and said, "And your baggage?" "I don't care about it. I can send for it later." The Count stood, his demeanor suddenly courteous. "You English have a saying, welcome the coming, speed the parting guest. Come with me, my dear friend. Not another hour shall you stay in my home against your will, though I am saddened by your sudden desire to leave. With dignified grace, he led me downstairs, holding a lamp, until he stopped abruptly. Listen, he commanded. Wolves howled nearby, their cries rising as if summoned by his hand, like an orchestra responding to its conductor. After a brief pause, he moved to the door, drawing back heavy bolts and chains, and began to open it. To my surprise, it was unlocked. I scanned the room but found no key. As the door opened, the howling grew louder, more menacing. The wolves' jaws and claws came into view as they leapt through the widening gap. I realized resisting the Count was futile. His command over such creatures made any struggle hopeless. The door continued to open slowly, with the Count standing in the gap. Suddenly, I feared this was my doom. I was being handed over to the wolves, by my own suggestion. The wickedness of the idea seemed all too fitting for the Count. In desperation, I cried, "Shut the door. I'll wait until morning." I covered my face, hiding tears of bitter defeat. With a single motion, the Count slammed the door shut, and the bolts echoed through the hall as they locked back into place. We returned to the library in silence. After a moment, I went to my room. The last thing I saw of Count Dracula was him blowing a kiss, his eyes glowing with triumph and a smile Judas himself would envy. Once in my room, just before lying down, I heard a whisper at the door. Softly, I approached and listened. Unless I was mistaken, I heard the Count's voice, "Back, to your place. Your time has not yet come. Wait. Be patient. Tonight is mine. Tomorrow night is yours." Then, a low, sweet laugh echoed through the air. In a rage, I flung the door open and saw the three women, licking their lips. They laughed horrifically and ran away. I collapsed, falling to my knees. Is the end near? Tomorrow. Lord, help me, and those I hold dear. June 30th, morning. These might be my final words. I slept until just before dawn. When I woke, I prayed, determined that if death came, I would be ready. Finally, I felt the air shift, signaling morning. The cock crowed, and I knew I was safe. Overjoyed, I ran downstairs. The door was unlocked, and escape seemed within reach. With trembling hands, I unhooked the chains and pulled back the massive bolts. But the door wouldn't budge. Despair gripped me. I pulled and shook the door until it rattled in its frame. The bolt had been locked after I left the Count. A desperate urge consumed me, I had to get the key. Without hesitation, I scaled the wall again and entered the Count's room. It was empty, as I expected. There was no key, but the gold remained. I went down the winding stair to the old chapel, knowing where to find the monster. The box was there, its lid placed on top, with nails ready to be hammered in. I lifted the lid and recoiled in horror. The Count's appearance had changed, his hair and mustache were dark again, his cheeks fuller, and his skin ruby red beneath the surface. Fresh blood stained his lips, trickling down his chin. He looked bloated, gorged on blood. He lay like a leech, exhausted from his feast. Every sense in me revolted, but I had no choice. I had to search for the key. The coming night might make me a banquet for those horrid women. I searched his body, but found no key. I looked again at the Count. His bloated face held a mocking grin that drove me mad. This was the being I had helped transport to London, where he might feed on the city for centuries. The thought was unbearable. A terrible urge overtook me, I had to rid the world of this monster. I grabbed a shovel and struck at his face. But as I did, his eyes opened, and their terrifying gaze froze me. The shovel glanced off his face, leaving only a shallow gash. The lid fell back over the box, hiding the creature from my sight. I stood, breathing heavily, wondering what to do next. In the distance, I heard the skeiny singing and the sound of wheels approaching. They were coming. I fled the chapel, determined to escape when the door opened. As I write, I hear the heavy tramping of feet and the crash of weights being set down, likely the boxes of earth. There's hammering, they're sealing the boxes. I can hear footsteps moving down the hall. The door shuts, the chains rattle, and the key grinds in the lock. Now I hear wheels rolling away and the skeiny singing as they disappear into the distance. I am alone with those terrible women. Mina is nothing like them, they are devils from hell. I cannot stay. I will try to scale the wall farther than I have before. I'll take gold with me, just in case. I must escape. Then home, away from this cursed place and this cursed land. Away from the devil and his children. God's mercy is far better than these monsters. The precipice is steep and high. At its base, a man can sleep as a man. Goodbye, Mina. Letter from Miss Mina Murray to Miss Lucy Westenra, May 9th. My dearest Lucy. Forgive my delayed response, I've been overwhelmed with work. The life of an assistant schoolmistress can be demanding. I'm eager to be with you by the sea, where we can converse freely and build our castles in the air. Lately, I've been working diligently to keep up with Jonathan's studies, practicing shorthand assiduously. Once we're married, I hope to assist him by transcribing his words efficiently. We've even started writing letters in shorthand, and he's maintaining a stenographic journal of his travels abroad. When I'm with you, I plan to keep a diary in the same manner, not just a brief account, but a comprehensive journal to capture my thoughts and experiences. I may share it with Jonathan someday if there's anything worth sharing, but for now, it's an exercise in reflection. I've received a few hurried lines from Jonathan in Transylvania. He's well and expects to return in about a week. I'm longing to hear all his news. It must be so nice to see strange countries. I wonder if we, Jonathan and I, shall ever see them together. There's the 10 o'clock bell ringing. Goodbye. Your loving Mina. P.S. Tell me all the news when you write. You haven't told me anything for a long time. I hear rumors, especially of a tall, handsome, curly-haired man. Letter from Lucy Westenra to Mina Murray, 17, Chatham Street, Wednesday. My dearest Mina. I must say, you accuse me unfairly of being a poor correspondent. I've written to you twice since we parted, and your last letter was only your second. Besides, I have nothing to tell you. There's really nothing to interest you. Town is very pleasant just now, we frequent picture galleries and enjoy walks and rides in the park. As for the tall, curly-haired man, I suppose it was the one with me at the last pop. Someone has evidently been telling tales. That was Mr. Holmwood. He often visits, and he and Mama get along very well, they have so much in common. We met a man some time ago who would be perfect for you if you weren't already engaged to Jonathan. He's an excellent match, handsome, well-off, and of good birth. He's a doctor and truly clever. Just imagine, he's only 29 and manages an immense lunatic asylum all on his own. Mr. Holmwood introduced him to me, and he often calls to see us now. I think he's one of the most resolute men I've ever met, yet he remains calm and imperturbable. He has a curious habit of looking one straight in the face, as if trying to read one's thoughts. He often tries this with me, but I flatter myself that I'm a tough nut to crack. Do you ever try to read your own face? I do, and it's not a bad study, though it can be challenging. He says that I afford him a curious psychological study, and I humbly think I do. I don't, as you know, take sufficient interest in dress to describe the new fashions. Dress is a bore. That's slang again, but never mind, Arthur says that every day. There, it's all out. Mina, we've shared all our secrets since we were children, we've slept together, eaten together, laughed and cried together, and now, though I've spoken, I'd like to speak more. Oh, Mina, couldn't you guess? I love him. I'm blushing as I write, for though I think he loves me, he hasn't told me so in words. But oh, Mina, I love him, I love him, I love him. There, that does me good. I wish I were with you, dear, sitting by the fire undressing, as we used to sit. I try to tell you what I feel. I don't know how I'm writing this even to you. I'm afraid to stop, or I tear up the letter, and I don't want to stop, for I do so want to tell you all. Let me hear from you at once, and tell me all that you think about it. Mina, I must stop. Good night. Bless me in your prayers, and, Mina, pray for my happiness. Lucy. P.S. I needn't tell you this is a secret. Good night again. L. May 24th. Dear Mina. Thank you for your sweet letter. It was so nice to share everything with you and to feel your sympathy. You know what they say, when it rains, it pours, and it couldn't be more true. I'll be 20 in September, and I've never had a proposal before. But today? I received 3. Can you believe it? 3 proposals in a single day. It's almost overwhelming. I truly feel sorry for 2 of the men. Mina, I'm so happy that I can hardly stand it. But please, don't tell anyone, especially not the girls. They'd get ridiculous ideas and feel slighted if they didn't get at least 6 proposals their first day home. Some girls are so vain. You and I, dear Mina, are practically old married women already, so we can just laugh about it. But I must tell you everything, and you have to keep it a secret from everyone except Jonathan, of course. You'd tell him just as I'd tell Arthur. After all, a woman should tell her husband everything, don't you think? Men like it when women are as open and honest as they are, at least they think they are. Anyway, the first proposal came just before lunch. It was from Dr. John Seward, the asylum director with the strong jaw and broad forehead I told you about. He tried to stay calm, but I could tell he was nervous. He nearly sat on his silk hat. As he tried to act at ease, he fiddled with a lancet, which made me nearly scream. He was very straightforward. He told me how much he cared for me, even though we haven't known each other long, and said he hoped I could love him in time. When he saw I was crying, he stopped and said he didn't want to add to my distress. Then he gently asked if I cared for anyone else. I felt I had to tell him there was someone, though I didn't go into detail. He was so kind, Mina. He just took my hands and said he wished me happiness and that he'd always be a friend if I needed one. I cried after he left, knowing how much he cared and how much I hurt him. Evening. Arthur just left, and I'm feeling better now, so I can finish telling you about the day. Proposal number 2 came after lunch. He's an American from Texas, Mr. Quincy P. Morris. He's so charming, and you wouldn't believe he's been to so many places and had so many adventures. He found me alone. Mina, why is it that men always seem to find a girl alone? No, Arthur had to work for his chances. Mr. Morris has a way with words, and he uses American slang, which makes me laugh, but don't be fooled, he's highly educated and has impeccable manners. He proposed in the most humorous way, saying I should hitch up alongside him and go down life's road together. It was so sweet and light-hearted that it wasn't as hard to refuse him as it was with Dr. Seward. But before I could say much, he got serious and began pouring out his heart, telling me how much he loved me. He was so earnest, and I suddenly realized that a man doesn't have to be playful all the time, he can be serious too. Before long, he asked me, "Is there someone else you care for? If so, I'll never trouble you again, but I'd still like to be your friend." Mina, why are men so noble? I was practically making fun of him, and he was so genuine and kind. I burst into tears again. Why can't a girl marry all the men who love her and save everyone the trouble? But no, that's silly. I was honest with him. I told him I loved someone, even though that person hasn't said anything to me yet. His face lit up when I told him, and he said, "That's my brave girl. It's better to be late for a chance of winning you than to be early for anyone else. Don't cry, dear. You've made a friend, and that's better than a lover. Won't you give me one kiss to remember you by?" It was so sweet and noble of him that I did kiss him. He smiled, took my hands, and said, "Little girl, you've kissed me, and if that doesn't make us friends, nothing will. Thank you for your honesty. Goodbye." He left without looking back, and here I am, crying like a baby. Why must such a good man be unhappy when there are so many girls who would worship him? I know I would, if I weren't already in love. Oh, Mina, this has completely unsettled me. I can't write about happiness right now after telling you this. I'll save the story of number 3 for another time, when I'm feeling better. With love, Lucy. P.S. About number 3. I don't need to tell you, do I? It was all so confusing. He walked in, and before I knew it, his arms were around me, and he was kissing me. I'm so happy, Mina. I don't know how I deserve this, but I'll spend my life trying to be worthy of the love I've found. Goodbye. Dr. Seward's diary, recorded on phonograph. May 25th, my appetite has been non-existent today. I can't eat, can't rest, so I'm turning to my diary instead. After yesterday's rejection, I feel hollow, like nothing in the world is worth doing. I know the only remedy for this is work, so I went down to see the patients. I focused on one in particular, someone who's been a source of fascination for me. He's so eccentric that I'm determined to understand him. Today, I got closer to uncovering the heart of his mystery. I pressed him more than I ever have before, trying to get to the root of his delusions. I realize now that my approach had a hint of cruelty in it. I kept pushing him to confront his madness, something I typically avoid with patients, as though it were the very gates of hell. Note to self, under what conditions would I not avoid hell? Everything has a price. Profile of R. M. Renfield, age 59. Sanguine temperament. Physically strong. Highly excitable. Suffers from bouts of depression, which culminate in obsessive fixations I still can't fully comprehend. He's potentially dangerous, likely more so if his actions are unselfish. In selfish men, caution can protect both them and their enemies. But when a man is driven by duty or a cause, caution disappears, and only accidents can bring him back to balance. Letter from Quincy P. Morris to Honorable Arthur Holmwood, May 25. Dear Art, we've shared stories by the campfire in the prairies, bandaged each other's wounds after a failed landing in the Marquesas, and toasted to our health on the shores of Lake Titicaca. There are more stories to tell, more wounds to heal, and one more toast to be made. How about we do that at my campfire tomorrow night? I'm not shy about asking because I know a certain lady is tied up at a dinner party, and you're free. It'll just be you, me, and our old friend Jack Seward. We want to raise our glasses and toast to the happiest man in the world, the one who's won the most noble heart ever created. You'll get a warm welcome, a heartfelt greeting, and a toast as strong as your handshake. Just promise not to drink too much if a certain pair of eyes comes to mind. Yours always, Quincy P. Morris. Telegram from Arthur Holmwood to Quincy P. Morris. May 26. Count me in, every time. I've got news that will make both of your ears tingle. Art. Mina Murray's Journal, July 24, Whitby. Lucy met me at the station today, looking even lovelier than I remembered. We drove up to the house they're staying in on the Crescent. Whitby is such a beautiful place. The river Esk flows through a deep valley, which widens as it approaches the harbor. There's a great viaduct that stretches across the valley, making the view seem farther away than it really is. The valley is lush and green, and the land is so steep that, from the high points, you can look straight across unless you're close enough to see down into it. The old town, on the opposite side, is a cluster of red-roofed houses, piled on top of each other like a Nuremberg painting. Above the town stands the ruin of Whitby Abbey, which the Danes sacked. The abbey is featured in Marmion, where the girl is entombed in the wall. It's a magnificent ruin, vast and full of history and beauty. There's even a local legend about a white lady seen in one of the windows. Between the abbey and the town is another church, surrounded by a large graveyard with tombstones. To me, it's the best spot in Whitby because it overlooks the town and offers a view of the harbor and the bay stretching out to Kettleness Headland. Some of the graves have been destroyed by the steep cliffs, and part of the stonework hangs over the sandy path below. There are paths through the graveyard, lined with benches where people sit and enjoy the view. I'm writing this now, sitting on one of those benches with my book on my knee, listening to three old men talk nearby. They seem to spend all day here, just chatting. The harbor is below me, with one long granite pier curving out to sea, topped with a lighthouse. On the other side, there's another pier with its own lighthouse, and between them, there's a narrow entrance to the harbor, which widens abruptly inside. It's beautiful at high tide, but when the tide is out, it's mostly just the river-esque trickling between sandbanks and scattered rocks. Outside the harbor, there's a long reef extending half a mile into the sea, with a buoy at the end that rings a bell in bad weather. There's a local legend that bells ring out at sea when a ship is lost. I'll ask the old man sitting nearby about it, he's coming over now. He's an interesting character, very old and weathered, with a face like tree bark. He told me he's nearly 100 and was a sailor in the Greenland fleet when the Battle of Waterloo was fought. He's skeptical of local legends, though. When I asked him about the bells at sea and the White Lady at the Abbey, he dismissed them with, "Don't worry about those, miss. They're worn-out tales. I don't say they never existed, but they weren't around in my time. They're for tourists, not for someone like you." I think he'll have some interesting stories to tell, so I asked him about whale fishing in the old days. He was just settling in to talk when the clock struck 6, and he had to leave. "I need to get home," he said. "My granddaughter doesn't like being kept waiting for tea. It takes me a while to get up the stairs, and I'm hungry by now." He hobbled away, and I watched him disappear down the steps. The steps are quite something, hundreds of them, winding gently up from the town to the church. A horse could walk up and down them easily, and I'm sure they had something to do with the Abbey in the old days. Mina Murray's Journal. August 1st. Lucy and I came up here an hour ago and had an interesting conversation with my old friend and the two other men who always join him. He's clearly the leader of the group, and I can imagine he was quite a dominant figure in his day. He doesn't back down from an argument, and if he can't win with logic, he bullies the others into silence, which he takes as agreement. Lucy looked especially beautiful today in her white dress, and I noticed that the old men wasted no time coming over to sit near her. She has such a sweet way with old people, they all seemed smitten with her right away. Even my old man didn't argue with her, though he gave me double the criticism to make up for it. I brought up the topic of legends, and he launched into one of his rants, all nonsense, every bit of it. Ghosts, banshees, and all that rubbish are just stories to scare children and tourists. They were invented by preachers and writers to frighten people into doing what they wouldn't otherwise. And the tombstones, don't get me started. Most of them are full of lies. There aren't even bodies under half of them. He pointed to one nearby and had Lucy read it aloud. It commemorated a man who died falling from the cliffs at Kettleness. The old man scoffed at the story, saying the man had actually committed suicide to keep his mother from cashing in an insurance policy. He said the whole thing would be quite a spectacle at Judgment Day, with the dead rising from their graves, dragging their tombstones with them. Lucy was horrified and said she couldn't bear to sit over a suicide's grave anymore, but the old man just laughed and told her it wouldn't hurt her. We sat for a while longer, holding hands and taking in the view. Lucy told me about her upcoming wedding, and though I'm happy for her, it made me feel a bit heartsick. I haven't heard from Jonathan in over a month. Mina Murray's Journal. August 1st, later. I came up here alone because I'm feeling really sad. There was no letter for me today, and I can't help but worry that something might be wrong with Jonathan. The clock just struck 9, and I can see the lights scattered across town, some in neat rows marking the streets, others standing alone. They run along the Esk River and fade away as the valley curves. To my left, the view is blocked by the roof of an old house near the Abbey. Behind me, sheep and lambs are bleating in the fields, and I can hear the clatter of a donkey's hooves on the road below. The band on the pier is playing a harsh waltz, and further down the quay, there's a Salvation Army meeting in a back street. Neither band seems to notice the other, but up here, I can hear them both. I wonder where Jonathan is right now and if he's thinking of me. I wish he were here. Dr. Seward's Diary. June 5th. Renfield's case grows more fascinating the better I understand him. He has a few qualities that are highly developed: selfishness, secrecy, and a sense of purpose. I wish I could figure out what his goal is, because he seems to be working towards something. His one redeeming feature is his love of animals, though it takes on such strange turns that I sometimes wonder if it's just cruelty in disguise. His pets are certainly odd. Right now, his hobby is catching flies. He's collected so many that I had to intervene. To my surprise, he didn't get angry, but calmly asked for 3 days to clear them out. I agreed, but I'll be keeping a close eye on him. June 18th. Renfield has shifted his attention to spiders. He's collected several large ones and feeds them with the flies he catches. The number of flies has gone down, though he still uses part of his food to lure more flies into his room. July 1st. Now the spiders are becoming a nuisance, just like the flies. I told Renfield today that he needed to get rid of them, and though he looked upset, he agreed to clear out at least some of them. I gave him the same time limit as before. During my visit, he disgusted me by catching a bloated fly, holding it between his fingers for a moment, and then eating it. When I scolded him, he calmly argued that it was good and healthy, it was life, and consuming it gave him life. This sparked an idea in me, though it's still just the beginning of a thought. I'll keep watching how he handles his spiders, as he seems to be working through something deeper. He keeps a notebook full of scribbled numbers, like he's keeping an account of some kind. July 8th. There's definitely a method to Renfield's madness, and the idea forming in my mind is growing. I stayed away from him for a few days to see if anything would change. Things are mostly the same, except he's gotten rid of some of his pets and acquired a new one, a sparrow, which he's already partially tamed. He's feeding it the last of his spiders, though he continues to lure flies with his food. July 19th. Renfield's obsession has grown. He now has a colony of sparrows, and his flies and spiders are almost entirely gone. When I visited, he eagerly asked me for a favor, a huge one, as he put it. He practically fawned over me as he requested a kitten, saying he wanted to play with it, feed it, and teach it. I wasn't surprised by the request, as I'd noticed his pets growing in size and energy, but I didn't want his sparrows to meet the same fate as the flies and spiders. I suggested he might prefer a cat instead of a kitten, and his reaction was telling. He clearly wanted a cat all along but asked for a kitten to avoid refusal. I told him I'd think about it, but his face fell, and I could see a dangerous look flash in his eyes. He's a potential homicidal maniac, and I need to monitor him closely. 10 p.m. I visited Renfield again. He was brooding in the corner, and when I walked in, he threw himself at my feet, begging for a cat, claiming his salvation depended on it. I stood firm and told him no. He didn't argue, but he returned to his corner and started gnawing on his fingers. I'll check on him again in the morning. July 20th. I went to see Renfield early today, before the attendant made his rounds. I found him up and humming a tune, cheerfully starting to catch flies again. His birds were gone. When I asked where they were, he simply said they had flown away. There were feathers scattered around the room and a drop of blood on his pillow. I reported it to the attendant and asked him to keep an eye on Renfield. 11 a.m. The attendant just informed me that Renfield was sick this morning and vomited up a large quantity of feathers. Doctor, he said, I think he ate his birds, raw. 11 p.m. Tonight I gave Renfield a strong sedative and took his notebook to examine it. The idea that's been forming in my mind is now complete. Renfield is a unique kind of homicidal maniac, a zoophagous maniac, obsessed with consuming life to gain strength from it. He's been feeding his spiders with flies, then giving the spiders to the birds, and was working his way up to a larger animal. What would his next step have been? It's almost tempting to let the experiment run its course, but I know I can't. Still, the potential for scientific advancement here is immense. Understanding a mind like his could revolutionize our knowledge of the brain. But I must be careful not to let myself get too drawn into this idea. A strong cause might push me towards something dangerous. Renfield reasons remarkably well within the limits of his madness. I wonder how many lives he values a man at, or whether he even values one at all. He started a new account in his book today, just as we all begin new chapters in our lives. It feels like only yesterday my life ended, and a new hope began. So it will be until the great recorder closes my own ledger. Oh, Lucy, I can't be angry with you or with my friend who shares in your happiness. All I can do is wait and work. If only I had a cause as strong as Renfield's madness, something good and unselfish to drive me forward, that would be true happiness. Mina Murray's Journal. July 26. I'm feeling anxious, and it helps to write it all down. It feels like whispering to myself and listening at the same time. There's something calming about using shorthand, it's different from regular writing. I'm worried about Lucy and Jonathan. I haven't heard from Jonathan in a while, and it's making me uneasy. Yesterday, dear Mr. Hawkins sent me a letter he received from Jonathan. It was just a brief note from Castle Dracula, saying he was on his way home. That doesn't sound like Jonathan at all, and it's left me feeling unsettled. Lucy, even though she's healthy, has started sleepwalking again. Her mother and I decided to lock our room at night. Mrs. Westonray is convinced that sleepwalkers tend to wander on rooftops or cliffs and might fall off if they wake up suddenly. She's naturally worried Lucy's father used to sleepwalk, too. Lucy's wedding is coming up in the fall, and she's already making plans for her dresses and new home. I understand how she feels. Jonathan and I will start out simply, trying to make ends meet. Mr. Holmwood, Arthur, the Honorable Arthur Holmwood, is expected here soon. His father isn't well, but once he can leave, Lucy is counting the days until he arrives. She's eager to take him up to the churchyard cliff and show him the beauty of Whitby. I imagine the waiting is what's making her restless. July 27. Still no news from Jonathan. I'm getting more anxious, though I don't know why. I just wish he'd send even a single line. Lucy is walking in her sleep more frequently, and I wake up every night to hear her moving around. Luckily, the weather's been warm, so there's no risk of her getting cold, but the constant worry and interrupted sleep are starting to wear me down. I'm becoming restless myself. Thank God Lucy's health remains strong. Arthur had to leave suddenly to see his father, who's seriously ill. Lucy is upset about the delay, but it hasn't affected her appearance. She looks more radiant, with her cheeks a lovely shade of pink. The pale, anemic look she used to have is gone. I pray this continues. August 3. Another week has passed, and still no word from Jonathan. Not even Mr. Hawkins has heard anything. I'm really worried now. He surely would have written by now. I keep rereading his last letter, but something about it feels off. It's definitely his handwriting, but it doesn't sound like him. Lucy hasn't been sleepwalking as much this week, but there's something different about her. Even in her sleep, she seems more focused, like she's watching me. She keeps trying the door, and when she finds it locked, she moves around the room searching for the key. August 6. Another few days have gone by, and still nothing from Jonathan. This suspense is unbearable. If only I knew where to write to him or where to go, I might feel a bit better. But no one has heard from him since that last letter. I can only pray for patience. Lucy is more excitable than ever, but otherwise doing well. Last night, the weather was stormy, and the fishermen say we're in for a bad one. I'm trying to learn how to read the weather signs. Today is overcast, everything is gray, except the green grass that stands out like an emerald against the dullness. The rocks, the clouds, and the sea are all shades of gray. The waves are crashing on the sand, muffled by the mist drifting inland. The horizon has disappeared into a blanket of fog. It all feels so vast, with clouds piling up like giant rocks. There's a low, ominous hum over the sea that makes it feel like something is coming. Dark shapes move along the beach, sometimes half hidden in the mist, looking like men like trees walking. The fishing boats are racing back to the harbor, rising and falling in the swell, leaning into the wind as they rush for shelter. Here comes Mr. Swales, he's heading straight for me, and by the way he's lifting his hat, I can tell he wants to talk. I've been deeply moved by the change in Mr. Swales. When he sat beside me, he spoke gently, saying, "Miss, I need to tell you something." I could see he was uneasy, so I held his old, wrinkled hand and asked him to speak freely. "I'm afraid, my dear, that I've shocked you with all the things I've said about death and the dead lately. I didn't mean it, and I want you to remember that when I'm gone. Us old folks, with one foot in the grave, don't like to dwell on it, and we try to keep from feeling scared. That's why I've been making light of it, to cheer myself up. But, dear, I'm not afraid of dying, not at all. I just don't want to go if I can help it. My time is close now. I'm old, too old to expect much more time. The Grim Reaper is already sharpening his scythe for me. I can't stop joking about it all of a sudden, it's just a habit now. But someday soon, the angel of death will call for me. Don't cry for me, my dear, he said when he saw my tears, if I should go tonight. I won't refuse the call. Life is just waiting for what comes next, and death is the only thing we can count on. But I'm content because it's coming for me soon. Maybe it's in that wind, bringing loss and wreckage with it. Look! Look, he cried suddenly. There's something in the wind, it sounds, smells, and feels like death. It's coming, and Lord, help me answer when my time comes. He raised his arms in prayer and lifted his hat. His mouth moved silently, as though in prayer. After a few moments of silence, he got up, shook my hand, blessed me, said goodbye, and hobbled away. His words shook me deeply. I was relieved when the Coast Guard came by with his spyglass under his arm. He stopped to talk, as he always does, but kept glancing at a strange ship on the horizon. I can't figure her out, he said. Looks like a Russian vessel, but she's behaving strangely, doesn't seem to know whether to ride out the storm or come in. Watch her, she's being steered in a very odd way, almost like the wind is in control, not the wheel. We'll hear more about her by this time tomorrow. Cutting from the Daily Graph, August 8th. Pasted in Mina Murray's journal. Whitby. One of the most sudden and intense storms in recent memory hit here yesterday, bringing both strange and unexpected results. The weather had been warm, typical for August, and Saturday evening was exceptionally pleasant. Many holidaygoers set out on trips to nearby attractions like Mulgrave Woods, Robin Hood's Bay, Rig Mill, and other local destinations. The steamers Emma and Scarborough made their usual trips along the coast, and it seemed like everyone was out enjoying the day. Things changed in the afternoon. A few of the regulars at East Cliff Churchyard, who often watch the sea from that vantage point, noticed some unusual cloud formations, mare's tails, appearing high in the sky to the northwest. At the time, the wind was blowing lightly from the southwest. The Coast Guard on duty reported the change, and an experienced fisherman, who had been watching weather patterns from the East Cliff for over 50 years, predicted a sudden storm. Despite this, the sunset was magnificent. The sky was filled with vibrant clouds in shades of flame, purple, pink, green, violet, and gold, while dark, sharply outlined clouds stood like silhouettes against the sky. It was a spectacle that caught the attention of painters, and no doubt sketches of this prelude to the great storm will be featured in next year's art exhibits. As the evening wore on, the wind died down completely, and by midnight, the air was unnaturally still and hot, conditions that sensitive people often associate with the onset of a thunderstorm. There were few ships visible at sea, as most had wisely kept their distance, but one foreign schooner, with all sails set, continued heading westward. Locals couldn't understand why her crew hadn't reduced sail in light of the approaching storm, and many tried to signal her. By 10 o'clock, the calm became oppressive. The stillness was so deep that even the faint sounds of a sheep inland or a dog barking in the town were clearly heard. The lively music from the band playing on the pier felt like a jarring contrast to the silence of nature. Just after midnight, a strange, faint sound came from over the sea, and the air overhead began to carry an eerie, hollow booming noise. Suddenly, the storm broke. It happened with such speed and ferocity that it was hard to comprehend. The once calm sea transformed into a raging beast, with waves growing larger by the minute, crashing onto the shore and the cliffs. The waves pounded the piers, sending sprays of seawater so high that they drenched the lighthouse lanterns at the ends of the piers. The wind roared with such force that people struggled to stand, gripping iron railings to keep their footing. Authorities had to clear the piers of onlookers to prevent any fatalities. To make matters worse, thick sea fog rolled inland, a cold, damp mist that seemed almost ghostly, so much so that people likened it to the spirits of lost sailors brushing past the living with death's icy touch. At times, the mist cleared, and the sea became visible under the flashes of lightning, revealing scenes of incredible power. Huge waves hurled spray into the sky, while fishing boats, battered by the storm, raced toward the harbor. The newly installed searchlight on the East Cliff was used for the first time, sweeping across the water to help guide boats safely into port. Each time a boat made it to safety, cheers erupted from the crowd on shore, but the storm quickly swallowed their joy. Then, the searchlight picked up the same schooner that had been spotted earlier. By now, the wind had shifted to the east, putting the ship in grave danger. Between the schooner and the harbor lay a notorious reef that had wrecked many ships. With the wind against her, it seemed impossible for the ship to make it safely to the harbor. As the tide rose and the storm surged, the schooner hurtled toward the shore at incredible speed, with its sails still fully set. The sea fog thickened again, but the searchlight stayed locked on the ship's position as it neared the piers. Just when it seemed the schooner would be lost, a sudden change in the wind cleared the fog. In an unbelievable stroke of luck, the ship passed between the piers and into the harbor, still racing at full speed. Those watching were stunned when they saw the ship was being steered by a corpse lashed to the helm. The body's head hung limply, swaying with the motion of the ship, and no other crew members were visible on deck. The crowd watched in awe as the ship, seemingly steered by a dead man, crashed into the sand at Tate Hill Pier. The impact shook the ship, causing masts and rigging to collapse, but the strangest occurrence followed. As soon as the ship hit the shore, a massive dog jumped from below deck, leaping onto the sand and running straight for the cliffs. It disappeared into the darkness before anyone could react. No one was on Tate Hill Pier at the time, but the Coast Guard quickly arrived and boarded the ship. When he examined the body at the wheel, he recoiled in shock, prompting a crowd to gather. By the time your correspondent arrived, a small group had gathered on deck, and I was allowed to join them. The sight was chilling. The dead man was tied to the wheel with his hands crossed over a crucifix, the beads of a rosary wrapped around both his wrists and the wheel. It was clear that the storm had dragged his body back and forth, cutting into his flesh. A doctor, who arrived shortly after, confirmed the man had been dead for 2 days. In his pocket was a bottle containing a small roll of paper, the final entry from the ship's log. The Coast Guard speculated that the sailor had tied his own hands with his teeth before dying. The man's body was respectfully removed and taken to the mortuary to await an inquest. As the storm passed, the town slowly returned to normal, but the schooner's arrival, steered by a dead man, remains the subject of intense speculation. More details will be shared as they come to light. Mina Murray's Journal. August 8. Lucy was restless all night, and I couldn't sleep either. The storm was intense. Each loud gust around the chimneys made me shudder. At times, the winds sounded like distant gunfire. Strangely, Lucy didn't wake but got up twice and dressed herself. Thankfully, I woke in time on both occasions, undressed her without waking her, and got her back into bed. Sleepwalking is such an odd phenomenon. Once interrupted, she falls back into her routine as if nothing happened. In the morning, we both headed to the harbor to check for any damage from the storm. Hardly anyone was around, and despite the sun shining brightly and the air feeling crisp, the waves crashing into the narrow harbor entrance were ominous, with foamy tops that looked like snow. It reminded me of a bully forcing their way through a crowd. I felt relieved knowing Jonathan wasn't on the sea during that storm, but then, where is he? Is he on land or sea? My worry for him grows by the day, and I wish I knew what to do. August 10. Today's funeral for the sea captain was heart-wrenching. Every boat in the harbor participated, and the coffin was carried by fellow captains from Tate Hill Pier to the churchyard. Lucy joined me, and we went early to our usual spot to watch the procession of boats go up the river and back down. We had a clear view the whole way. The captain's grave is near our seat, so we stood close when they laid him to rest. Lucy seemed particularly distressed and has been increasingly uneasy. I suspect her frequent sleepwalking is taking a toll on her, though she denies there's a reason for her restlessness. Perhaps she doesn't fully understand it herself. To add to our grief, poor old Mr. Swales was found dead this morning in our seat, his neck broken. The doctor said he must have fallen backward in fright, as there was a look of sheer terror frozen on his face. The men who found him said it made them shudder. Poor man, maybe he saw death itself before he passed. Lucy's sensitivity to everything around her is more intense than most people's. She was shaken by something small today, something I didn't think much of, though I love animals. A local man who often comes to watch the boats with his dog had an unusual encounter. His dog, normally quiet and calm, refused to come near us during the service. Instead, it barked and howled from a distance, its eyes wild and its fur standing on end, as if it sensed something terrible. The man grew frustrated, tried to scold and coax it, but the dog wouldn't stop. In a fit of anger, the man kicked the dog and dragged it by the neck over to the tombstone. The moment the dog touched the stone, it went still, trembling in terror. It didn't try to escape but crouched down, quivering in fear. Lucy watched the whole scene in agony. I fear her gentle nature might not be able to handle the weight of these strange occurrences. With all that's happened, the ship guided to port by a dead man, his crucifix-clad body tied to the wheel, the eerie funeral, and now the dog's bizarre behavior, Lucy will likely have troubling dreams tonight. I plan to take her on a long walk along the cliffs to Robin Hood's Bay and back to tire her out. Hopefully, that will help her sleep peacefully. Mina Murray's Journal. August 8, 11 p.m. I'm exhausted. I wouldn't even be writing in my diary if I hadn't made it a habit. Lucy and I had a wonderful walk. After a while, Lucy's spirits lifted, probably thanks to the cows near the lighthouse who scared us both silly. We had tea at a charming inn in Robin Hood's Bay, overlooking the seaweed-covered rocks. Our appetites were hearty enough to scandalize the new woman, but men are thankfully more forgiving. We walked back with frequent stops to rest, dreading the thought of encountering wild bulls along the way. By the time we got home, Lucy was exhausted and ready for bed. A young curate visited, and Mrs. Westenra invited him to stay for supper, much to our dismay. We fought through our fatigue, but I'm sure it showed. Curates should know when girls are too tired for small talk. Lucy is asleep now, breathing softly, and looks more radiant than she has in days. I wonder what Mr. Holmwood would think if he saw her now. He's lucky to be marrying such a beautiful soul. She seems to have turned a corner, and I'm hopeful her restless nights might finally be behind us. I could be truly happy if I just knew where Jonathan was. God bless him. August 11th, 3 a.m. I can't sleep, so I'll write. We've had quite an ordeal tonight. After I closed my diary, I fell asleep quickly but woke up with a start, filled with fear and dread. The room was dark, and when I reached out to check on Lucy, her bed was empty. I lit a match and found that the door wasn't locked as I'd left it. Not wanting to alarm her mother, I quickly threw on some clothes and went to search for her. I realized Lucy hadn't gone far since her dressing gown was still there, so I rushed out with a shawl, hoping to find her. The streets were deserted, and the clock struck 1 as I made my way to the crescent. I instinctively ran toward the west cliff, looking across the harbor to our favorite seat on the east cliff, hoping or fearing I might see her there. The moon was full, and the sky was covered in drifting clouds, casting fleeting light and shadow across the scene. For a brief moment, I saw Lucy in our seat, bathed in the silver light. But as another cloud moved in, I thought I saw something dark behind her, bending over her. My heart raced as I ran down the steep steps toward the pier, determined to reach her before anyone else could see. The streets were still empty, thankfully, as I raced up the steps to the abbey. When I reached the top, Lucy was alone, half reclining in the seat, fast asleep. Her breathing was heavy and labored, her lips slightly parted. I covered her with the shawl, not wanting to wake her too abruptly, and gently began the process of waking her. After some effort, she finally stirred, waking with the grace she always has. We walked home together, Lucy clinging to me like a child. Once we were safely inside, we washed our feet and said a prayer before I tucked her into bed. She begged me not to tell anyone about her sleepwalking, and I promised her I wouldn't, especially since her mother's health is fragile. I secured the door and tied the key to my wrist, hoping for an undisturbed night. Lucy is sleeping soundly, and the first light of dawn is beginning to break over the sea. Same day, noon, everything is going well. Lucy slept until I woke her, and she hadn't even changed positions. Last night's events didn't seem to harm her, in fact, they might have helped. She looks better than she has in weeks. I was upset that I accidentally hurt her with the safety pin, leaving 2 small marks on her throat and a drop of blood on her nightdress. She wasn't concerned and said she didn't feel it. Thankfully, it's a minor injury and won't scar. Same day, night, today was peaceful. We enjoyed the clear skies, bright sun, and cool breeze. We took lunch to Mulgrave Woods. Mrs. Westenra drove while Lucy and I walked along the cliffs, meeting her at the gate. I felt a little sad, missing Jonathan, but I have to be patient. In the evening, we walked around the casino terrace and enjoyed some music before heading to bed early. Lucy seems more at ease and fell asleep immediately. I'll lock the door and secure the key as I've done before, though I don't expect any issues tonight. August 12th. I was wrong about not expecting trouble. Twice during the night, Lucy tried to leave the room in her sleep. She seemed irritated that the door was locked but returned to bed. When morning came, Lucy woke up cheerful, even more so than the day before. She snuggled beside me and spoke of Arthur. I shared my worries about Jonathan, and she comforted me. Though sympathy doesn't change reality, it makes things easier to bear. August 13th. Another quiet day. I locked the door with the key on my wrist as usual. During the night, I woke up to find Lucy sitting up in bed, still asleep, pointing toward the window. I quietly looked out and saw a brilliant moonlit sky. A large bat flew back and forth, circling several times before disappearing across the harbor. Lucy was asleep again when I returned to bed, and she didn't stir for the rest of the night. August 14th. We spent the day reading and writing on the East Cliff. Lucy seems to love the spot just as much as I do, and it's difficult to convince her to leave for meals. As we returned for dinner, we paused at the top of the steps to admire the sunset behind Kettleness. Lucy murmured, "His red eyes again." "They're the same," which startled me. She seemed to be in a dreamy state, and I noticed a figure sitting where we usually sit. For a moment, I thought the stranger had burning eyes, but it was just the sunlight reflecting off the church windows. I pointed this out to Lucy, who seemed sad afterward, perhaps recalling that terrible night. We didn't talk about it, and she went to bed early with a headache. I went for a walk along the cliffs, thinking of Jonathan. On my way back, I saw Lucy asleep at the window. I rushed upstairs, tucked her in, and made sure everything was secure. She looked peaceful but pale. August 15th. Lucy woke up later than usual, feeling tired. At breakfast, we received wonderful news: Arthur's father is better, and the wedding may happen soon. Lucy is overjoyed, though her mother has mixed feelings. She's happy for Lucy but sad to lose her. Later, Mrs. Westenra confided in me that she's terminally ill. She made me promise to keep it secret from Lucy, as any sudden shock could be fatal. August 17th. No diary entries for 2 days. I've been too heartbroken to write. A shadow looms over our happiness. There's no word from Jonathan, and Lucy is getting weaker. She still eats and sleeps well, but the color fades from her cheeks, and she grows more lethargic. At night, I hear her struggling to breathe. Despite locking the door, she walks in her sleep and sits by the window. Last night, I found her leaning out, unconscious. When I revived her, she was too weak to speak. I checked the marks on her throat; they haven't healed and appear larger. If they don't improve, I'll call the doctor. Letter from Samuel F. Billington and Son, Solicitors, Whitby, to Carter, Patterson and Company, London, August 17. Dear Sirs, enclosed is the invoice for goods sent via Great Northern Railway. Please deliver them to Carfax, near Purfleet, immediately upon arrival at King's Cross Goods Station. The house is currently unoccupied. Enclosed are the labeled keys for access. Kindly place the 50 boxes, which comprise the shipment, in the partially ruined building marked A on the attached diagram. This is the old chapel of the mansion, easily identifiable by your agent. The goods will depart on the 9:30 p.m. train and should arrive at King's Cross by 4:30 p.m. tomorrow. Our client requests expedited delivery, so please ensure teams are ready at King's Cross for immediate transfer to the destination. To avoid any delays with payment processes, we enclose a £10 check. Please confirm receipt. If the cost is less, return the balance; if more, notify us and we will send the difference. After delivery, leave the keys in the main hall, where the owner can retrieve them using a duplicate key. We apologize if this urgency is outside normal business practices, but we ask that you expedite this matter as much as possible. Sincerely, Samuel F. Billington and Son. Letter from Carter, Patterson and Company, London, to Billington and Son, Whitby, August 21. Dear Sirs, we acknowledge receipt of the £10 and are returning a cheque for £1.17. 9d, the balance as noted in the enclosed account. The goods have been delivered as instructed, and the keys were left in the main hall as directed. Respectfully, Carter, Patterson and Company. Excerpt from Mina Murray's journal, August 18. I'm feeling happy today, writing from the churchyard bench. Lucy is so much better. She slept soundly all night, and her color is returning, though she's still pale. If she were anemic, it might explain things, but she isn't. She's cheerful, lively, and seems to have shaken off the moodiness that had troubled her. She even reminded me, though I didn't need reminding, about the night I found her asleep on this very bench. Playfully tapping her heel on the stone, she joked. My poor feet didn't make much noise back then. I bet old Mr. Swales would have said it's because I didn't want to wake Geordie. Since she was in such a chatty mood, I asked if she'd had any dreams that night. Before she answered, she got that sweet, thoughtful expression on her forehead. Arthur says he loves it, and I understand why. She then spoke in a half-dreamy way, as if trying to remember. I didn't quite dream, but it felt real. I only wanted to be here, though I was scared, I don't know why. I remember passing through the streets, over the bridge, and a fish jumping as I looked down. The whole town seemed filled with howling dogs as I went up the steps. Then, I vaguely recall something long, dark, and with red eyes, like what we saw at sunset. There was something both sweet and bitter around me. I felt like I was sinking into deep green water, and there was this ringing in my ears, like I've heard happens when you're drowning. Everything seemed to slip away, and my soul felt like it floated out of my body. I think I saw the West Lighthouse beneath me, then I had a feeling like an earthquake, and I came back to find you shaking me. I saw you do it before I felt it. She laughed then, but I found it unsettling. I didn't like it, so I gently changed the subject, and Lucy seemed herself again. By the time we got home, the fresh air had revived her, and her cheeks were rosier. Her mother was so happy to see her looking better, and we all had a pleasant evening together. August 19. Joy, though mixed with sorrow. Finally, news of Jonathan. He's been ill, which is why he hasn't written. Now I can face it without fear, knowing the truth. Mr. Hawkins sent me his letter, and he wrote so kindly himself. I'm leaving tomorrow to be with Jonathan and help care for him if needed, and to bring him home. Mr. Hawkins even suggested we marry while I'm there. I've cried over the letter from the good sister. It's pressed against my chest, close to my heart, where Jonathan is. Everything's ready for my journey. I'm taking just one change of clothes, and Lucy will bring my trunk to London. I mustn't write more, I'll save the rest for Jonathan, my husband-to-be. His letter will be my comfort until we're together again. Letter from Sister Agatha, Hospital of St. Joseph and St. Mary, Budapest, to Miss Wilhelmina Murray, August 12. Dear Madam, I am writing on behalf of Mr. Jonathan Harker, as he is not yet strong enough to write himself, though he is recovering well, thanks to God, St. Joseph, and St. Mary. He has been in our care for nearly 6 weeks, suffering from a severe brain fever. Mr. Harker sends his love and asks me to inform you that he has written to Mr. Peter Hawkins in Exeter to apologize for the delay and to confirm that his work is completed. He will need a few more weeks of rest at our sanatorium in the hills before returning. He also asked me to mention that he does not have enough funds with him and would like to pay for his stay to ensure that others in need can still receive care. Sincerely, Sister Agatha. P.S. While Mr. Harker is asleep, I wanted to add a bit more. He has told me about you, and that you will soon be married. Blessings to you both. He has suffered a terrible shock, according to our doctor. His delirium was full of horrific ravings about wolves, poison, blood, ghosts, and demons. I hesitate to say more. Please be cautious with him, as anything that could excite him in this way should be avoided for some time. The effects of such an illness are slow to fade. We would have written sooner, but we knew nothing of his contacts. When he arrived, he had nothing on him that could be understood. He came on a train from Klausenburg, and the station master there said he rushed into the station shouting for a ticket home. Seeing he was English and in distress, they issued him a ticket for the furthest station on his route. Rest assured he is in good hands. He has endeared himself to everyone here with his kindness and gentleness. He is improving steadily, and I believe in a few weeks he will be back to his old self. But please, be mindful of his condition. With God's grace, and the blessings of Saint Joseph and Saint Mary, I pray you both will have many happy years ahead. Dr. Seward's Diary. August 19th. Strange and sudden change in Renfield last night. Around 8 p.m., he started acting excited, sniffing around like a dog. The attendant, noticing his behavior, encouraged him to talk, knowing of my interest in him. Renfield is usually respectful, sometimes even servile, but last night he was haughty, refusing to speak to the attendant, saying only, "I don't want to talk to you. You don't matter now. The master is near." The attendant thinks Renfield has had a sudden religious mania. If that's the case, we should be on guard, as a man with both homicidal and religious delusions could be dangerous. At 9 p.m., I checked on him myself. His attitude toward me was the same as it was toward the attendant. He saw no difference between us, thinking himself superior. It appears to be religious mania, and soon he may believe he is God. These madmen often reveal themselves. The real God notices when even a sparrow falls, but a man-made God, born of vanity, sees no distinction between an eagle and a sparrow. Renfield became increasingly agitated. I pretended not to watch him, though I kept a close eye on his actions. Suddenly, that shifty look came over him one asylum staff recognizes well when a patient seizes an idea. He then sat quietly on the edge of his bed, staring into space with dull eyes. I tried to get him talking about his pets, a subject that usually interests him. At first, he didn't respond, but then said irritably, "I don't care about them anymore." "What?" I asked. "You don't mean to say you don't care about spiders?" His current obsession is spiders, and he's been filling his notebook with drawings of them. He responded cryptically, "The bridesmaids rejoice when the bride is coming, but when she's near, they don't matter." He refused to explain further, remaining seated and silent for the rest of my visit. August 19th, later. I'm glad I resisted the urge to take chloral to sleep tonight. I had been tossing and turning, and only heard the clock strike twice when the night watchman came to tell me that Renfield had escaped. I dressed quickly and hurried downstairs. Renfield is too dangerous to be loose, especially with his delusions. The attendant said he had seen Renfield seemingly asleep just 10 minutes earlier, but then heard the sound of the window being forced open. He saw Renfield's feet disappearing through the window. The attendant decided to watch where Renfield went rather than chase him, which was wise since the door would have slowed him down. I managed to climb through the window with the attendant's help, and we followed Renfield's trail. As we reached the trees, I saw him scaling the wall separating our grounds from the abandoned house next door. I quickly returned and gathered a few men to help. Using a ladder, we crossed the wall and pursued Renfield, catching sight of him near the old chapel door. He was talking, seemingly to someone, but I didn't get close enough to hear, fearing I might scare him off. After a few minutes, it was clear he wasn't aware of his surroundings, so I moved closer. My men had also arrived, closing in on him. I heard Renfield say, "I am here to do your bidding, master. I am your slave. I shall be faithful. Will you not reward me?" Renfield fought fiercely when we approached him, strong like a wild beast. His strength was terrifying, but we managed to subdue him. He's back in his straitjacket now, chained to the wall in the padded room. His cries are terrible, but it's the silences that worry me most. He means murder. Earlier tonight, Renfield spoke clearly for the first time, "I shall be patient, master. It is coming." I took that as a sign and stayed by his side. This diary entry has calmed me, and I think I might sleep tonight. Letter from Mina Harker to Lucy Westenra. Budapest, August 24th. My dearest Lucy, I know you'll be anxious to hear everything that has happened since we parted at the railway station in Whitby. Well, my dear, I arrived safely in Hull and caught the boat to Hamburg, then took the train to Budapest. I can hardly recall the journey, all I could think of was reaching Jonathan, and since I'd need to nurse him, I tried to get as much sleep as possible. When I saw him, oh Lucy, he was so pale, thin, and weak. The confidence in his eyes is gone, and that quiet dignity I once admired has disappeared. He's only a shadow of himself and doesn't seem to remember anything from the past. He claims not to, and I won't ask. He's been through some terrible trauma, and I fear forcing him to remember might harm his mind. Sister Agatha, who was a kind and skilled nurse, said he raved about horrible things while delirious, but she refused to tell me what he said. She only said that a nurse must respect the trust of the sick and keep their ravings as secrets of God. She reassured me that Jonathan's ravings weren't due to anything he had done wrong, and as his future wife, I have no reason to worry. His fears, she said, were of things too terrible for mortal understanding. The dear soul likely thought I'd be jealous of another woman, but Lucy, I felt a thrill of joy knowing that wasn't the case. I'm now sitting by Jonathan's bedside, watching him sleep. He's waking. When Jonathan woke, he asked for his coat. I called Sister Agatha, and she brought all his belongings. Among them was his notebook, which I longed to see, hoping it held some clue to his trouble. But before I could ask, he sensed my curiosity and sent me to the window, saying he needed a moment alone. When I returned, he solemnly addressed me as Wilhelmina, which he hasn't done since he proposed. He told me that between husband and wife, there should be no secrets. He's experienced a great shock, and when he tries to remember, his mind spins, making him unsure if it's real or madness. He gave me the notebook, telling me I could read it, but only if a solemn duty required it. He asked that I never reveal its contents to him. Exhausted, he fell back, and I placed the notebook under his pillow. I've asked Sister Agatha to request that the Superior allow us to marry today. I'm awaiting her reply. She has returned with the news that the chaplain from the English mission has been sent for. We are to be married within the hour, or as soon as Jonathan awakes. Lucy, the time has passed, and I feel both solemn and deeply happy. Jonathan woke, and though weak, he answered I will with strength. I could hardly speak, my heart so full that even those simple words seemed to choke me. The sisters were so kind. I will never forget their care nor the responsibilities I've taken on as Jonathan's wife. After the ceremony, I made my wedding gift to him. I took his notebook, wrapped it in white paper, tied it with a pale blue ribbon, and sealed it with my wedding ring. I kissed it and showed it to Jonathan, promising that it would symbolize our trust, and I would only open it if it were for his sake or out of duty. He took my hand, oh, Lucy, it was the first time he held his wife's hand, and said it was the dearest thing in the world. He would endure all he had suffered again to win it. He meant part of the past, but his mind still confuses time, and I won't be surprised if he mixes up months and years for a while. Lucy, all I could tell him was that I am the happiest woman in the world, and I have nothing to give him but myself, my life, and my trust. With these, I offer my love and duty for all the days of my life. When he kissed me, weak as he was, it felt like a sacred vow between us. My dear friend, do you know why I'm sharing all this? It's because you've been so dear to me, and I want you to understand, as a happy wife, the path that duty has led me down. I hope your own marriage will bring you as much joy as mine has, with no mistrust or forgotten duties. I don't wish you a life free of pain, for that's impossible, but I do wish you as much happiness as I have now. I must end this letter, as Jonathan is waking and I need to care for my husband. Your ever-loving Mina Harker. Letter from Lucy Westenra to Mina Harker. Whitby, August 30th. My dearest Mina. Oceans of love and countless kisses. I hope you're soon home with Jonathan. I wish you could visit us here, the fresh air would quickly restore him. It's done wonders for me. I'm full of life, sleeping well, and have the appetite of a cormorant. You'll be glad to hear I've stopped sleepwalking. Arthur is here, and we've been enjoying walks, drives, and fishing together. I love him more than ever. Mother sends her love, and we're getting married on September 28th. Your loving Lucy. Dr. Seward's Diary.
August 20th. Renfield's case continues to fascinate me. After violent spells, he has moments of calm. The other night, as the moon rose, he murmured, "Now I can wait." Though restrained, he no longer seemed threatening. He whispered to me, "They think I could hurt you. The fools." A strange sentiment that I must understand later. Tonight, he refuses even the temptation of a kitten or cat, saying only, "I can wait." August 23rd. Renfield attempted escape again but was quickly recaptured. His strange calmness returned, though, after he seemed to fixate on a large bat flying silently across the sky. Another eventful night. Renfield waited for the attendant to enter his room for inspection. In a flash, he bolted past him and fled down the hallway. I quickly alerted the staff to follow. Again, he ran into the deserted property's grounds, where we found him pressed against the chapel door. When he saw me, his anger flared, and if the attendants hadn't restrained him, I'm certain he would have attacked. While they held him, something unusual happened. He suddenly doubled his efforts, then just as suddenly became calm. I instinctively glanced around but saw nothing except when I caught his gaze following a large bat, flying silently westward. Typically, bats flit erratically, but this one flew with purpose, as if on a direct path. With each passing moment, Renfield became calmer, eventually saying, "You don't need to restrain me, I'll come quietly." We returned to the house without any trouble, but I can't shake the feeling that his calmness is a bad sign. I won't forget this night. Lucy Westenra's Diary, Hillingham. August 24th. I've decided to follow Mina's example and start keeping a diary. I look forward to discussing everything with her when we finally meet again. I wish she were here with me, I feel so unhappy. Last night, I had dreams similar to those in Whitby. Perhaps it's the change of air or just being back home. Everything feels dark and frightening, and though I remember nothing, a vague fear lingers. I feel so weak and worn out. When Arthur visited for lunch, he seemed worried, and I didn't have the energy to put on a cheerful front. I wonder if I could sleep in Mother's room tonight. I'll make an excuse and try. August 25th. Another restless night. Mother didn't seem keen on my suggestion, probably because she's not feeling well herself and doesn't want to worry me. I tried to stay awake but drifted off when the clock struck midnight. I vaguely remember hearing a scratching or flapping at the window but paid no mind before falling back asleep. More nightmares followed, though I can't recall them. This morning, I feel incredibly weak, my face is pale, and my throat hurts. I'm worried it might be something wrong with my lungs, as I can't seem to get enough air. I'll try to cheer up when Arthur visits again. I know he'll be upset if he sees me like this. Letter from Arthur Holmwood to Dr. Seward. Albemarle Hotel, August 31st. Dear Jack, I need a favor. Lucy is ill. There's no specific disease, but she looks dreadful and gets worse by the day. I've asked her if anything is troubling her, but she says no. I can't ask her mother about it either. Mrs. Westenra is in poor health herself, and the stress might be fatal. She confided in me that she has heart disease, though Lucy is unaware. I'm convinced there's something weighing on Lucy's mind, and it's driving me to distraction. I told her I'd ask you to examine her. She hesitated at first, but eventually agreed. I know this will be difficult for you, but for Lucy's sake, I must ask. Please come to Hillingham tomorrow at 2 p.m., under the pretense of lunch, so Mrs. Westenra doesn't suspect anything. Afterward, Lucy will find a moment to be alone with you. I'll join you for tea later, and we can discuss everything. Please don't fail me. Best. Arthur. Telegram from Arthur Holmwood to Dr. Seward, September 1st. Called to see my father, who is worse. Will write. Please update me tonight by post to ring. Wire me if necessary. Letter from Dr. Seward to Arthur Holmwood, September 2nd. Dear Arthur, I wanted to update you immediately on Lucy's condition. There's no sign of a specific illness, but her appearance is concerning. She's changed drastically since I last saw her.
Unfortunately, our friendship created an awkward situation during the examination, and I didn't have as thorough an opportunity as I'd like. Here's what happened. When I arrived, Lucy seemed cheerful. Her mother was present, and it was clear Lucy was putting on a brave face to keep her from worrying. After lunch, when we were alone in her boudoir, her facade crumbled. She collapsed into a chair, sighed deeply, and covered her face. It was clear her high spirits were in act, and I seized the opportunity to assess her condition. She told me she hates talking about herself, but I reminded her that I'm here out of concern for you. She immediately said I could tell you everything. I think her only concern is for you, not herself. Physically, she appears somewhat bloodless, though I found no typical signs of anemia. In fact, I had a chance to test her blood after she accidentally cut herself on some broken glass, and the results showed no abnormalities. However, she does complain of difficulty breathing and troubled sleep, with frightening but unremembered dreams. She also mentions sleepwalking as a child, which recurred in Whitby, though she insists it hasn't happened recently. I've written to my mentor, Professor Van Helsing of Amsterdam, who is an expert on rare diseases. I explained the situation and your relationship to Lucy, and he has agreed to visit. I'm honored to help, and I believe Van Helsing's involvement will be invaluable. He's brilliant, with an open mind, iron will, and immense kindness. I'll see Lucy again tomorrow, and I'll keep you updated. Yours always, John Seward. Letter from Abraham Van Helsing to Dr. Seward, September 2nd. Dear friend, I received your letter and am already en route to assist. Fortunately, I am able to leave without any harm to my other patients. Your request brings back memories of when you saved me during a critical moment. What I owe you, I repay now by helping your friend. I'll arrive tomorrow and would like to see the young lady as early as possible. Please reserve a room for me at the Great Eastern Hotel. Depending on what I find, I may need to return quickly, but rest assured, I am committed to helping. Until tomorrow. Van Helsing. Letter from Dr. Seward to Honorable Arthur Holmwood, September 6. Dear Art, I'm afraid today's news isn't as good. Lucy has regressed a bit. There is a silver lining, though. Mrs. Westenra, understandably concerned about Lucy, consulted me in a professional capacity. I took the opportunity to tell her that my old mentor, Van Helsing, would be staying with me and that I'd place Lucy under his care as well. This way, we can monitor her condition closely without alarming Mrs. Westenra, whose health is fragile. Any shock could be fatal, and that would only worsen Lucy's already delicate state. We're all in a difficult spot, but with God's help, we'll pull through. If there's any urgent need, I'll write to you. Otherwise, take my silence as a sign that I'm waiting for further developments. Yours always, John Seward. Dr. Seward's Diary. September 7th, the first thing Van Helsing asked when we met at Liverpool Street was, "Have you spoken to her fiancé?" "No," I replied. "I waited until I saw you, as I mentioned in my telegram. I sent him a letter informing him that you were coming because Lucy's condition had worsened, and that I'd keep him updated as needed." "Good," he said. "It's better he doesn't know just yet. Perhaps he won't ever need to. But if the time comes, he'll know everything. John, let me caution you, you deal with madmen every day, and in many ways, all men are mad. Just as you are careful with your patients, so too must you be with the rest of the world. You don't tell your madmen what you think or do. Similarly, we must keep some knowledge to ourselves for now. We'll share what we know when the time is right." He touched his heart and forehead, then did the same to me. "I have my thoughts for now," he added, "but I'll reveal them to you later." "Why not now?" I asked. "It might help us reach a decision." He stopped and looked at me seriously. "John, when a farmer plants corn, he doesn't pull up the stalks to check their growth. He waits until the ears begin to swell. The same is true here. We must wait until the time is right to act." I understood, and he continued, "You were always a diligent student, and now you're a master in your own right. Remember, knowledge is stronger than memory, and we shouldn't rely on the weaker of the two. Record everything, even your doubts. We learn more from failure than from success. When I described Lucy's symptoms worse than before, Van Helsing looked very grave but said nothing. He brought with him a bag full of medical instruments and drugs, what he once called the ghastly tools of our trade. Mrs. Westenra greeted us at the house. While she was concerned, she wasn't as distressed as I expected, likely due to nature's protective mechanisms. Sometimes, in the face of overwhelming stress, the mind shields itself. I used this knowledge and advised Mrs. Westenra to limit her time with Lucy and to avoid dwelling on her illness. She agreed, a clear sign that nature was fighting to preserve life. Van Helsing and I went upstairs to Lucy's room, and I was horrified by what I saw. She was ghastly pale, even her lips and gums had lost their color, and her bones were starkly visible. Her breathing was labored. Van Helsing's face grew hard as stone, and he furrowed his brow deeply. Lucy lay motionless, too weak to speak, and for a while, none of us spoke. Finally, Van Helsing motioned for me to leave the room with him. Once outside, he pulled me into the adjacent room and closed the door. "This is dire," he said. "She's losing blood so rapidly that her heart will soon fail. We need to do a blood transfusion immediately. Should it be you or me?" "I'm younger and stronger," I said. "I'll do it." "Very well. Prepare yourself. I'll get my equipment." As we headed downstairs, there was a knock at the door. It was Arthur, who rushed up to me, whispering, "Jack, I'm so worried. I could tell from your letter that something was wrong. My father is better, so I came down right away." "Is that Dr. Van Helsing?" "Thank you, sir, for coming." Initially irritated by the interruption, Van Helsing quickly saw Arthur's strong, youthful presence as an asset. "You've arrived just in time," he said gravely. "You are her fiancé, and she's in critical condition. But don't despair, you can help her more than anyone." Arthur, pale and shaking, sat down, nearly fainting. "Tell me what I can do." "I give my last drop of blood for her." Van Helsing smiled slightly. "We won't need quite that much, but you can help by giving her your blood." Arthur was ready, fire in his eyes. "Anything." We returned to Lucy's room, where Arthur remained outside. Lucy was too weak to speak but recognized us with her eyes. Van Helsing prepared a narcotic to help her rest, and soon she was in a deep sleep. Arthur was then called in to begin the transfusion. As the procedure progressed, I watched color slowly return to Lucy's cheeks while Arthur grew visibly paler. It was clear how much strain Lucy's body had been under. Still, Van Helsing remained calm and methodical, stopping the transfusion just as Arthur was weakening too much. "That's enough," he said softly. "You tend to Arthur, I'll finish here." Once we were done, Van Helsing noticed a red mark on Lucy's throat, just under the velvet ribbon she always wore. He said nothing but gave a sharp intake of breath. Afterward, he advised Arthur to rest and regain his strength, reassuring him that his act of love had saved Lucy's life, at least for now. When Arthur left, I returned to Lucy's room. She was sleeping peacefully, and her breathing was noticeably stronger. I could see the blanket rise and fall with each breath. Van Helsing sat beside her, watching closely. The velvet ribbon around her neck once again covered the strange mark I had noticed earlier. I whispered to the professor, "What do you make of that mark on her throat?" He responded, "What do you think?" "I haven't examined it yet," I admitted, then gently loosened the ribbon. Just above the jugular vein were two small punctures. They weren't large, but they looked unhealthy. The edges of the wounds were pale and worn, but there were no signs of infection. It occurred to me that this wound might explain the significant blood loss, but I quickly dismissed the idea. There was no visible blood, and for her to lose so much, the bed would have been drenched. "Well?" Van Helsing asked. "I don't know what to make of it," I replied. The professor stood up. "I must return to Amsterdam tonight. There are books I need to consult. You must stay here and keep a close watch on her all night." "Should I get a nurse?" I asked. "No. We are the best nurses. Stay by her side, ensure she is well cared for, and don't let anything disturb her. You must not sleep."
We can rest later.
I'll return as soon as possible, and then we'll begin.
Begin what? I asked.
We shall see, he said as he hurried out. A moment later, he returned, poked his head through the door, and raised a finger in warning. Remember, she is your responsibility. If anything happens to her, you won't sleep peacefully ever again.
September 8th. I sat with Lucy all night.
The sedative wore off at dusk, and she woke naturally. She looked like a completely different person compared to before the transfusion. Her spirits were high, and she was lively, though I could still see traces of the severe exhaustion she had endured. When I informed Mrs. Westenra that Van Helsing had insisted I stay up with Lucy, she almost dismissed the idea, pointing to her daughter's improved mood. But I insisted and prepared for a long night of vigil. Once Lucy's maid had readied her for bed, I took my seat by her side. Lucy didn't object, and every time I caught her eye, she looked at me with gratitude. After a while, she began to drift off but seemed to fight sleep, shaking herself awake several times. It became clear that she was afraid to sleep.
You don't want to sleep? I asked. No, I'm scared.
Scared?
But sleep is something we all long for. Not if sleep brings horror, she replied. Horror? What do you mean?
I don't know, she said, her voice trembling. That's what's so terrible. This weakness comes to me in sleep, and I'm terrified of it.
But tonight will be different.
I'm here, watching over you, and I promise nothing will happen.
Ah, I trust you, she said.
I seized the moment and reassured her, I promise, if I see any signs of bad dreams, I'll wake you immediately.
You will? Oh, thank you. Then I will sleep.
With a sigh of relief, she lay back and quickly fell asleep.
All night, I watched over her. She slept deeply and peacefully, with no signs of distress.
Her breathing was steady, and there was even a faint smile on her face. It was clear that no nightmares disturbed her. At dawn, her maid arrived, and I finally left, eager to attend to other matters. I sent a quick telegram to Van Helsing and Arthur, updating them on the success of the transfusion. My day was consumed by my own work, but in the evening, I checked on my zoophagus patient, who had been quiet for the past 24 hours. While I was at dinner, I received a telegram from Van Helsing, informing me that he would be taking the night train and would meet me at Hillingham in the morning.
September 9th. I was completely exhausted when I arrived at Hillingham.
I hadn't slept for 2 nights, and my brain was starting to feel the kind of numbness that comes with extreme fatigue.
Lucy was in good spirits when I saw her.
As we shook hands, she looked at me sharply and said,
"No staying up for you tonight. You're worn out."
"I'm feeling much better, truly I am."
"If anyone's staying up, it'll be me, watching over you." I didn't argue and headed to dinner.
Lucy joined me, and with her charming company, I had an excellent meal, accompanied by a couple of glasses of fine port. After dinner, Lucy took me upstairs and showed me to a room right next to hers, where a cozy fire was burning. "Now," she said, "you'll stay here. I'll leave my door and your door open. You can rest on the sofa since I know no doctor would ever fully go to bed with a patient nearby. If I need anything, I'll call out, and you can come immediately." I couldn't disagree. I was utterly exhausted and knew I wouldn't be able to stay up even if I tried. After she renewed her promise to call if she needed anything, I collapsed on the sofa and quickly fell asleep.
Lucy Westenra's diary. September 9th. I feel so happy tonight.
I've been feeling so weak and miserable lately, and being able to think and move about feels like stepping into sunshine after a long, cold spell. Somehow, I feel Arthur's presence close to me warm and comforting. Maybe it's because illness makes us selfish, turning our thoughts inward, while health lets love run free. Oh, Arthur, if you only knew how much I think of you. My dear, I hope your ears are burning in your sleep as much as mine are awake with thoughts of you. Oh, the bliss of last night's rest. How peacefully I slept, knowing Dr. Seward was watching over me. And tonight, I won't fear sleep either, with him so close at hand.
Thank God for everyone's kindness. Good night, Arthur. Dr. Seward's Diary. September 10th, I woke suddenly to the feeling of Van Helsing's hand on my head. It's a habit I picked up at the asylum, waking instantly at the slightest touch. How's our patient? He asked. Well, when I last saw her, or rather, when she last saw me, I replied. Let's take a look, he said. We entered Lucy's room. The blinds were drawn, so I quietly went to lift them, letting the morning light flood in. Just then, I heard Van Helsing's sharp intake of breath, a rare sound that filled me with dread. When I glanced over at him, I saw his face, pale and full of horror. God in Himmel, he exclaimed. His expression alone was enough to strike fear into me. He pointed to Lucy's bed, and I felt my legs tremble. There she lay, unconscious and even paler than before. Her skin was chalk white, and her gums had receded from her teeth in a way that reminded me of a corpse after a long illness. Van Helsing raised his foot as if to stamp in frustration, but quickly composed himself, his years of discipline kicking in. Quick! Bring the brandy, he ordered. I rushed to the dining room and came back with a decanter. Together, we tried to revive Lucy by rubbing brandy on her lips, wrists, and heart. After what felt like an eternity, Van Helsing checked her pulse. It's not too late. Her heart still beats, but just barely. All our work is undone. We must start again. There's no Arthur this time, so it'll have to be you, John. He pulled out his instruments for the transfusion as I quickly rolled up my sleeve. There was no time for an opiate, and none was needed. Without delay, we began the operation. Time seemed to stretch painfully long as I felt my blood draining from me, no matter how willing. It's a terrible sensation. Van Helsing raised a finger as if to signal me to stop. Don't move, he cautioned. I fear she may wake as her strength returns, and that would be dangerous. I'll give her a morphine injection to prevent that. He skillfully administered the drug, and Lucy's unconsciousness smoothly transitioned into a deep, narcotic sleep. I felt a quiet satisfaction seeing color slowly return to her cheeks and lips. No one can fully understand the feeling of seeing your own life's blood restore someone you care about until they experience it firsthand. Van Helsing watched me closely. That's enough, he said. Already? I protested. You took much more from Arthur. Van Helsing gave me a small, sad smile. He's her lover, her fiancé. You have much work ahead for her and others. What you've given will suffice for now. After we stopped the transfusion, he tended to Lucy while I applied pressure to my own incision. I lay down, feeling faint and slightly nauseous. Eventually, Van Helsing bandaged my arm and sent me downstairs for a glass of wine to recover. As I was leaving, he pulled me aside. Say nothing of this to Arthur if he shows up unexpectedly. It would frighten him and make him jealous. There's no need for that. When I returned, he checked me over and said, You're not much worse for wear. Go lie down on the sofa and rest. Have a hearty breakfast later, and then come back to me. I followed his orders, knowing they were sound. I had done my part, and now I needed to regain my strength. I was still weak, and the amazement of the night's events seemed to fade in the fog of my exhaustion. I drifted off to sleep, wondering how Lucy could have lost so much blood with no outward signs. Lucy slept well into the day, and when she woke, she seemed much better, though not as strong as the day before. Van Helsing went for a walk, leaving me in charge with strict instructions not to leave her side. As he walked out, I heard him ask for directions to the nearest telegraph office. Lucy and I chatted casually, and she appeared completely unaware that anything had happened. I kept her entertained and tried to keep her spirits up. When Mrs. Westenra visited, she didn't notice any change in Lucy and thanked me profusely for my help. You've done so much for us, Dr. Seward, but you must take care of yourself too. You're looking pale. What you need is a wife to take care of you, she teased. Lucy blushed deeply at the comment, though the color faded quickly from her weak veins. I smiled and gestured for her to stay quiet, and she relaxed back into her pillows. Van Helsing returned after a few hours and said, Now, go home, eat well, and regain your strength.
I'll stay with Lucy tonight. You and I must keep watch over her, and no one else can know what's happening. I have my reasons, but don't ask, they are grave. Good night. As I left, two of the maids approached, offering to sit with Lucy. They pleaded earnestly, but I explained that Van Helsing insisted only he or I keep watch. Their devotion touched me deeply, and I suspected that Lucy's situation had stirred something special in them. Back at home, I had a late dinner, completed my rounds, and wrote this entry while waiting for sleep to come. September 11th. I visited Hillingham today. Van Helsing was in good spirits, and Lucy seemed much better. Shortly after I arrived, a large parcel from abroad came for the professor. He opened it dramatically, revealing a bundle of white flowers. "These are for you, Miss Lucy," he said. "For me?" "Oh, Dr. Van Helsing." "Yes, my dear. But not for play, they're medicinal." Lucy made a face. "Oh no. I hope they aren't for me to take." Van Helsing chuckled. "No, no. Not in any disgusting form. I'll hang them in your room, and they'll help you sleep peacefully, like the waters of Lethe." Lucy examined the flowers and sniffed them before laughing. "Oh, Professor. These are just garlic." Van Helsing's expression turned serious. "Do not mock me. I never joke about such things." Then, softening, he added, "This is for your own good. Now, no telling anyone about this. It's our little secret." We then set about hanging the garlic around Lucy's room, sealing the windows and doorframe. As we worked, Van Helsing remarked quietly, "Perhaps I am keeping out an evil spirit." We finished our task, and Van Helsing secured the wreath around Lucy's neck. As we left, he confidently said, "Tonight, I will sleep soundly. Tomorrow, we shall see our Lucy even stronger." Lucy Westenra's Diary. September 12th. They've all been so kind to me. I really do love Dr. Van Helsing. I wonder why he was so adamant about these flowers. He scared me with how serious he was. But I suppose he was right, because I already feel comforted by them. For the first time in a long while, I don't dread being alone tonight. I can finally go to sleep without fear. I won't be bothered by any flapping outside the window. Lately, the struggle to sleep has been so intense, the agony of lying awake or, worse, the fear of sleep itself, knowing the horrors that await. How blessed are those whose lives are free of fear and dread, for whom sleep is a nightly blessing filled with nothing but sweet dreams. Well, here I am tonight, hoping for sleep and lying like Ophelia in the play, with virgin krantz and maidenstruments. I never liked garlic before, but tonight it's lovely. There's a peacefulness in its scent, and I feel sleep approaching already. Good night, everyone. Dr. Seward's Diary. September 13th. I met Van Helsing at the Berkeley, and as always, he was right on time. A carriage was waiting, and Van Helsing had his ever-present bag with him. I want to record everything exactly as it happened. Van Helsing and I arrived at Hillingham at 8 in the morning. It was a beautiful day, with the bright autumn sun shining and a fresh, crisp feeling in the air. The leaves were just starting to change colors, but none had fallen yet. As we entered the house, Mrs. Westenra greeted us. She's always an early riser. "You'll be pleased to know Lucy is better," she said. "The dear child is still asleep." I peeked into her room but didn't go in, so as not to wake her. Van Helsing smiled and rubbed his hands together with satisfaction. "Ah! I thought my treatment was working," he said. "You can't take all the credit, Doctor," Mrs. Westenra replied. "I played a part in this too." "How do you mean?" Van Helsing asked. "Well, I was worried about her last night, so I went into her room. She was sound asleep, so much so that my presence didn't wake her. But the room was terribly stuffy, filled with those awful, strong-smelling flowers. She even had a bunch of them around her neck. I was concerned the smell would be too much for her in her weakened state, so I removed the flowers and opened the window a bit to let in some fresh air. You'll be very pleased with her, I'm sure." As she spoke, I watched Van Helsing's face turn ashen gray. He managed to keep his composure while Mrs. Westenra was there, knowing how dangerous a shock could be for her in her condition. He even smiled politely as he held the door open for her to leave the room. But the moment she was out of sight, he grabbed me and pulled me into the dining room, slamming the door behind us. For the first time in my life, I saw Van Helsing break down. He raised his hands in despair, clapping them together helplessly before collapsing into a chair, his face buried in his hands. He began to sob aloud, dry sobs that seemed to come from the depths of his heart. Then he raised his arms toward the ceiling, as if appealing to the heavens. "God! God! God!" he cried. "What have we done? What has this poor woman done to deserve such a fate? Is there still some cruel force at play, sent from the pagan world of old, that makes such things happen? This poor mother, all unknowing, does something that costs her daughter both body and soul. And we cannot tell her if we do, it will kill her, and then both will die. How can we be so beset? How can all the forces of evil be aligned against us?" Suddenly, he jumped to his feet. "Come," he said. "We must act, devils or no devils. We will fight." He grabbed his bag, and we rushed up to Lucy's room. Once again, I raised the blinds while Van Helsing approached the bed. This time, he didn't flinch when he saw Lucy's pale, waxen face. Instead, he looked at her with a mixture of sternness and deep pity. As I expected, he murmured, his breath hissing in that way that always signals something serious. He locked the door and began preparing for another blood transfusion. I started to remove my coat, but he stopped me. "No," he said. "You're too weak already. Today, I'll provide the blood." Once again, the operation began. Once again, the narcotic took effect. And once again, Lucy's color slowly returned, and her breathing became steady. This time, I watched while Van Helsing rested and regained his strength. Later, he told Mrs. Westenra that nothing should be removed from Lucy's room without his approval, and that the flowers were part of her treatment. He assured her that he would personally oversee Lucy's care and that he would be staying the next 2 nights. He promised to send for me if needed. An hour later, Lucy woke up, looking fresh and bright, seemingly not much worse for wear after her terrible ordeal. What does it all mean? I'm starting to wonder if my years of working with the insane are affecting my own mind. Lucy Westenra's Diary. September 17th. 4 days and nights of peace. I'm feeling so strong again that I hardly recognize myself. It's as if I've come out of a long nightmare and am finally waking up to the beauty of the world. I have a vague memory of dark, anxious times, of waiting and fearing, of a kind of darkness that offered no hope. Then, slowly, I came back to life, like a diver rising through deep water. But ever since Dr. Van Helsing arrived, the bad dreams have stopped. The noises that used to terrify me, the flapping at the windows, the distant voices that seemed so close, the harsh commands from unseen forces, all of it has vanished. I go to bed without any fear now. I don't even try to stay awake. In fact, I've grown quite fond of the garlic, and every day a box of fresh flowers arrives from Haarlem. Tonight, Dr. Van Helsing will be away in Amsterdam for a day, but I feel well enough to be left alone. I'm so grateful for my mother, Arthur, and all my friends who have been so kind. I'll hardly even notice that Dr. Van Helsing is gone. Last night, I found him asleep in his chair more than once. Even though the branches or bats or whatever it was kept tapping angrily at the windows, I didn't feel afraid to sleep again. The Pall Mall Gazette, September 18th. Escaped wolf, an interview with the zookeeper. Perilous adventure of our reporter. After persistent inquiries and several refusals, I finally managed to track down Thomas Bilder, the keeper responsible for the wolves at the zoological gardens. Bilder lives in a cottage behind the Elephant House with his wife. Both are elderly, hospitable, and childless. The sample of their hospitality I enjoyed suggests they live quite comfortably. However, Bilder refused to talk business until after we had finished supper. Once the table was cleared and he lit his pipe, he said, "Now, sir, ask away. You'll excuse me for not discussing work before eating.
I give the wolves, jackals, and hyenas their meals before asking them any questions. Curious, I asked, what do you mean, ask them questions? He replied, well, sometimes you get their attention by hitting them over the head with a pole or scratching their ears, depends on what folks who visit want to see. But I never start until they've had their meal, or as I say, their sherry and coffee. Same goes for me. You wouldn't have gotten a word out of me earlier, but after a meal and a couple of pints of tea, you can scratch my ears all you like, and I won't even growl. So, tell me about the escaped wolf, I urged. That's what you're after, right? He replied. Well, here's the whole story. The wolf, Berserker, came from Norway about 4 years ago. He's one of 3 we bought from Jamraka's. Good wolf, never caused trouble. So, I'm as surprised as anyone that he wanted out. But then again, you can't trust wolves any more than you can trust women. At this, Mrs. Builder, who was within earshot, chimed in with a laugh. Don't mind him, sir. He's been around the animals so long, he's starting to sound like one himself. Builder continued, it was about 2 hours after feeding time yesterday when I heard the commotion. I was working in the monkey house when I heard the howling. When I got there, Berserker was going mad, tearing at the bars. There weren't many visitors that day, just one strange man standing nearby. He was tall, thin, with a hooked nose, a pointed beard, and red eyes. He had this cold, hard look, and I didn't like him. He pointed at the wolves and said, Keeper, these animals seem upset about something. Maybe it's you, I said. I didn't like his attitude. He just smiled, showing sharp, white teeth, and said, oh no, they wouldn't mind me. Oh yes, they would, I replied. They'd love a bone or two to gnaw on about now, and you look like you've got plenty to offer. The strange thing is, when we started talking, the wolves calmed down. When I went to Berserker, he let me scratch his ears as usual. Then, this man came over and, can you believe it, he reached in and stroked Berserker's ears too. Careful, I warned. Berserker can be quick. I'm used to animals, the man said. Are you in the business? I asked, tipping my hat out of respect for a fellow tradesman. Not exactly, he replied. But I've made pets of a few. And with that, he tipped his hat, smiled politely, and walked away. Berserker kept watching him until he disappeared, then lay down and wouldn't move for the rest of the day. Builder paused and then added, that night, as soon as the moon rose, all the wolves started howling. There was nothing around to disturb them, except maybe someone calling a dog in the distance. I checked a few times to make sure everything was in order, and it was. But just before midnight, I did my final round and found Berserker's cage broken open and the wolf gone. Did anyone else see anything? I asked. One of the gardeners claims he saw a big gray dog leaving the gardens. But he didn't mention it to anyone until after we started looking for Berserker. My guess? He'd had a bit too much to drink at a party earlier that night. And what's your theory about the escape? Builder chuckled modestly. Well, sir, I think Berserker escaped because he simply wanted to. Both Builder and his wife laughed heartily, suggesting that this explanation was a favorite joke of his. But I was determined to get more, so I said, let's call that first answer paid for, but here's another coin if you tell me what you think will happen next. Builder smiled and continued, well, I think that wolf is hiding somewhere nearby. The gardener said he was running north, but I don't believe him. Wolves don't gallop like horses, they're not built for that. In real life, wolves are just animals, not as brave or smart as people think. This one isn't used to fending for himself, so he's probably hiding in a coal cellar or something, trying to figure out where his next meal is coming from. If he doesn't find food soon, maybe some poor cook is going to get quite the surprise when she finds his glowing eyes staring at her from the dark. Just as I was about to hand Builder another coin, something caught his attention. He stared out the window in shock. God bless me, he exclaimed. If it ain't old Berserker come back on his own. He rushed to the door and opened it. The wolf stood there calmly, as if nothing had happened. The scene was both comedic and sad. The infamous escaped wolf that had terrorized London for half a day was back,
looking more like a repentant dog than a fearsome creature. Builder examined the wolf, his concern evident. Poor old chap got into some trouble, just like I thought. Look here, his head's cut and full of broken glass. Must have climbed over a wall. It's a shame people top their walls with broken bottles. He took Berserker back to his cage and fed him a large piece of meat. Then, he went off to report the wolf's return, leaving me with the only exclusive story of the day. Dr. Seward's Diary. September 17th. After dinner, I was working in my study, catching up on bookkeeping, which had fallen behind due to my frequent visits to Lucy. Suddenly, my patient burst through the door, his face twisted in fury. I was shocked. It's rare for a patient to enter the superintendent's office uninvited. Without hesitation, he charged at me with a dinner knife in hand. Realizing the threat, I tried to shield myself by moving around the desk, but he was faster and stronger. Before I could react, he slashed my left wrist, leaving a deep cut. I managed to land a punch, sending him sprawling to the floor. Blood from my wound pooled on the carpet, but I could see my patient had no further fight left. As I dressed my wound, I kept an eye on him. When the attendants arrived, we found him licking my blood off the floor like an animal, muttering repeatedly, "The blood is the life." He was easily subdued and left with the staff, calm but still chanting those chilling words. I can't afford to lose more blood. I've already been weakened by Lucy's illness and its relentless strain. I'm overworked and exhausted. Thankfully, Van Helsing hasn't summoned me yet, so I won't need to skip tonight's much-needed sleep. Telegram, Van Helsing, Antwerp, to Seward, Carfax. September 17th, sent to Carfax, Sussex, delayed by 22 hours. Do not miss being at Hillingham tonight. Frequent check-ins are necessary. Ensure the flowers are in place as arranged, this is crucial. I will arrive as soon as possible. Dr. Seward's Diary. September 18th. Just heading to catch the train to London. Van Helsing's telegram has me alarmed. An entire night has passed, and I know too well what can transpire in the dark. It's possible that everything is fine, but what if it's not? There's an overwhelming sense of impending doom. Every attempt we make seems to be thwarted by the cruelest misfortunes. I'll take my recording device with me to finish updating Lucy's phonograph record on the way. Memorandum left by Lucy Westenra, September 17th. Night, I'm writing this to ensure no one is blamed for what's happened tonight. I feel so weak, and it's hard to write, but it must be recorded. I went to bed as usual, taking care to place the flowers just as Dr. Van Helsing instructed. I quickly fell asleep. I woke to the familiar sound of flapping at the window, a sound that began after the night Nina saved me from sleepwalking on the Whitby cliffs. This time, however, I wasn't afraid, though I wished Dr. Seward had been nearby as Van Helsing said he would be. I couldn't fall back asleep, and the old fear of sleep returned, so I resolved to stay awake. Sleep, perversely, tried to overcome me, and I grew anxious being alone. I called out, but no one responded. I didn't want to wake my mother, so I stayed quiet, but then I heard a howl outside, like a fierce dog. Looking out, I saw nothing except a large bat hitting against the window. Mother came in soon after, worried about me. I asked her to lie with me to keep warm, and she agreed. As we lay together, the flapping returned, and a low howl echoed outside. Suddenly, there was a crash, the window shattered, and a massive, gaunt gray wolf's head appeared. Mother screamed and in her panic, tore the wreath of flowers from my neck. She pointed at the wolf in terror before falling unconscious, collapsing onto me. The weight of her body pressed on me, and everything began to spin. When I came to, I was in the bed, disoriented. The maids came in, screaming when they saw Mother's lifeless body draped over me. I ordered them to the dining room for wine to calm their nerves. Strangely, they didn't return, so I went to look for them. I found them unconscious on the floor, the sherry bottle reeking of laudanum. Someone had drugged them. Now, I am back in the room, alone with Mother's body and the ominous howls outside. The air is thick with strange specks, and the lights flicker dimly. I fear I won't survive the night. God protect me, and if I don't make it, farewell, dear Arthur.
God keep you safe. Dr. Seward's Diary. September 18th.
I drove straight to Hillingham, arriving early. Leaving the cab at the gate, I proceeded alone up the avenue. I knocked gently and rang quietly, hoping not to disturb Lucy or her mother but only to rouse a servant. After receiving no response for a while, I knocked and rang again, still to no avail. Frustration set in as I cursed the servants' laziness. It was now 10 o'clock, well past time for them to be up. I knocked more insistently, but still nothing. A creeping fear began to take hold. Was this eerie silence another sign of the doom tightening around us? Had I arrived at a house of death, too late to save her? Knowing that every second of delay could be crucial if Lucy had suffered another of her terrible relapses, I searched the perimeter of the house for any possible entry. Every window and door was securely locked, and I returned to the porch, defeated. Just then, I heard the rapid hoofbeats of a horse pulling up at the gate. Van Helsing soon appeared, running up the avenue. He was breathless and panicked when he saw me. "You're here already. How is she? Are we too late? Didn't you get my telegram?" I explained as best I could that I had only received his message early this morning and had come immediately, but I couldn't get anyone to answer the door. He took off his hat and muttered grimly, "Then we may be too late. God's will be done." But, with renewed urgency, he added, "Let's not waste time. If no way in is open, we'll make one ourselves." We hurried to the back of the house, where there was a kitchen window. Van Helsing handed me a small surgical saw from his case, directing me toward the iron bars over the window. I quickly cut through 3 of them. Using a long, thin knife, we pushed back the window sashes and climbed inside. The kitchen and nearby servant quarters were empty, but in the dining room, we found 4 servant women lying unconscious on the floor. The strong smell of laudanum and their labored breathing confirmed they were drugged, not dead. Van Helsing and I exchanged a knowing glance. "We'll deal with them later," he said as we pressed on. At Lucy's door, we paused, listening, but heard nothing. With trembling hands and grim faces, we entered the room. What we saw was unspeakable. On the bed lay Lucy and her mother. Mrs. Westenra was draped in a white sheet, her face exposed by a draught through the broken window. The look of terror frozen on her lifeless face was haunting. Next to her, Lucy lay pale and lifeless, with her neck exposed, revealing the same ghastly wounds as before, but now horribly mangled. The flowers that had been placed around her neck were now on her mother's chest. Without hesitation, Van Helsing bent over Lucy, his ear near her heart, listening intently. Then he sprang to his feet, shouting, "It's not too late. Quickly, bring the brandy." I rushed downstairs, wary of any more drugs, and returned with the bottle. Van Helsing rubbed the brandy on Lucy's lips, gums, and wrists, trying to stimulate her. "That's all I can do right now," he said. "Go wake the maids. Use cold water and wake them up quickly. We need heat, fire, and a warm bath. She's as cold as death itself." I managed to wake 3 of the maids, but the youngest, severely affected by the drug, had to be left on the sofa to sleep. The others, though dazed, soon remembered what had happened and started sobbing hysterically. I was stern, reminding them that Lucy's life was at stake and there was no time to waste. They pulled themselves together and got to work. Fortunately, the fires were still burning, and hot water was plentiful. We prepared a bath and carried Lucy to it. As we worked on her, there was a knock at the front door. One of the maids answered and returned, saying a gentleman with a message from Mr. Holmwood had arrived. I instructed her to tell him he would have to wait. Van Helsing worked tirelessly, and I had never seen him so determined. I commented on the battle we were fighting with death, and he replied gravely, "If that were the only battle, I'd let her go in peace, for I see no hope in her future." We continued to work frantically, and slowly Lucy's heart began to beat more regularly, her lungs showing faint movement. Van Helsing's face lit up with hope as we dried her and wrapped her in a hot sheet. "The first victory is ours," he declared triumphantly. We carried Lucy to another room and put her to bed, forcing a few drops of brandy down her throat. Van Helsing tied a soft handkerchief around her neck, covering the wounds. Though she remained unconscious, we hoped we had bought her more time.
Once Lucy was settled, Van Helsing and I stepped out to discuss the next steps.
He told me we needed another blood transfusion, but both of us were too exhausted, and we couldn't trust the servants.
What are we to do now? He asked, exasperated.
Suddenly, a voice from across the room interrupted us.
What about me?
It was Quincy Morris, who had been lying on the sofa. He approached, handing me a telegram from Arthur Holmwood, expressing his growing anxiety for Lucy. Quincy volunteered to help, and Van Helsing, full of gratitude, shook his hand, saying, "God sends us men when we need them most."
The grim procedure began once again. Though the transfusion restored some life to Lucy, her body's reaction was weaker than before.
Nevertheless, we managed to stabilize her, and Van Helsing administered morphine, which brought her into a deep sleep. After the operation, I went downstairs to send away the cab and make arrangements for a proper breakfast. Upstairs, Van Helsing sat with a piece of paper in his hand, a note that had fallen from Lucy's breast when we moved her.
After reading it, I asked, "What does it mean? Was she mad? What kind of danger are we dealing with?" Van Helsing's response was cryptic, "You will understand in time, but not now."
The funeral for Lucy and her mother was scheduled for the next day, so they could be buried together. I handled all the necessary formalities, and the undertaker, with his characteristic grace, ensured his team followed his lead with a sense of reverence. Even the woman who tended to Lucy's body confided in me, as if we were colleagues. "She's a beautiful corpse, sir.
It's truly an honor to prepare her."
"I dare say, she brings credit to our establishment." I noticed Van Helsing stayed nearby, likely because of the chaotic state of the household. With no relatives around and Arthur needing to return for his father's funeral the next day, we didn't have time to notify anyone who should have been invited. Under these circumstances, Van Helsing and I took it upon ourselves to examine the papers. He insisted on reviewing Lucy's documents himself, and when I asked why, fearing he might not be familiar with British legal procedures, he responded,
"I know.
You forget, I'm both a lawyer and a doctor. But this is not just about the law.
You knew that when you avoided involving the coroner.
There may be more significant papers, such as this."
He then produced the torn memorandum from Lucy's breast, which she had shredded in her sleep.
"When you find anything from Mrs. Westenra's solicitor, seal it and write to him tonight. Meanwhile, I'll keep watch here and in Miss Lucy's old room, searching for anything else.
It's not right for her private thoughts to fall into the hands of strangers."
I continued my task, and within half an hour, I located Mrs. Westenra's solicitor's details and wrote to him. All of her documents were in order, including clear burial instructions. Just as I sealed the letter, Van Helsing returned and asked,
"Can I assist you, John?"
"I'm free, and if you need, I offer my help."
"Did you find what you were looking for?" I inquired.
"I wasn't searching for anything specific," he replied. "I just hoped to find what was there, and I did. Just a few letters, some notes, and a recently started diary.
For now, let's keep them private.
Tomorrow evening, I'll meet with Arthur, and with his permission, I'll use some of these papers." Once we had finished the work, he turned to me and said, "And now, my friend, I believe we both need rest.
Tomorrow will be a long day. For tonight, we are no longer needed. Alas."
Before bed, we went to see Lucy. The undertaker had done his job well, turning the room into a small chapel. White flowers filled the space, and the end of the sheet was gently laid over her face. When Van Helsing pulled the sheet back, we both gasped at the beauty before us. Lucy's features had regained their lifelike charm, and instead of decay, her beauty seemed restored. I could scarcely believe I was looking at a corpse.
Van Helsing remained composed.
He didn't share my feelings for her, and so he didn't weep. He told me, "Wait here," and left the room, returning with wild garlic, which he placed among the flowers on her bed. He then removed a small gold crucifix from around his neck and laid it over her mouth before restoring the sheet. Later, while I was undressing, he knocked on my door and entered immediately.
"Tomorrow," he said, "I need you to bring me post-mortem knives by nightfall." "Are we performing an autopsy?" I asked. Yes and no, he replied. I need to operate, but not in the way you think. I intend to decapitate her and remove her heart. Oh, you're shocked, despite all the surgeries you've done, John? But I understand, my friend. You loved her. Don't worry, I will handle the operation, you need only assist me. I'd prefer to do it tonight, but out of respect for Arthur, we'll wait until after his father's funeral tomorrow. Then, when all are asleep, we'll open the coffin and complete the task. But why? I asked. The girl is dead. Why mutilate her body if it's unnecessary? There's no benefit to her, to us, or to science. Without reason, this is monstrous. He placed a hand on my shoulder, speaking with great compassion. John, I pity your grieving heart. But there are things you don't yet know, things that will make you bless me for this decision, though they are not easy. You've trusted me for years, and while my actions may seem strange, I always have a reason. Trust me again, John. Let's face the coming days as allies, not adversaries. I took his hand and promised. After he left, I saw one of the maids quietly enter Lucy's room to keep vigil by her body. Her devotion touched me deeply. I must have slept deeply, for it was broad daylight when Van Helsing woke me by entering my room. He approached my bedside and said, "You need not worry about the knives, we won't be needing them." Why not? I asked, still feeling the weight of the solemnity from the night before. Because, he replied sternly, it's too late, or perhaps, too early. Look. He held up the small gold crucifix. This was stolen during the night. Stolen? I asked, confused. But you have it now. I retrieved it from the thief, a miserable wretch who stole from both the living and the dead. Her punishment will come, but not from me. She didn't fully understand her actions. She merely stole, nothing more. Now, we must wait. With that, he left the room, leaving me to ponder yet another mystery. The morning passed slowly, but around noon, the solicitor arrived, Mr. Marquand of Holman, Sons, Marquand in Litterdale. He was pleasant and appreciative of our efforts, and he relieved us of any concerns about the legalities. During lunch, he explained that Mrs. Westenra had anticipated her sudden death due to her heart condition and had arranged her affairs in meticulous detail. He informed us that, except for a certain portion of Lucy's father's estate, which reverted to a distant family branch, everything, both real estate and personal assets, was left to Arthur Holmwood. Marquand continued, "We tried our best to prevent such a will, warning her of potential issues that could leave her daughter either penniless or restricted in making choices about a future marriage. We pressed the matter, nearly to the point of conflict, until she asked whether we were prepared to carry out her wishes. At that point, we had no choice but to agree. Normally, in 99 out of 100 cases, the events would have justified our concerns. But in this instance, any other arrangement would have made fulfilling her wishes impossible. Had Lucy survived her mother, even by mere minutes, her estate would have fallen into intestacy, leaving Lord Godalming without any claim. The distant relatives, while unknown to us, would likely not have relinquished their rightful inheritance. I must say, I'm truly relieved by how things turned out." Though well-intentioned, his joy in this small legal victory felt misplaced in the midst of so much tragedy, illustrating his limited understanding of the broader emotional toll. He didn't stay long but promised to return later to meet with Lord Godalming. His visit provided some comfort, assuring us we had nothing to fear in terms of public scrutiny of our actions. Arthur was expected by 5 o'clock, so shortly before then, we went to the room where both Lucy and her mother now lay. The undertaker had done his best, but there was an undeniable air of death that weighed heavily on our spirits. Van Helsing, always sensitive to such matters, ordered that everything be arranged as it was before, so Arthur could have a more private and less distressing moment with his fiancée. When Arthur arrived, he looked devastated, his strong presence diminished by the strain of losing both his father and Lucy in such a short time. While he was as warm as ever with me and courteously respectful to Van Helsing, I noticed a certain tension in him. Van Helsing must have sensed it too, as he quietly gestured for me to lead Arthur upstairs. I left him at the door of the room, thinking he'd prefer to be alone, but to my surprise, he grasped my arm and pulled me in, saying, "You loved her too, old friend." She told me everything. No one held a closer place in her heart than you. I can't thank you enough for all you've done for her. His voice broke, and he suddenly collapsed into my arms, sobbing, "Oh, Jack. What will I do? It feels like my entire world has collapsed, and there's nothing left to live for." I held him, offering silent comfort. In such moments, words are often unnecessary. A firm grip, a shared sob, these are the expressions of sympathy men value. I stood with him until his tears subsided, then gently said, "Come, let's see her." Together, we walked to the bed where Lucy lay, and I lifted the shroud from her face. She looked more beautiful than ever, her features softened as if restored by death. Arthur trembled beside me, gripped by doubt. After a long silence, he whispered, "Jack, is she really dead?" I assured him that she was, explaining that sometimes death, especially after prolonged suffering, brings a return to youthful beauty. This seemed to ease his doubt. He knelt beside her, gazing at her lovingly, before turning away. I told him it was time to say goodbye, as the coffin needed to be prepared. He kissed her hand, then her forehead, and left, casting one last look back as he did. Afterward, I informed Van Helsing, and he went to instruct the undertakers to proceed. I mentioned Arthur's question to him, and he admitted, "I'm not surprised." Even I doubted for a moment. We dined together that evening, and while Arthur made an effort to maintain his composure, I could see the weight of his grief. Van Helsing had been quiet throughout the meal, but after lighting his cigar, he addressed Arthur as Lord, but was interrupted. "No, not that, not yet. Please," Arthur said, his voice raw with emotion. "Forgive me, I didn't mean to be rude. It's just that my loss is too fresh." Van Helsing responded with warmth, "I only used the title out of habit. I've grown to love you like a son, Arthur." Arthur, touched, extended his hand, saying, "Call me whatever you wish. I'm grateful for all you've done." Van Helsing then asked for permission to read Lucy's papers, explaining that he had taken them to ensure no stranger would see her private thoughts. Arthur, his old self returning, gave his blessing, trusting that Van Helsing acted with Lucy's best interests at heart. Van Helsing ended the conversation with a solemn promise, "There will be more pain ahead, but it won't last forever. We must be brave and fulfill our duties. In the end, all will be well." Nina Harker's journal, on the train to Exeter. Jonathan is sleeping. September 22nd. It feels like just yesterday I made my last journal entry, but so much has changed since then, back in Whitby, with the world before me, and no word from Jonathan. Now, I'm married to him. Jonathan is a solicitor, a partner, and a successful businessman. Mr. Hawkins is dead and buried, and Jonathan is recovering from yet another attack that could seriously harm him. Someday, he might ask me about all of this. I need to write everything down. My shorthand is rusty. Unexpected prosperity will do that, so I should practice it again, just in case. The service was simple and solemn. Only a few were present, thus, the servants, a couple of Mr. Hawkins' old friends from Exeter, his London agent, and a representative from the Incorporated Law Society. Jonathan and I stood hand in hand, feeling the loss of our best and dearest friend. Afterward, we returned to town quietly, taking a bus to Hyde Park Corner. Jonathan suggested we visit the Row for a while, but there were few people there. The empty chairs reminded us of the empty chair at home, so we got up and walked down Piccadilly. Jonathan held me by the arm, just like he used to before I went off to school. It felt improper. After all, you can't teach etiquette for years without letting it affect you, but it was Jonathan, and he was my husband. We didn't know anyone who saw us, and we didn't care. I was admiring a beautiful girl in a large hat outside Giuliano's when Jonathan suddenly gripped my arm so tightly that it hurt. He whispered, "My God." I'd been anxious about his health, always fearing another nervous episode, so I quickly turned to ask what was wrong. Jonathan was pale, his eyes wide with both fear and astonishment as he stared at a tall, thin man with a sharp nose, black mustache, and pointed beard. This man was focused intently on the pretty girl and hadn't noticed us, so I got a good look at him.
His face was hard, cruel, and sensual, with unnaturally red lips that framed sharp, white teeth, more animal than human. Jonathan couldn't stop staring at him, and I worried the man would notice. I asked Jonathan why he was so disturbed, and he responded, assuming I knew what he meant, "Don't you see who that is?" "No, dear," I said. "I don't know him." "Who is it?" His answer sent chills through me. "It's him," he said, as if I wasn't Nina, his wife, standing beside him. "It's the man himself." Jonathan was visibly shaken, so much so that I believe he might have collapsed if I hadn't been there to support him. He kept staring as the man followed the girl's carriage, eventually hailing a cab to continue after her. Jonathan muttered, "I think it's the Count, but he looks younger." Oh my God, if that's true. If only I knew. He was so distressed that I didn't dare ask any more questions, fearing it would upset him further. I gently led him away, and he followed. We found a bench in the Green Park, where we sat for a while. Jonathan rested his head on my shoulder and fell asleep. It seemed to be the best thing for him, so I let him sleep. About 20 minutes later, he woke up, cheerful and apologetic, as if he'd forgotten the dark stranger entirely. I don't like this tendency toward forgetfulness. It worries me that it might signal deeper brain damage. I can't ask him directly without risking harm, but I need to know what happened during his time abroad. The time has come, I think, to open that parcel and discover what's written inside. Jonathan, forgive me if this is wrong, but I do it for your sake. Later, our return home was a sad one. The house feels empty without the kind soul who cared for us. Jonathan remains pale and slightly unsteady, recovering from a relapse of his condition. And now I've received a telegram from Van Helsing, whoever he may be. "You will be grieved to hear that Mrs. Westenra died 5 days ago, and Lucy died the day before yesterday. They were both buried today." Such a short message, yet it carries a world of sorrow. Poor Mrs. Westenra. Poor Lucy. Gone, both of them, never to return. And poor Arthur, what a devastating loss of sweetness in his life. God help us all to bear these heavy burdens. Dr. Seward's Diary. September 22nd. It's over. Arthur has returned to Ring, taking Quincy Morris with him. Quincy, what a remarkable man. I believe he felt Lucy's loss as deeply as any of us, but he carried himself through it with the strength of a Viking. If America keeps producing men like him, she will surely be a world power. Van Helsing is resting, preparing for his trip to Amsterdam tonight, though he'll be back tomorrow. He only needs to make a few arrangements that require his personal attention. He plans to stay with me when he returns, as he has work to do in London. Poor old fellow, I fear this past week has finally worn down even his iron will. At Lucy's burial, I could see him struggling to maintain control. As Arthur, standing beside us, spoke of how his blood transfusion made him feel truly married to Lucy in the eyes of God, Van Helsing's face alternated between white and purple. We all stood in silence, keeping the other operations secret, as we always will. When Arthur and Quincy left for the station, Van Helsing and I traveled back together. The moment we were alone, he broke down in a fit of hysterics, though he later denied it, claiming it was just his sense of humor emerging under terrible conditions. He laughed until he cried, and then cried until he laughed again, just like a woman, I thought. I tried to be stern with him, but it had no effect. Men and women manifest their emotions so differently. Once he regained his composure, I asked why he had laughed at such a time. His response, though logical, was cryptic. "Ah, John, you don't understand. I am sad, yes, but laughter and tears come together. Laughter doesn't ask permission, it arrives when it pleases. My heart grieves for Lucy, but even as I mourn, laughter bursts through. This world is full of misery, but when King Laugh arrives, all the sorrows must dance to his tune." I tried to understand, but as I still didn't fully grasp his explanation, I asked again why he laughed. His face turned serious, and he answered. "It's the irony of it all, John, this beautiful young woman, adorned with flowers, resting in her marble tomb beside her mother, with all of us bowing our heads, and the bell tolling so sadly. And yet, for what? She's gone. Is she not?
I couldn't see anything funny in that, and told him so. His explanation made it harder to understand, not easier. But even if the service was ironic, I said, what about Arthur's grief? Ah, Van Helsing replied. Arthur said the transfusion made her truly his bride. A sweet thought, yes, but what of the others? By that logic, she's married to all of us. I still didn't find it humorous, but Van Helsing placed a hand on my arm, asking for forgiveness if he'd caused any offense. I laugh because I must, John, he said. Laughter eases the strain of this sad world. Without it, we'd break. The Westminster Gazette, September 25. A Hampstead mystery. The Hampstead area is currently gripped by a series of unsettling events that bear a striking resemblance to the so-called Kensington Horror and the stabbing woman cases. Over the past few days, several young children have gone missing, failing to return home after playing on the heath. These children, all quite young, have been unable to provide coherent explanations for their absences. However, many have mentioned spending time with a bluffer lady. In each instance, the children were discovered late in the evening or early the next morning. It's widely believed in the neighborhood that the first child to go missing claimed that a bluffer lady invited him for a walk, prompting the others to adopt the same phrase. It's understandable, given that the children's favorite game lately involves tricking one another into leaving. One of our correspondents noted the irony, remarking that watching the little ones imitate the bluffer lady is both humorous and disturbing. He suggests that even some caricaturists could learn from the grotesque contrast between the reality and the imitation. However, there may be a darker side to this tale. All the children found at night have had small wounds or scratches on their throats, resembling those made by a rat or a small dog. Though these injuries aren't severe individually, they suggest a pattern. The local police have been instructed to keep a close eye on wandering children, particularly around Hampstead Heath, and to monitor for any stray dogs. The Westminster Gazette, September 25. Headline: The Hampstead Horror, another child injured, the bluffer lady. Breaking news. Another child, who went missing last night, was found early this morning under a bush on the Shooters Hill side of Hampstead Heath, a less frequented area. Like the others, the child had a small wound on the throat, was terribly weak, and appeared emaciated. Upon recovery, the child told the now familiar story of being lured away by the bluffer lady. Mina Harker's Journal. September 23. I had a rough night, but he seems better this morning. I'm so thankful he has plenty of work to occupy his mind, keeping him from dwelling on the horrors of the past. I'm also relieved that he's no longer burdened by the weight of his new position. I knew he would rise to the challenge, and I'm proud to see my Jonathan excelling in his career. He'll be away all day, busy with work, and won't be home for lunch. With my household tasks finished, I plan to lock myself in my room and read his journal from abroad. September 24. I couldn't bring myself to write last night. Reading Jonathan's journal upset me too much. Poor dear, whether his experiences were real or imagined, he clearly suffered. Was his brain fever the cause of those terrifying entries, or was there some truth behind them? I suppose I'll never know, as I dare not bring up the subject with him. And yet, the man we saw yesterday. Jonathan seems so certain it was him. Perhaps the funeral triggered something, sending his mind back to darker times. Jonathan believes it all. I remember how, on our wedding day, he said, unless a solemn duty calls me back to those bitter hours, asleep or awake, mad or sane. There's a continuity to it all, some thread connecting everything. The Count, coming to London. If he truly has come to London, with its millions of souls, a duty may indeed arise, and if it does, we must not shy away. I'll be ready. Today, I'll begin transcribing everything on my typewriter, so we'll be prepared if needed. If Jonathan ever fully recovers, he might want to talk about it, and I'll be ready to listen and comfort him. Letter from Van Helsing to Mrs. Harker, September 24, confidential. Dear Madam, please forgive my writing, as I send you sad news of Miss Lucy Westenra's passing.
Lord Godalming has kindly permitted me to read her letters and papers, and I have come across some from you, revealing the deep friendship you shared.
Madam Mina, I implore you, by that love, to help me.
It is for the greater good, to right a terrible wrong and prevent immense suffering.
May I visit you? I assure you, you can trust me.
I am a friend of Dr. John Seward and Lord Godalming, formerly known as Arthur, Lucy's fiancé. For now, I must keep this matter private. If you allow, I will come to Exeter at your convenience. I deeply appreciate your understanding and ask you to please keep this matter from your husband, as it may upset him.
Yours sincerely, Van Helsing. Telegram, Mrs. Harker to Van Helsing, September 25. Come today on the 10:15 train if possible. I am available at any time. Wilhelmina Harker. Mina Harker's Journal. September 25.
I'm both excited and anxious as I await Dr. Van Helsing's visit. I hope he can shed some light on Jonathan's experiences. Since he cared for Lucy during her final illness, perhaps he can explain what happened.
That must be the reason for his visit, Lucy, not Jonathan.
I'm letting my imagination run wild, as that journal tends to color everything.
But of course, it's about Lucy and her sleepwalking.
I nearly forgot how ill she became after that awful night on the cliff. Dr. Van Helsing likely wants to know more about that. I hope I did the right thing by keeping it from Mrs. Westenra. I could never forgive myself if I caused Lucy harm. I hope the doctor doesn't blame me for anything. Perhaps it's good to cry sometimes, it clears the air like rain. Reading Jonathan's journal yesterday upset me, and now he's gone for a whole day and night, the first time we've been apart since our wedding. I do hope he takes care of himself. It's almost 2 o'clock, and the doctor will be here soon.
I won't mention Jonathan's journal unless he asks.
Thankfully, I've already transcribed my own journal in case he needs it.
September 25, evening. He's come and gone, and what a strange meeting it was. My mind is spinning. If I hadn't read Jonathan's journal first, I would have dismissed everything. Poor Jonathan, he must have suffered terribly. I pray this won't upset him again.
Maybe knowing the truth will be a relief, no matter how horrifying. If his doubts are resolved, he might find peace.
Dr. Van Helsing seems to be a good and kind man.
Tomorrow, I'll ask him about Jonathan, and maybe this will all lead to something good in the end. When Dr. Van Helsing arrived, I greeted him. He's a man of medium build, with strong shoulders and a noble, thoughtful head. His face is clean-shaven, with a firm chin and a large, expressive mouth. His eyes are sharp, yet tender, changing with his moods. He asked if I was Mina Harker, and I confirmed it. He then said he had come because of my dear friend, Lucy Westenra. He took my hand kindly, acknowledging the bond we shared with Lucy. Van Helsing explained that he had read my letters to Lucy and wanted to know more about her sleepwalking. I offered to show him my shorthand diary, but he admitted he couldn't read shorthand. Smiling, I handed him a typewritten copy instead. His face lit up, and he was deeply grateful. He began reading, pacing the room with excitement. When he finished, he was overwhelmed with gratitude, thanking me profusely. He promised to help in any way he could. Dear Mrs. Harker, I have carefully read your husband's remarkable diary. You can rest easy, knowing it is true, as strange and terrifying as it may seem. I would stake my life on it. While others may face greater danger, you and your husband need not fear. He is a noble man, and I can tell you from experience that someone who could scale those walls and return to that room twice is not one who will suffer permanent harm from the shock. His mind and heart are sound, I swear this even before meeting him. Be at ease. I have much to discuss with him, and I feel fortunate to see you today, for I have learned so much, I am overwhelmed. Faithfully yours, Abraham Van Helsing. Letter, Mrs. Mina Harker to Dr. Van Helsing, September 25, 6:30 p.m. Dear Dr. Van Helsing, thank you 1,000 times for your kind letter, which has lifted a great weight off my mind. Yet, if what you say is true, the world holds terrifying things, and the thought that such a man, such a monster, could be in London is terrifying. As I write, I've just received a wire from Jonathan, stating that he is departing Launceston on the 6:25 p.m. train and will arrive at 10:18 tonight, so I will have no fear this evening. Instead of lunch, would you please join us for breakfast at 8 a.m.? If that time is not too early for you, it would be wonderful. You can catch the 10:30 a.m. train and arrive at Paddington by 2:35 p.m. No need to respond, I'll assume you'll come to breakfast unless I hear otherwise. Gratefully, Mina Harker. Jonathan Harker's Journal. September 26. I thought I would never write in this diary again, but the time has come. When I arrived home last night, Mina had supper ready, and after we ate, she told me of Van Helsing's visit. She shared the doctor's letter confirming that everything I had written was true. This lifted me from the state of doubt that had been weighing me down. I felt powerless, in the dark, and full of mistrust. But now, knowing it all happened, even the Count cannot frighten me anymore. It was him, indeed, that I saw. He has grown younger, but how? Van Helsing will be the one to expose him and track him down. Mina and I talked late into the night, and she is now getting ready while I prepare to meet Van Helsing at his hotel. When I saw him, he scrutinized me, remarking, "But Madam Mina told me you were unwell." It was amusing to hear my wife called Madam Mina. I smiled and assured him, I was unwell, but your letter has already cured me. He asked, how? I told him that it was his words to Mina. My doubt had made everything seem unreal, and that uncertainty had paralyzed me. But now, knowing what's real, I feel restored. He laughed and praised Mina, calling her one of God's women. We shook hands, and in his sincerity, I felt moved. Van Helsing then asked for more help, explaining that his task involves uncovering the Count's plans. I assured him that I would help, starting with sharing all that led up to my journey to Transylvania. After breakfast, I accompanied him to the station, where he suddenly turned pale while reading the Westminster Gazette. Muttering to himself, "Mein Gott." So soon, he leaned out of the train window, calling, "Love to Madam Mina, I will write soon." Dr. Seward's Diary. September 26. It seems there is no such thing as finality. Only a week ago, I had thought everything settled, but things have stirred up again. Renfield has been remarkably calm, and Arthur is recovering from his grief with the help of Quincy Morris. However, when Van Helsing returned from Exeter today, he thrust the Westminster Gazette at me. It described incidents of children being lured away in Hampstead, bearing small puncture wounds on their necks, similar to Lucy's. When I pointed out the similarity, Van Helsing solemnly said, "No, friend John, it's far worse. These wounds were made by Miss Lucy herself." For a moment, pure anger overwhelmed me. It felt as if Van Helsing had struck Lucy in the face during her life. I slammed the table hard and stood up, demanding, "Dr. Van Helsing, are you mad?" He raised his head and looked at me, his expression so full of tenderness that it instantly calmed me. "I wish I were," he said. "Madness would be easier to bear than a truth like this. My friend, do you think I took so long to tell you something so simple out of malice? Was it because I hate you and have always hated you? Was it revenge for that time you saved my life from a horrible death? Of course not." I immediately felt remorse and said, "Forgive me." He continued, "I wanted to be gentle in breaking this to you, for I know you love that sweet lady. But I still don't expect you to believe me. It's hard to accept abstract truths, especially when you've believed the opposite your whole life. And it's even harder to accept a concrete truth, especially one involving Miss Lucy. Tonight, I intend to prove it. Will you come with me?" I was taken aback. No one likes to confirm such terrible truths. He noticed my hesitation and added, "The logic is simple, not the erratic thinking of a madman. If it's not true, the proof will bring relief. If it is, no harm will be done. But if it is true, there's the fear. Still, that fear supports my case, for fear often compels belief. Here's what I propose. First, let's visit the hospital and see the child. Dr. Vincent, who works at the North Hospital, is a friend of mine, and I believe yours as well, from our time in Amsterdam. He will let 2 scientists see the case, if not 2 friends.
We won't tell him anything, we're only there to learn. And then? And then? I asked.
Van Helsing took a key from his pocket, holding it up. Then, we spend the night in the churchyard where Lucy is buried. I have the key to her tomb, given to me by the coffin man for Arthur. My heart sank, sensing a terrible ordeal ahead, but I gathered my resolve and agreed to leave quickly, as the afternoon was fading.
When we reached the hospital, the child was awake, had eaten, and was doing well.
Dr. Vincent removed the bandage from the child's throat, revealing puncture marks similar to Lucy's, only smaller and fresher. We asked Vincent what he thought caused the wounds, and he suggested it could have been an animal bite, perhaps from a rat or one of the bats that frequent the northern parts of London. He speculated that a sailor may have brought a more dangerous species from the south, or one could have escaped from the zoo. I hope you'll advise the parents to keep a close eye on the child, Van Helsing urged. These tendencies to wander are dangerous, and another night out could be fatal. Vincent agreed, stating the child wouldn't be released for at least a week, possibly longer if the wounds didn't heal.
By the time we left the hospital, the sun had set.
Van Helsing remarked that it was later than expected and suggested we find dinner before continuing. We ate at Jack Straw's castle, amidst a lively crowd of bicyclists and other patrons. It was nearly 10 p.m. when we set out again. The darkness was profound, deepened by the scattered street lamps. Van Helsing led the way with confidence, while I struggled to keep track of our location. We encountered fewer people as we walked, even passing a mounted police patrol before arriving at the churchyard wall, which we climbed over.
Navigating the eerie space, we located the Westenra tomb.
Van Helsing used the key to unlock the creaky door and politely gestured for me to enter first, a grimly ironic act of chivalry. Inside, he carefully closed the door and lit a candle. The tomb was more grim than I remembered, the flowers now wilted, and the air heavy with decay.
The sight was miserable and oppressive. Van Helsing methodically identified Lucy's coffin and began unscrewing the lid.
The action felt like an affront to the dead, and I instinctively grabbed his hand to stop him. He simply said, "You shall see," and continued his work. Using a saw, he cut into the lead casing of the coffin. I braced myself for the smell of decay but was surprised when none came. After sawing enough, he bent the lead back and held up the candle, revealing the empty coffin. The sight shocked me, but Van Helsing remained composed, more convinced than ever.
"Are you satisfied now, friend John?" he asked.
"I'm satisfied that Lucy's body is not in the coffin, but that only proves one thing," I replied.
"And what is that?"
"That it's not there," I said, feeling stubborn.
Van Helsing sighed.
"That's good logic as far as it goes, but how do you explain its absence?" "Perhaps a body snatcher," I suggested weakly, knowing it was a foolish idea.
Van Helsing shook his head and said, "We need more proof. Come with me."
He closed the coffin, gathered his things, and locked the tomb. He handed me the key, but I refused, saying, "A key means nothing, there could be duplicates.
And anyone could pick a lock like that."
He said nothing, pocketing the key, and we positioned ourselves on opposite sides of the churchyard to keep watch. It was a cold, lonely vigil. The hours passed slowly, and I was miserable, cold, and angry at both Van Helsing and myself. Suddenly, I noticed a white figure moving between the trees. As I moved closer, I saw Van Helsing's dark figure approach as well. When I reached him, he was holding a small child.
"Are you satisfied now?" he asked.
"No," I responded, frustrated.
"Who brought the child here? Is it injured?"
"We shall see," he replied. Upon inspecting the child's throat, we found no marks.
"Was I right?" I asked triumphantly.
"We were just in time," Van Helsing said. We decided to leave the child where it would be found by a passing policeman. At Hampstead Heath, we heard one approaching, and after laying the child on the path, we silently watched him discover it. By good fortune, we found a cab and made our way back to town.
I cannot sleep and so make this entry. Van Helsing insists I join him for another expedition tomorrow at noon. September 27th. It wasn't until 2 p.m. that we found the right moment to proceed.
The noon funeral had finished, and the last mourners had slowly drifted away. Watching from behind a clump of alder trees, we saw the sexton lock the gate. We knew then that we had the place to ourselves until morning, if needed, but the professor assured me we wouldn't need more than an hour. Once again, the grim reality of what we were doing hit me hard. The risk of breaking the law weighed on me, and the task felt pointless. The idea of opening a lead coffin just to confirm if a woman dead for almost a week was truly dead seemed utterly ridiculous. But I stayed silent, knowing Van Helsing was determined to proceed regardless of my objections. He unlocked the vault and, as before, politely gestured for me to enter first. In the daylight, the tomb seemed less eerie, but somehow even more pitiful. Van Helsing approached Lucy's coffin, and I followed. He bent over, forced back the lead, and I was struck with shock. There lay Lucy, looking just as she had the night before her funeral, if anything, more stunning than ever. Her lips were redder, her cheeks had a soft blush, and she looked very much alive. "Is this some kind of trick?" I asked. Van Helsing simply responded, "Are you convinced now?" As he spoke, he pulled back her lips, revealing her sharp white teeth. "Look," he continued, "they're even sharper than before. With these teeth, she can bite the little children. Do you believe me now, friend John?" Once again, my skepticism flared up. I couldn't accept what he was suggesting, so I weakly argued, maybe someone placed her here since last night. "And who would do that?" Van Helsing asked. "She's been dead a week. No one would look like this after that much time." I had no response, so I stayed quiet. Van Helsing didn't press me further, but continued to examine Lucy, lifting her eyelids and inspecting her teeth. "Finally," he said, "this case is unlike anything ever recorded. She was bitten by a vampire while in a trance, sleepwalking. In that state, the vampire could drain her blood, and that's how she died. Now, she remains in that trance as one of the undead. That's why she's different from the others. Usually, the undead look like what they are, but when Lucy lies in her tomb, she returns to looking like her sweet self, not showing the malignance within her." His words chilled me, and I realized that I was slowly beginning to believe him. But if she was truly dead, what harm would come from ending her existence? Van Helsing saw the change in my expression and asked, "You believe now, don't you?" "Don't push me too hard just yet," I said. "I'm willing to accept it, but how will you carry out this gruesome task?" "I'll cut off her head, fill her mouth with garlic, and drive a stake through her heart," he replied. The thought of mutilating the body of the woman I once loved made me shudder, but my feelings had shifted. I now felt disgust toward the creature Lucy had become, rather than the love I once had for her. I waited for Van Helsing to start, but he stood still, lost in thought. After a while, he closed his bag and said, "I've decided what's best. If I followed my instincts, I would do it now, but there are other considerations, much harder ones. Lucy hasn't killed anyone yet, though it's only a matter of time. If I act now, I can stop her for good. But we must think of Arthur. How can we explain this to him? You've seen the evidence, yet you still doubt. How can Arthur, who knows none of this, possibly believe us? He might think we buried her alive and that we've killed her. He'll never be sure, and that uncertainty will torment him." Van Helsing sighed deeply before continuing, "Arthur will have to face the bitter truth before we can bring him peace. Tonight, you go back to the asylum and make sure everything is in order. I'll stay here in the churchyard. Tomorrow night, meet me at the Berkeley Hotel at 10 p.m. I'll summon Arthur and Quincy. We'll have work to do." We locked the tomb, climbed over the churchyard wall, and made our way back to Piccadilly. Note left by Van Helsing in his suitcase, Berkeley Hotel, addressed to Dr. John Seward, September 27th. Friend John. I'm writing this in case anything happens. Tonight, I'm going alone to the churchyard. I'm confident Lucy, as the undead, won't leave tonight, but tomorrow night she'll be more desperate. I'll seal the tomb with garlic and a crucifix to keep her from escaping. I have no fear of her, but I do worry about the one who made her undead. He's strong and cunning, as we've learned from Jonathan. If he comes tonight, he'll find me. If I don't make it, take the diaries and documents with this letter. Find the undead, cut off his head, and burn his heart so the world can be free of him. Farewell. Van Helsing. Dr. Seward's Diary. September 28. A good night's sleep works wonders. Yesterday, I was almost ready to accept Van Helsing's wild theories. But today, they seem absurd. I don't doubt his sincerity, but I can't help wondering if his mind has become unhinged. Is there a rational explanation for all of this? Could Van Helsing himself be responsible for these events? He's brilliant, and if he's lost his mind, he might be carrying out these strange ideas with frightening precision. I don't want to believe it, but I'll keep a close watch on him. September 29. Morning. Last night, around 10 p.m., Arthur and Quincy joined us in Van Helsing's room. He explained what he wanted us to do, focusing especially on Arthur. There's a grave duty to be done, he began. You were likely surprised by my letter, he asked Arthur directly. I was. It threw me off. There's been so much trouble lately, I could do without more, Arthur replied. Quincy and I discussed it, but we're no closer to understanding. Same here, added Quincy. Van Helsing turned to me and said, You're further along than they are, John, but you're still far from where you need to be. Then, addressing the group, he said with great seriousness, I need your permission to do something tonight. I can't tell you what it is until afterward, but I need your trust now. Quincy, ever straightforward, responded, I don't know what you're up to, but I trust you. That's good enough for me. I appreciate that, Van Helsing said, shaking Quincy's hand. Arthur, however, was hesitant. I can't make a promise that could compromise my honor or my faith. If you can assure me those won't be violated, then I'll agree. Van Helsing accepted Arthur's condition, and after some discussion, revealed the plan. We were to visit Lucy's tomb and open the coffin. Arthur was furious. This is too much, he shouted. I've been patient, but I won't tolerate desecration of her grave. Van Helsing, filled with pity, replied, If I could spare you this pain, I would. But we must act now or face a far worse fate later. Arthur was deeply conflicted but eventually agreed to accompany us, saying, I'll go with you, but I still can't understand. It was about 11:45 p.m. when we climbed over the low wall into the churchyard. The night was dark, with occasional glimpses of moonlight breaking through the thick clouds racing across the sky. We instinctively stayed close together, with Van Helsing leading the way slightly ahead. As we neared the tomb, I glanced at Arthur, concerned that being so close to this painful memory might unsettle him. But he held himself together, perhaps aided by the mystery of our mission, which seemed to counterbalance his grief. The professor unlocked the tomb's door, and sensing some hesitation among us, he solved the problem by entering first. We followed, and he closed the door behind us. Van Helsing lit a dark lantern and pointed to the coffin. Arthur stepped forward cautiously, while Van Helsing turned to me and asked, You were here with me yesterday. Was Miss Lucy's body in the coffin? It was, I confirmed. Van Helsing addressed the group, You hear that? And yet, none of you truly believes it, do you? With that, he took out his screwdriver and removed the coffin lid once more. Arthur, looking pale but composed, stepped forward. He hadn't realized, or at least hadn't thought about, the fact that there was a leaden coffin underneath. When he saw the tear in the lead, his face flushed momentarily, but it quickly drained of color again, leaving him ghostly white. Still, he said nothing. Van Helsing forced back the lid, and we all looked inside. The coffin was empty. For a few moments, none of us spoke. Quincy Morris broke the silence, Professor, I vouched for you, and your word is all I need. But this situation is beyond any question of honor or dishonor. Did you do this? Van Helsing solemnly replied, I swear by all that I hold sacred, I have not moved or touched her. 2 nights ago, Dr. Seward and I came here for a good reason, believe me. We opened the coffin, which was sealed at the time, and found it empty, just as it is now. That night, we waited and saw something white moving through the trees. The next day, we returned during daylight, and she was there. Isn't that right, John? Yes, I confirmed. That night, we arrived just in time. Another child had gone missing, but thankfully, we found it unharmed in the graveyard. Yesterday, I came here before sunset because the undead can move once the sun goes down. I stayed all night, but saw nothing, likely because I had placed garlic around the doors. The undead can't stand it. But tonight, before sunset, I removed the garlic. And now we find the coffin empty again. Be patient. Stranger things are yet to come. Let's step outside. He shut off the lantern and let us out, locking the door behind him. It was refreshing to be out in the night air after the oppressive atmosphere of the tomb. The wind blew fresh, carrying the scent of life instead of decay. The sky was alive with clouds racing across the moon, casting fleeting shadows and bursts of light, a reminder of the transience of joy and sorrow in human life. In the distance, the faint glow of the city and the murmur of its constant activity seemed to ground us back in reality. Each of us was lost in thought. Arthur was silent, trying to make sense of it all. I felt myself leaning more toward believing Van Helsing's theories. Quincy, ever calm, chewed his tobacco, accepting the situation with his characteristic bravery. Van Helsing, however, was focused on his task. He pulled out what looked like thin wafers from his bag, along with a mass of white, dough-like material. He crumbled the wafers into the dough and then pressed the mixture into the crevices around the tomb door. Curiosity got the better of me, and I asked what he was doing. Arthur and Quincy, equally curious, moved closer as well. I'm sealing the tomb so the undead can't enter, Van Helsing explained. Quincy, skeptical but intrigued, asked, and that's going to do it? Yes, Van Helsing replied. What is that stuff you're using? Arthur inquired. Van Helsing removed his hat and said reverently, it's the host. I brought it from Amsterdam. I have an indulgence. His answer left us all in silent respect, realizing the gravity of his actions. Whatever doubts we may have had were silenced by his sincerity. We took our positions around the tomb, hidden but alert. I felt a pang of pity for Arthur, who was new to this nightmare. Despite having witnessed much, I still found the scene profoundly unsettling. The tombstone seemed ghostly white, and the trees rustled with an ominous sound. The distant howling of dogs only heightened the dread. Suddenly, Van Helsing signaled for us to pay attention. Far down the path, we saw a white figure approaching, holding something dark. As the figure drew closer, a ray of moonlight revealed a woman with dark hair, dressed in grave clothes, clutching a fair-haired child. A small, sharp cry came from the child, but the professor's raised hand stopped us from moving. As we watched, the figure moved closer, and my blood ran cold as I recognized Lucy Westenra, yet it was not Lucy. Her once sweet features had become cruel, and her purity had turned to something dark and wanton. Van Helsing stepped forward, and we followed, forming a line in front of the tomb. He lifted the lantern, casting its light on Lucy's face. Her lips were crimson with fresh blood, and the stain ran down her chin, marring her white burial gown. We were all horrified, even Van Helsing's usually steady demeanor faltered. Arthur stood beside me, trembling, and if I hadn't held him up, he would have collapsed. The thing that was once Lucy snarled at us, her eyes blazing with unholy light. My love for her turned to loathing in that moment. She carelessly dropped the child to the ground and advanced toward Arthur, her voice sweet and seductive. Come to me, Arthur. Leave these others and come to me. My arms are hungry for you. Come, my husband, come. Her voice had a chilling, otherworldly quality that seemed to echo in our minds. Arthur, as if in a trance, moved toward her with open arms. But Van Helsing sprang forward, holding out his golden crucifix. Lucy recoiled, snarling in rage, and made a move toward the tomb. Just as she was about to enter, an invisible force stopped her. Her face twisted in fury, and the moonlight revealed every detail of her hideous transformation. For a moment, she stood there, caught between the crucifix and the tomb, her face contorted with malice.
Van Helsing broke the silence, asking Arthur, "Shall I proceed?"
Arthur fell to his knees, covering his face with his hands.
"Do what you must," he said, his voice full of despair. "There can be no greater horror than this."
Van Helsing took out his lantern and began removing the sacred seals he had placed on the tomb. We watched in stunned silence as Lucy's body, now fully corporeal, slipped through the narrow gap into the tomb. Once she was inside, Van Helsing resealed the door. He picked up the child and said, "Come, my friends.
We can do no more tonight. Tomorrow, after the funeral at noon, we will return.
There's still more to be done, but it won't be like tonight. The child will be fine by morning.
We'll leave him where the police will find him, just like before, and then we'll go home."
Approaching Arthur, Van Helsing added gently, "My friend, you've endured a terrible trial. But by this time tomorrow, you'll have passed through the worst of it, and you'll find peace.
Don't mourn too much just yet.
Tomorrow will bring the sweet waters."
Arthur and Quincy accompanied me home.
We tried to comfort one another, though we were all exhausted.
After leaving the child safely, we finally managed to get some sleep, though it was far from peaceful. September 29th, night.
Just before midnight, Arthur, Quincy Morris, and I met up with Professor Van Helsing. Oddly, without discussing it, all of us had dressed in black. Of course, Arthur was still in mourning, but Quincy and I seemed to have chosen the color instinctively. By 1:30 a.m., we arrived at the churchyard and quietly waited out of sight until the gravediggers finished their work and the sexton, assuming everyone had left, locked the gate. Once we were alone, we followed Van Helsing to the tomb, where he unlocked the door, and we stepped inside. Instead of his usual small bag, the professor had brought a large, heavy leather one resembling a cricket bag. Once inside, Van Helsing lit a lantern and 2 candles, which he stuck to other coffins to provide enough light. Then, he removed the lid of Lucy's coffin.
Arthur trembled but remained silent as we looked at the body lying there in all its deathly beauty. But to me, it was no longer Lucy.
I felt only loathing for the creature that wore her form. I could see the same hardening in Arthur's face as he stared at her.
"Is this really Lucy's body, or just a demon in her shape?"
Arthur asked. Van Helsing responded, "It is her body, but not her. Wait a while, and you will see her as she truly is." The sight was horrifying, a grotesque, perverse mockery of the sweet Lucy we had known. Her sharp, blood-stained teeth and unholy appearance seemed like a cruel joke. Methodically, Van Helsing began laying out the tools from his bag: a soldering iron, plumbing solder, an oil lamp that produced a fierce blue flame, surgical knives, and a wooden stake about 3 feet long and sharpened to a point. Along with the stake was a heavy hammer. The preparation seemed routine to me as a doctor, but Arthur and Quincy were visibly shaken, though they remained quiet. When everything was ready, Van Helsing addressed us, "Before we proceed, let me tell you, the undead are cursed with immortality, doomed to prey on the living, turning their victims into undead as well. Friend Arthur, if Lucy had kissed you before she died, or if you had embraced her last night, you too would have become one of them. The children she has bitten are not beyond saving yet, but if she lives on, they will fall deeper under her spell. By killing her, we free them and her. Her soul will be at peace, and she will take her place with the angels." Van Helsing then turned to Arthur. "The hand that strikes this blow should be yours. The one who loved her most should free her soul.
Is there anyone more suited for this task?"
We all looked to Arthur, who, despite his trembling hands and pale face, stepped forward bravely.
"Tell me what I must do."
"I won't falter," he said.
Van Helsing placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder.
"You must drive the stake through her heart. It will be difficult, but it will be over quickly. Once it's done, you will feel lighter, as if a great burden has been lifted. We will be by your side, praying for you the whole time."
Arthur took the stake in one hand and the hammer in the other.
His resolve was clear, and though his hands had trembled moments before, they were now steady. Van Helsing opened his prayer book and began reading aloud, with Quincy and me following along. Arthur positioned the stake over Lucy's heart and struck with all his strength. The creature in the coffin writhed in agony, emitting a blood-curdling scream. Its body twisted and convulsed violently, while its sharp teeth gnashed together, cutting its lips and smearing its mouth with crimson foam. But Arthur didn't falter. He drove the stake deeper and deeper into the chest, his face reflecting a grim determination. Gradually, the creature's movements slowed, and the grotesque contortions ceased. Finally, it lay still. The terrible ordeal was over. Arthur dropped the hammer and would have collapsed if we hadn't caught him. He was drenched in sweat and gasping for breath, overwhelmed by the strain of what he had done. For a few moments, we were so focused on Arthur that we didn't look at the coffin. But when we did, a murmur of astonishment passed between us. In the coffin, no longer lay the foul creature we had feared. Instead, Lucy appeared as we had known her in life, her face peaceful and pure. The traces of pain and suffering were still visible, but they only served to remind us of her truth and her goodness. The serenity on her face was a reflection of the eternal peace she had now found. Van Helsing placed a hand on Arthur's shoulder and gently asked, "Am I forgiven, my friend?" Arthur took the professor's hand, raised it to his lips, and said, "Forgiven. God bless you for giving her soul peace and giving me peace in return." He leaned into Van Helsing's chest and wept quietly, while the rest of us stood in respectful silence. After a few moments, Van Helsing encouraged Arthur, "Now, my child, you may kiss her. She is no longer a creature of darkness. She is God's true dead, free from all evil." Arthur bent down and kissed Lucy one last time before he and Quincy left the tomb. Van Helsing and I then finished the task. We sawed the top off the stake, leaving the point in her heart, and filled her mouth with garlic. After sealing the coffin, we gathered our belongings and left the tomb. Van Helsing locked the door and handed the key to Arthur. Outside, the air was fresh, the sun was shining, and birds were singing. The world felt alive and full of peace. We had finished one part of our terrible work, and though there was joy, it was tempered by the knowledge that our greatest challenge still lay ahead. Before we parted, Van Helsing addressed us, "One step of our task is done, but now we must find the one responsible for all of this, Dracula, and destroy him. It will be long, difficult, and dangerous, but we have learned to believe in what we must do. Will you all join me in this final battle?" We each took his hand, and the promise was made. Then Van Helsing continued, "2 nights from now, we shall meet again at friend John's house for dinner at 7. I will bring 2 others whom you do not yet know, and we will plan our next steps. Friend John, come with me tonight. I have much to discuss, and you can help me prepare. Tomorrow night, I return from Amsterdam, and then our quest begins in earnest." I was so engrossed in reading Jonathan Harker's and his wife Mina's diaries that I lost track of time. When the maid came to announce dinner, Mrs. Harker hadn't come down yet. I told her, "She's probably tired, let's wait an hour," and continued working. I had just finished reading Mrs. Harker's diary when she finally entered the room. She looked lovely but sad, her eyes red from crying. Seeing her tears moved me deeply. Lately, I've had reasons to cry myself, but the relief of tears has eluded me. Now, the sight of her tear-streaked face touched something in me. Gently, I said, "I'm afraid I've upset you." "Oh no, not upset," she replied. "I've just been moved more than I can express by your grief. That machine," she pointed to the phonograph, "is remarkable, but it's also terribly truthful. I could hear your anguish, like a soul crying out to God. No one else should ever hear those words spoken aloud again. Look, I've tried to be helpful." She held out typed pages. "I've copied everything on my typewriter. Now no one else needs to hear your heartbreak as I did." "No one else will ever know," I whispered. She placed her hand on mine and said, very seriously, "But they must." "Must? Why?" I asked, confused. "Because it's part of the whole terrible story, part of Lucy's death and everything that led to it. To defeat this terrible monster, we need every piece of knowledge and help we can get. I think the cylinders you gave me contain more than you intended me to know, but I can already see connections in your record that shed light on this mystery. Will you let me help?"
Jonathan and I have been working day and night since Professor Van Helsing met with us. He's gone to Whitby for more information and will be back tomorrow. We can't have secrets between us.
We'll be stronger if we all work together with complete trust. The strength and resolve in her words, combined with the appeal in her eyes, convinced me immediately. You shall do as you wish, I told her. God forgive me if it's wrong, but I see no point in keeping you in the dark when you've come so far. The end of this road might even bring you some peace. Come now, let's have dinner. We need to stay strong for what lies ahead. After we've eaten, I'll tell you everything and answer any questions you have. Mina Harker's Journal. September 29th. After dinner, I went with Dr. Seward to his study. He brought the phonograph from my room, and I set up my typewriter. He made sure I was comfortable, arranged the phonograph so I could reach it easily, and showed me how to stop it if I needed to take a break. Thoughtfully, he sat with his back to me, giving me privacy as I worked. I put the metal forks to my ears and listened to the recording. When the terrible story of Lucy's death and everything that followed was over, I leaned back in my chair, utterly drained. I'm fortunate not to be prone to fainting, but Dr. Seward must have noticed my distress. He jumped up with concern, grabbed some brandy from a cupboard, and brought it to me. In a few minutes, I started to feel a little better. My mind was spinning. If it weren't for Jonathan's experience in Transylvania, I wouldn't have believed any of it. But since I did know his story, I couldn't simply dismiss it. Needing to focus on something more manageable, I uncovered my typewriter and said, "Let me type this up now. We need to be ready for Professor Van Helsing when he returns. I've sent a telegram to Jonathan, asking him to come straight here from London. Dates are crucial in this, and if we organize everything chronologically, we'll be better prepared. You said Lord Godalming and Mr. Morris are coming too, right? Let's make sure we're ready when they arrive." Dr. Seward agreed, set the phonograph to a slow pace, and I began typing from the 7th cylinder. I made 3 copies, just as I had done with all the other entries. It was late when I finished, but Dr. Seward had gone about his rounds and returned to sit with me, reading quietly so I wouldn't feel alone. How thoughtful he is. Despite the monsters in the world, it's full of good men too. Before I left, I remembered what Jonathan had written about Professor Van Helsing's reaction to reading something in the evening paper at the Exeter station. So, knowing Dr. Seward keeps back issues of the papers, I borrowed the files of the Westminster Gazette and the Pall Mall Gazette to take to my room. I recalled how the cuttings from the Daily Graph and the Whitby Gazette helped us understand Dracula's landing in Whitby. Perhaps these papers would reveal something new. I wasn't tired, and the work would help calm my mind. Dr. Seward's Diary. September 30th. Mr. Harker arrived at 9 this morning. He'd received his wife's telegram just before leaving for London. He's a clever man, one look at his face tells you that, and he's full of energy. If his journal is to be believed, and considering my own strange experiences, I have no reason to doubt it, he also has incredible nerve. His return to the vault, despite everything, was a bold move. After reading his account, I expected to meet a rough, daring adventurer. Instead, I met a quiet, businesslike gentleman. After lunch, Jonathan and Mina retreated to their room, and as I passed by, I heard the steady click of the typewriter. They're hard at work, organizing every piece of evidence they've gathered. Jonathan has already compiled the letters from the consignee in Whitby and the carriers in London who transported the Count's boxes. Now, he's reading Mina's typed copy of my diary. I wonder what conclusions they'll draw. It's strange that it never occurred to me the Count might be hiding in the house next door. We had so many clues from Renfield's behavior. The bundle of letters related to the property purchase was with the typescript. If only we'd had them sooner, we might have saved Lucy. No, thinking like that leads to madness. Harker is piecing everything together, and by dinner, they hope to have a full narrative. He suggested I see Renfield, given his peculiar connection to the Count. I'm not sure I see it yet, but once the dates are lined up, I might understand. It's fortunate Mrs. Harker typed up my diary. We'd never have found the crucial dates otherwise. When I visited Renfield, he was sitting calmly, his hands folded, smiling peacefully. He seemed as sane as anyone I've ever seen. We talked for a while, and he spoke rationally about many subjects. Then, to my surprise, he brought up the idea of going home, something he's never mentioned before. He spoke confidently about being discharged. Had I not just reviewed his past outbursts and their correlation with the Count's movements, I might have considered letting him go. But now, I'm deeply suspicious. His calm demeanor worries me. Is it possible he's satisfied because he senses the Count's impending victory? Renfield has always been obsessed with the master, and his zoophagous nature only strengthens my concerns. After some time, I left him, instructing the attendant to keep a close watch and have a straitjacket ready just in case. Renfield's too calm, and I don't trust it. September 30th, evening. The station master was kind enough to give me a reference to his counterpart at King's Cross, so when I arrived this morning, I could ask about the arrival of the boxes. He connected me with the right officials, and I confirmed that their tally matched the original invoice. The opportunities for drinking on the job had been limited here, though the men had made the most of them, so I had to address that in hindsight once again. Next, I went to Carter Patterson's central office, where I was treated with the utmost courtesy. They checked their daybook and letterbook, then telephoned their King's Cross office for further details. Luckily, the men who had handled the delivery were available, and the officials sent them over along with the waybill and all related paperwork. Again, everything lined up perfectly with the original tally. The workers added a few details, mostly regarding how dusty the job was, which made them thirsty. After providing a small tip to help quench their thirst, one of the men remarked, "That house, Governor, is the strangest place I've ever been in. Blimey. It hasn't been touched in 100 years. The dust was so thick you could sleep on it, and the place smelled so musty, like something ancient. But the chapel, that was the worst. Me and my mate thought we'd never get out quick enough. I wouldn't stay there after dark for less than a quid a minute." Having been inside the house, I didn't doubt him. If he knew what I know, he would have raised his price. One thing is now clear, all the boxes that arrived at Whitby on the Demeter from Varna were safely deposited in the old chapel at Carfax. There should be 50 of them unless any have been removed since then, which Dr. Seward's diary suggests. I plan to find the carter who took away the boxes during Renfield's attack. Following this lead could reveal a lot. Mina and I worked all day and have organized all the papers. Mina Harker's Journal. September 30th. I'm so relieved, I can hardly contain myself. This is likely a reaction to the fear I've carried, the fear that this ordeal would reopen Jonathan's old wounds. When he left for Whitby, I put on a brave face, but I was sick with worry. Yet, the trip has done him good. He's more resolute and stronger than ever, full of energy. Just as Professor Van Helsing said, Jonathan thrives under pressure, while lesser men might falter. He returned with renewed life, hope, and determination. We're ready for tonight, and I feel wild with excitement. I know I should pity the Count as the hunted, but he's not human. He's not even a beast. After reading Dr. Seward's account of Lucy's death, all pity has drained from me. Lord Godalming and Mr. Morris arrived earlier than expected. Dr. Seward was out on business with Jonathan, so I greeted them. It was a difficult meeting, reminding me of Lucy's hopes just months ago. They had heard of me through Lucy and from Van Helsing, who, according to Mr. Morris, had been singing my praises. Neither man knew I was aware of their proposals to Lucy, so they stuck to neutral topics. After considering it, I decided to bring them up to date. I knew from Dr. Seward's diary that they were present at Lucy's real death, so there was no risk of revealing secrets prematurely. I told them I had read all the papers and diaries, and that Jonathan and I had just finished typing them up. I handed each of them a copy to read in the library. When Lord Godalming saw the large stack of papers, he asked, "Did you write all this, Mrs. Harker?" I nodded, and he continued, "I don't fully understand it yet, but you and your friends have worked so diligently that all I can do is accept your ideas and try to help. I've already learned a humbling lesson that I'll carry for the rest of my life. Besides, I know you loved Lucy. He turned away, covering his face with his hands, his voice choked with emotion. Mr. Morris, with instinctive sensitivity, briefly placed a hand on Lord Godalming's shoulder and then quietly left the room. There's something in a woman's nature that makes it easier for a man to show his emotions around her without feeling weak. When Lord Godalming realized he was alone with me, he sat on the sofa and let go of his grief. I sat beside him and took his hand, hoping he wouldn't find my gesture inappropriate. I know he won't, he's too much of a gentleman. I told him, I loved Lucy, and I know what she meant to you. She and I were like sisters, and now that she's gone, let me be like a sister to you in your sorrow. I can't measure your pain, but if my sympathy can help, won't you let me offer it for Lucy's sake? In that moment, he was overwhelmed. He cried openly, his body trembling with emotion. Without thinking, I opened my arms, and he rested his head on my shoulder, sobbing like a child. As women, we have a motherly instinct that rises when needed. In that moment, I felt as though I were comforting a child. I stroked his hair, not thinking about how strange it might seem. When his sobs subsided, he apologized, though he didn't try to hide his emotion. He told me how difficult it had been to carry this burden without being able to speak openly to anyone about it. I can't express how much your kindness means to me today, he said. I'll understand it better in time, but even now, I'm grateful. Will you let me be like a brother to you for the rest of our lives, for Lucy's sake? For Lucy's sake, I agreed, and he added, and for your own sake too. If ever you need a man's help, you won't call in vain. I promised him I would. As I walked down the corridor, I saw Mr. Morris looking out a window. When he heard my footsteps, he turned and asked, "How's Art?" Seeing my red eyes, he continued, "Ah, I see you've been comforting him. Poor fellow, he needs it. No one but a woman can help a man with a broken heart." His own composure touched me deeply. I noticed the manuscript in his hand and realized he would soon know how much I knew. So, I said, I wish I could comfort everyone with a heavy heart. Will you let me be your friend and come to me if you need comfort? He saw my sincerity, took my hand, and kissed it. It seemed like such a small gesture for such a brave and selfless man. On impulse, I bent over and kissed him. Tears filled his eyes, and he choked up for a moment before saying calmly, "You'll never regret that kindness as long as you live." Then he went to join his friend. Mina Harker's Journal. September 30th. At 8 p.m., we gathered in Dr. Seward's study. Unintentionally, we formed a sort of board. Professor Van Helsing took the head of the table, guided there by Dr. Seward, while I sat on his right, acting as secretary. Jonathan was beside me. Across from us were Lord Godalming, Dr. Seward, and Mr. Morris, Lord Godalming being closest to the professor, with Dr. Seward in the middle. Van Helsing began, "I believe we are all familiar with the details outlined in these documents?" After we confirmed, he continued, "Let me tell you about the enemy we face. I will explain what I have learned about his history. This will guide us in how to act. There are vampires. Some of us have undeniable proof of their existence, and history supports it. Even I was once skeptical, but years of training to keep an open mind have taught me otherwise. If I had known what I know now, perhaps we could have saved a life so precious to us all. But that time has passed, and now we must act to save others. The Nosferatu doesn't die after one bite like a bee after its sting. No, it becomes stronger, and with each victim, its power grows. This vampire is stronger than 20 men combined, with the cunning gained from centuries of existence. He has the aid of necromancy, power over the dead, and can command storms, fog, thunder, and even creatures like rats, owls, bats, moths, and wolves. He can grow or shrink, vanish, and appear unseen. How do we begin to defeat him? Where do we find him, and how can we destroy him? This is a terrible task, and if we fail, he will win. It's not just life or death we face but the risk of becoming like him, soulless, heartless, preying on the people we love. If we fail, we'll be shut out from heaven for all time, abhorred by humanity, a stain on God's creation. Jonathan took my hand. I feared for him, but the strength in his grip reassured me.
We looked at each other, and without words, he spoke for both of us, saying, "I'm with you, Professor. Mina and I stand together." Mr. Morris, ever brief, added, "Count me in." Lord Godalming nodded, for Lucy, if nothing else.
Dr. Seward gave a silent nod of agreement.
We joined hands, sealing our pact. I felt cold, but there was no turning back. Van Helsing, with renewed energy, laid out the plan.
We may face a powerful foe, but we have our strengths.
Unlike him, we can work together.
We have science, knowledge, and the freedom to act.
Day and night are ours to use.
He then explained the vampire's limitations.
He cannot enter a home unless invited, and his power ceases during the day.
He can only change form at certain times, noon, sunset, and sunrise.
He cannot cross running water except at slack or flood tide. Garlic repels him, and sacred symbols like my crucifix keep him at bay.
We listened intently as Van Helsing described methods to destroy the vampire. A wild rose on his coffin prevents him from rising.
A sacred bullet will kill him.
A stake through the heart, or decapitation, ends his existence.
We've seen it work.
He then revealed information gathered from his friend Arminius in Budapest.
Dracula is no ordinary man.
He was once a voivode, a leader who fought the Turks.
He was a brilliant strategist, feared and respected. His family's history is tainted by dealings with the occult.
The Scholomance, where he studied, is a place where the devil claims his students. Dracula's lineage produced both great men and cursed ones, and it's in this cursed soil that he thrives. As Van Helsing spoke, Mr. Morris quietly left the room, catching our attention when a gunshot suddenly rang out, shattering the window. Lord Godalming rushed to open it, and Mr. Morris's voice called from outside, "Sorry.
I didn't mean to alarm you."
He returned, explaining, "A large bat was sitting on the window ledge.
I've developed a deep hatred for them, so I went out for a shot. I've been doing that every time I see one lately."
Van Helsing resumed, "Our first task is to check the house next to Carfax and confirm how many of the 50 boxes remain.
We must track down each one.
When the time comes, we will either capture or kill Dracula, or neutralize his soil so he has nowhere to hide." He then turned to me, "Mina, after tonight, you are done with this battle.
It's too dangerous for you. You've been our guiding star, but we can't risk your safety any longer."
Jonathan and the others seemed relieved, but I was torn.
I feared being a burden to them, but I didn't want to be left out.
I had no choice but to accept their decision.
Mr. Morris concluded, "There's no time to waste. Let's check the house now. Swift action may prevent another victim."
Though my heart sank as they prepared for action, I said nothing, not wanting to hold them back. They headed to Carfax, leaving me behind with instructions to rest, as if I could sleep while those I love are in danger.
Dr. Seward's Diary, October 1st, 4 a.m.
Just as we were preparing to leave the house, a message came from Renfield, asking if I would see him immediately.
He claimed he had something of utmost importance to tell me.
I told the messenger to let Renfield know I'd see him in the morning, as I was currently occupied.
The attendant added, "He seems really insistent, sir. I've never seen him this eager."
If you don't see him soon, he might have one of his violent episodes. I knew the attendant wouldn't say this without good reason, so I decided to go. I asked the others to wait a few minutes, explaining that I needed to check on my patient.
"Take me with you, friend John," said Van Helsing.
"His case in your diary interests me greatly.
It might also bear relevance to our case.
I'd like to observe him, especially in this state of agitation." Lord Godalming asked to come along as well, followed by Quincy Morris and Jonathan Harker.
I nodded, and we all went down the hall together.
Renfield was in a state of considerable excitement but was speaking more rationally than I had ever seen him. His demeanor showed a rare clarity, as if he believed his reasoning would convince us of his sanity.
All four of us entered the room, but initially, none of the others spoke.
Renfield's request was simple: he wanted to be released from the asylum immediately, insisting that he was fully recovered. I appeal to your friends, he said, motioning to the group. Perhaps they wouldn't mind judging my case. By the way, you haven't introduced me. I was so taken aback that the absurdity of introducing a madman didn't strike me at the moment. His manner had a certain dignity, so I complied. Lord Godalming, Professor Van Helsing, Mr. Quincy Morris of Texas, Mr. Renfield. He shook hands with each, offering polite remarks. Lord Godalming, I had the honor of seconding your father at the Wyndham. I grieve to see by your title that he is passed. He was a man admired by many. Mr. Morris, your state's union with the nation may have far-reaching effects. The Monroe Doctrine may one day become more than a political fable. And Van Helsing. I drop all formalities, you have revolutionized brain science. You gentlemen, esteemed by heritage or ability, can surely see that I am as sane as most men walking free. Dr. Seward, I trust your moral obligation to do what's right. We were all stunned. I felt the urge to assure him I believed in his sanity and that I'd begin the process for his release in the morning. But I hesitated, knowing the unpredictable nature of his condition. Instead, I told him that he seemed to be improving and that I'd speak with him at length tomorrow. Renfield wasn't satisfied. But, Dr. Seward, he protested, you don't understand. I need to leave right now, this very moment. Time is pressing, and we are bound by the essence of our existence. Surely you, as a compassionate man, can grant such a simple request? He looked at me and, seeing the answer in my expression, turned to the others for support. When no one responded, he continued. Have I made a mistake in my assumption? Yes, I said, more bluntly than I intended. There was a long pause before he shifted his request. Then allow me a different favor. Not for myself, but for others. You may not know the reasons, but they are good, noble, and come from the highest sense of duty. If you could see into my heart, you'd count me among your truest friends. As he spoke, I sensed that this rationality was just another phase of his madness. Van Helsing, observing him closely, leaned forward and spoke as if addressing an equal. Can you not tell us the real reason you want to leave tonight? I promise, if you convince me a stranger without bias, Dr. Seward will take the risk to grant your request. Renfield shook his head sadly. I can't explain. I'm not free to speak. All I can ask is that you trust me. If you refuse, the responsibility isn't mine. The conversation had grown too serious for my liking, so I moved toward the door. Come, my friends, we have work to do. Good night. Just as I neared the door, Renfield rushed toward me, and for a moment, I feared he might attack. Instead, he raised his hands in a desperate plea. He became increasingly emotional, pleading with us to let him go. Tears streamed down his face as he begged, Please, Dr. Seward, let me leave this place, take me anywhere, even under guard. You don't understand whom you're harming. My heart, my soul, depends on this. By everything you hold dear, by your own losses and hopes, let me go and save my soul from guilt. As his desperation grew, I feared he might trigger another fit, so I gently took his hand and helped him to his feet. That's enough, I said firmly. Get back to your bed and try to behave. Renfield looked at me intently for a moment before quietly sitting on the edge of his bed, defeated. The collapse I expected had finally come. As I left the room, he said, in a calm and composed voice, Dr. Seward, please remember that I did everything I could to convince you tonight. Dr. Seward's Diary. October 1st. Near noon, I woke to find the professor entering my room. He seemed more cheerful than usual. Clearly, last night's work had lifted some weight off his mind. After recounting the night's events, he said, Your patient fascinates me. May I visit him this morning, or, if you're busy, shall I go alone? It's rare to find a lunatic who speaks philosophy so soundly. I had pressing work, so I suggested he go alone. After giving instructions to an attendant, I warned him not to get misled by the patient. The professor replied, But I want to hear him speak about himself and his belief in consuming live things. According to your diary from yesterday, he told Madame Mina he once held such views.
Why do you smile, John? Because the answer is here, I said, holding up my notes.
When our same patient made that claim, his mouth was still full of the flies and spiders he had eaten before Mrs. Harker entered the room.
Van Helsing smiled. Good.
Your memory serves you well, friend John.
I should have remembered.
But it's this very twist of thought and memory that makes mental illness so interesting.
Who knows?
Perhaps I'll learn more from this madman's folly than from the teachings of the wise. I finished my work quickly, and before long, the professor returned.
He knocked and asked politely, "Do I interrupt?" "Not at all," I replied. "I've finished and can join you now." "No need. I've already seen him." "Well,
I'm afraid he doesn't think much of me."
Our conversation was brief.
When I entered his room, he sat on a stool with his elbows on his knees, looking sullen. I spoke cheerfully, but he didn't respond.
I asked, "Don't you know me?"
His answer was disheartening. "I know you well enough, you're Van Helsing, the old fool.
Take your idiotic brain theories somewhere else. Damn all thick-headed Dutchmen."
He said nothing more and remained as indifferent as if I weren't in the room. So, no lessons from this lunatic today. I'll go cheer myself with Madame Mina's company instead. It brings me great relief to know she's no longer involved in our terrible affairs.
I agree completely, I said. Mrs. Harker is better off out of it.
Things are bad enough for us men, but it would have destroyed her. Van Helsing has gone to talk with the Harkas, while Quincy and Art are following up on the earthboxes.
I'll finish my work and meet them tonight. Mina Harker's Journal. October 1st.
It feels strange to be kept in the dark today. After years of Jonathan's full confidence, he's clearly avoiding certain matters, and those are the most critical of all.
This morning, I slept late, exhausted from yesterday.
Though Jonathan was up later than me, he never mentioned a word about his visit to the Count's house, though he must have known how anxious I was. Poor dear. It must have distressed him more than it did me. They all agreed it's best I'm not further involved, and I agreed, but it hurts to know he's hiding things from me. Writing this has helped. One day Jonathan will tell me everything, and I'll show him this journal, so he'll know I've kept nothing from him.
I've felt unusually sad today, perhaps it's a reaction to all the excitement. Last night, I went to bed when the men left, just as they instructed. I wasn't sleepy, only anxious. I kept replaying everything that's happened since Jonathan first came to see me in London. It all feels like a tragedy unfolding towards some inevitable end.
I can't shake the feeling that, no matter what we do, we're driving towards disaster. If I hadn't gone to Whitby, Lucy might still be alive. She only started visiting the churchyard because I did.
Why did I ever go to Whitby? And now I'm crying again. I must hide this from Jonathan.
If he knew I'd cried twice today, something I'd never done for myself, he'd be heartbroken. I'll put on a brave face and make sure he never sees me like this. I suppose these are the lessons we women must learn. I can't quite recall how I fell asleep last night. I remember hearing dogs bark suddenly and strange noises like tumultuous praying from Renfield's room below. Then, there was an eerie silence. I got up and looked outside. Everything was dark and still, except for a thin mist creeping slowly towards the house. It seemed to have a life of its own. Back in bed, I tried to sleep but couldn't. The mist grew thicker until it was pressed up against the windows, and I could hear Renfield again, though I couldn't make out the words. Eventually, I fell asleep, and this morning Jonathan woke me.
October 2nd, 10 p.m. Last night, I slept deeply, though it hasn't refreshed me. Today I feel weak and drained.
Mr. Renfield asked to see me, and when I left, he kissed my hand and blessed me. The gesture moved me to tears, and I must be careful. Jonathan would be miserable if he knew I'd been crying. He and the others were out until dinner, and though they were exhausted, I did my best to cheer them up. After dinner, they sent me to bed, and I asked Dr. Seward for something to help me sleep, which he kindly provided. I've taken it, but now I fear I might have been foolish in depriving myself of the ability to wake up.
Sleep is coming. Good night. Dr. Seward's Diary. October 1st. I'm increasingly perplexed by Renfield's behavior.
His mood shifts so quickly, making it difficult to track his mental state. These changes go beyond his own well-being, making him an intriguing case study. This morning, after his refusal to engage with Van Helsing, he acted like a man who believed he was controlling fate, at least in his own mind. He seemed disconnected from earthly concerns, as if he viewed our weaknesses from above.
I seized the opportunity to learn more and asked, "What about the flies this time?"
He smiled at me in a superior way, much like Malvolio might, and said, "The fly, my dear doctor, has a unique feature. Its wings symbolize the psychic faculty's aerial powers.
The ancients were wise in portraying the soul as a butterfly." Pushing the analogy further, I asked, "So, are you after souls now?"
His madness overpowered his reason, and he shook his head decisively, saying, "Oh no.
I don't want souls. Life is what I'm after." He brightened up. "Life is fine, I have everything I need. You'll need a new patient if you want to study zoophagy." I was puzzled, so I probed further. "So, you control life? Are you a god now?"
He smiled, still superior. "No, far from it.
I don't claim divine attributes. If I may explain, I'm in the position Enoch was spiritually." Caught off guard, I asked, "And why with Enoch?"
He replied, "Because he walked with God."
I still didn't understand but avoided showing it.
So, I pressed on, "You don't want souls, and you don't care about life."
"Why?"
My question startled him. He shifted into a more submissive demeanor, bowing slightly before answering, "I don't want souls, I couldn't use them. They'd be no use to me, I couldn't eat them or," he trailed off, and a cunning look flashed across his face.
"And doctor," he continued, "what is life, really? Once you have everything you need and know you'll never want, that's all there is."
"I have friends, good friends, like you, Dr. Seward," he said with a sly grin.
"I know I'll never lack the means of life."
I sensed some tension between us, and Renfield grew silent.
It was clear continuing the conversation would be useless, so I left.
Later in the day, Renfield sent for me. Normally, I wouldn't have gone without a specific reason, but I was intrigued. Harker, Godalming, and Quincy were out following clues, and Van Helsing was poring over the Harker's notes, hoping to uncover some insight. Not wanting to disturb him, I visited Renfield alone.
When I arrived, Renfield was seated in the middle of the floor on his stool, a position that usually indicates mental focus. Without waiting for me to speak, he asked, "What about souls?"
It confirmed my earlier suspicion he had been dwelling on our previous conversation. I pressed him, asking what he thought about souls himself. After a brief pause, he muttered, "I don't want any souls." Sensing the weight of the subject on his mind, I decided to use it to my advantage.
"You like life, don't you?" "Oh yes, life is fine."
"No need to worry about that," he responded.
"But how can we get life without also getting the soul?"
I pushed. This question stumped him, so I continued, "When you're out there, flying with all the souls of flies, spiders, birds, and cats buzzing around, you'll have their lives and their souls to deal with." The idea seemed to disturb him. He covered his ears and squeezed his eyes shut like a child. There was something both pathetic and revealing in the gesture.
Trying to regain his composure, he said, "Not much use in flies after all. I don't want their souls." "And spiders?" I asked.
"Blow spiders. What use are they? There's nothing in them to eat." He stopped abruptly, realizing he had let something slip. I thought to myself, this is the second time he's stopped at the word drink.
What could it mean?
Renfield quickly tried to divert the conversation. "Rats and mice, like Shakespeare says, just chicken feed."
"I'm beyond that now." "I see," I said.
"You want bigger things, something substantial.
How about breakfasting on an elephant?"
"You're talking nonsense," he said, waking up from his earlier state.
I pressed him harder. "What do you suppose an elephant's soul is like?"
The effect was immediate. Renfield fell from his confident posture and became childlike again.
I don't want an elephant's soul, or any soul, he said, sounding defeated. After a moment of silence, he exploded into a fit of rage, shouting, "To hell with you and your souls. Why torment me with this?" Concerned, I blew my whistle, but he quickly regained control, apologizing, "Forgive me, doctor. I'm so troubled that I lose my temper. If you knew the problem I'm working on, you'd pity me. Please don't put me in a straitjacket, I can't think when confined." Recognizing his self-control, I dismissed the attendants when they arrived. Renfield watched them leave and then, with surprising dignity, said, "Dr. Seward, you've been kind to me." "I'm very grateful." I left him in this improved state, knowing there was much to ponder. Renfield's behavior pointed to a disturbing connection. He feared the soul, but not life. He was assured of something, perhaps a human life, and dreaded the consequences. Could the Count have visited him? Dr. Seward's Diary. October 1st, later. After my rounds, I shared my suspicions with Van Helsing. He grew serious, and after some thought, asked me to take him to Renfield. When we approached the door, we could hear Renfield singing cheerfully, just like he used to. Inside, we were surprised to see he had spread out sugar, and lethargic flies were beginning to buzz around the room, reminiscent of old habits. We tried to engage him in conversation about our previous topic, but he ignored us, continuing his song while folding a piece of paper into a notebook. We left without any new insights, just as uninformed as when we entered. Renfield's case remains a curious one. We must watch him closely tonight. Letter, Mitchell, Sons and Candy to Lord Godalming. October 1st. My Lord, we are always pleased to fulfill your requests. Regarding your inquiry, as conveyed by Mr. Harker, we provide the following information about the sale and purchase of number 347, Piccadilly. The original vendors were the executors of the late Mr. Archibald Winter Suffield. The purchaser is a foreign nobleman, Count de Ville, who made the payment himself in cash over the counter, if you'll excuse the expression. Beyond this, we have no additional information. Yours faithfully, Mitchell, Sons and Candy. Dr. Seward's Diary. October 2nd. Last night, I stationed a guard in the corridor with instructions to note any unusual sounds from Renfield's room and to alert me immediately. After dinner, we gathered around the fire in the study. Mrs. Harker had gone to bed. We discussed the day's findings, and Harker was the only one with promising results. We are hopeful his lead might prove significant. Before retiring, I checked on Renfield. Through the observation hatch, I saw he was sleeping soundly, his chest rising and falling steadily. This morning, the night guard reported that shortly after midnight, Renfield became restless and began loudly saying his prayers. When I asked if anything else occurred, the guard seemed uneasy, and I questioned whether he had fallen asleep. Though he denied it, he admitted to dozing off for a while. It's frustrating that people cannot be trusted without supervision. Today, Harker is following up on his lead, and Art and Quincy are preparing horses. Godalming insists on having horses ready, knowing that when we receive the crucial information, we'll have no time to waste. We must sterilize all the imported earth between sunrise and sunset to trap the Count while he's at his weakest. Van Helsing has gone to the British Museum, searching for references in ancient medicine, as the old doctors considered remedies that modern practitioners often overlook. The professor hopes to find cures related to witchcraft or demonology that could help us. At times, I feel we must all be mad, and that one day we'll wake in straitjackets. October 2nd, later. We met again and seemed to be on the right track. Tomorrow's work could mark the beginning of the end. I wonder if Renfield's current calmness has something to do with this. His moods have often reflected the Count's actions, so perhaps the impending destruction of the monster is somehow affecting him. If only we could understand what went through his mind between today's conversation and his return to catching flies, it could provide a valuable clue. He's calm for now, or is he? Suddenly, a wild scream echoed from his room. An attendant rushed into my room, telling me Renfield had had some sort of accident. He heard the scream and found Renfield lying face down in a pool of blood. I must go at once. October 3rd. I must record, as precisely as I can recall, all that has happened since my last entry. No detail should be omitted, and I must proceed calmly.
When I entered Renfield's room, he was lying on his left side in a pool of blood. It was clear immediately that he had suffered grave injuries. His body showed none of the coordination typical of even the most lethargic state. His face was bruised horribly, as if it had been slammed against the floor. The blood appeared to have come from these wounds.
The attendant kneeling beside Renfield's body said as we turned him over, "I think his back is broken.
His right arm, leg, and the entire side of his face are paralyzed." He seemed bewildered and continued, "I can't understand how this happened. He could have beaten his face on the floor, but if his back is broken, he couldn't have done that. And if his face was already like this before he fell, there would be other signs." I instructed him to get Dr. Van Helsing immediately. Within minutes, the doctor appeared, still in his dressing gown. He examined Renfield briefly, then turned to me and said softly, "This is a sad accident.
He needs close watching.
I'll stay with you, but I must dress first." He left, and Renfield's breathing became more labored. Van Helsing returned quickly with his surgical kit, and whispered to me, "Send the attendant away.
We need to be alone when he regains consciousness after the operation."
I dismissed the attendant, and we examined Renfield. The facial injuries were superficial, but there was a depressed fracture of the skull, affecting the motor area. Van Helsing said, "We need to relieve the pressure immediately, or it will be too late." As we prepared, there was a soft knock. Arthur and Quincy, both in pajamas, stood in the hallway. Arthur explained they'd heard about the accident and couldn't sleep with everything happening. I let them in, and when Quincy saw Renfield, he whispered, "My God.
What happened to him?"
I gave them a brief explanation, adding that we expected Renfield to regain consciousness after the operation, at least for a short time. Van Helsing selected the best spot for the procedure and said, "We must quickly remove the blood clot. The hemorrhaging is increasing." The minutes crawled by as we waited. Renfield's labored breathing grew worse, and I felt a dreadful anticipation, fearing what he might say when he woke. At last, Renfield's condition deteriorated rapidly. Van Helsing, his face set in grim determination, said, "There's no time to lose. His words may save lives, even a soul.
We'll operate just above the ear."
He performed the procedure. Renfield's breathing became stertorous, then suddenly, his eyes opened. He stared wildly for a moment before his gaze softened with surprise. "I'll be quiet, doctor," he murmured. "Tell them to take off the straitjacket.
I had a terrible dream, and I'm too weak to move. What's wrong with my face?"
"It feels swollen and hurts." He tried to turn his head, but I gently stopped him. Van Helsing quietly urged, "Tell us your dream, Mr. Renfield."
Recognizing his voice, Renfield's face brightened. "That's Dr. Van Helsing.
How good of you to be here," he said. We gave him water, and after drinking, he began to speak again.
"I dreamed," he paused, weakly, "and I asked Quincy to fetch brandy."
After a few sips, Renfield looked at me with agonized confusion.
"It wasn't a dream.
It was real," he said, as his gaze drifted toward the others sitting by the bed.
"If I hadn't already known, I would have figured it out from them."
For a moment, his eyes closed, not from pain or sleep, but deliberately, as if gathering all his faculties. When they opened again, he spoke quickly, with more urgency than before.
"Hurry, doctor, I'm dying. I can feel it, I only have a few minutes left. Wet my lips with brandy once more. I need to say something before I die, before my mind completely breaks down. Thank you. It was that night, after you left me, when I begged you to let me go.
I couldn't speak then, my tongue felt tied, but I was as sane as I am now, except for that. I was in agony for what felt like hours, and then, suddenly, peace. My mind cleared, and I realized where I was. I heard the dogs barking behind our house, but not where he was." As he spoke, Van Helsing's gaze never faltered, his hand reaching out to grip mine. He nodded slightly, urging him to continue.
Renfield went on.
"He came to the window through the mist, as he often had before, but this time, he was solid, not a ghost, and his eyes were fierce, like a man in anger.
He laughed with his red mouth, his sharp white teeth gleaming in the moonlight as he glanced back toward the trees, where the dogs were barking. At first, I wouldn't invite him in, though I knew he wanted to come, he had always wanted to. Then he started offering me things, not with words, but by making them happen. He paused as Van Helsing interjected. How? By making them real, just like when he used to send in flies when the sun was shining. Big, fat ones with steel and sapphire on their wings, and huge moths at night, with skull and crossbones on their backs. Van Helsing nodded, whispering softly to me, the Acherontia atropus, the death's head moth? Renfield continued without hesitation. Then he whispered, rats, rats, rats. Hundreds, thousands, millions of them each alive, and dogs to eat them, and cats, too. All lives, filled with blood, years of life in them, not just buzzing flies. I laughed at him. I wanted to see what he could do. Then the dogs howled, far beyond the dark trees in his house. He beckoned me to the window. I got up and looked out, and he raised his hands, seeming to call without words. A dark mass spread across the grass, like a flame shape, and he parted the mist. Thousands of rats appeared, their eyes glowing red like his, only smaller. He raised his hand, and they stopped. I thought he was saying, all these lives are yours, and many more if you bow to me. Then a red cloud, like blood, covered my eyes, and before I knew it, I opened the window and said, come in, Lord and Master. The rats vanished, but he slid through the window, though it was only open an inch, just like how the moon slips in through the smallest crack, standing tall and full. His voice weakened, and I wetted his lips with more brandy. He continued, though his story seemed further along than where he had left off, as though his mind had kept working in the interval. I was about to bring him back, but Van Helsing whispered, let him continue. If he loses the thread, he may not be able to go on. Renfield did just that, recounting his bizarre encounter with eerie calm. God's will be done. I couldn't shake the feeling that Art was holding something back, but I trusted it was intentional, so I stayed silent. Van Helsing turned to Morris and asked. And you, Quincy? Do you have anything to add? A little, he said. It could turn out to be important, but for now, I can't be sure. I wanted to track the Count after he left. I didn't see him directly, but I saw a bat rise from Renfield's window and head west. I expected him to return to Carfax, but it seems he has another hideout. He won't come back tonight, the sky is lightening in the east, and dawn is close. We'll have to work tomorrow. He clenched his teeth as he said this. Silence fell over us for a couple of minutes, and in that quiet, I could almost hear our hearts beating. Then Van Helsing, gently placing his hand on Mrs. Harker's head, said. And now, Madam Mina dear, brave Madam Mina, please tell us exactly what happened. I don't wish to cause you pain, but we need to know everything. Time is running short, and the work ahead must be swift and serious. The day is close that will end it all, if it can be done. This may be our only chance to live and learn. Mrs. Harker trembled, her nerves visibly tense as she clung to her husband, her head resting lower and lower on his chest. But then, she raised her head with dignity, extending her hand to Van Helsing. He took it, kissed it reverently, and held it tight. Her other hand remained in her husband's grasp, his arm wrapped protectively around her. After a pause, in which she seemed to collect her thoughts, she began. I took the sleeping draught you gave me, but it didn't work for a long time. Instead of feeling sleepy, my mind filled with terrible thoughts, death, vampires, blood, pain, and fear. Her husband groaned softly, but she turned to him with love and said, Don't worry, dear. You have to be strong and help me through this. If you knew how hard it is for me to tell you about this nightmare, you'd understand how much I need your support. I realized I had to force myself to sleep for the medicine to work, so I willed myself to sleep. Eventually, I must have drifted off because the next thing I remember is Jonathan lying beside me. He hadn't woken me when he came in. She paused and then continued, that same thin white mist appeared in the room. I'm not sure if I've told you about this before, it's in my diary, which I'll show you later. But as soon as I saw it, I felt the same vague terror I'd felt before, the sense of some presence. I turned to wake Jonathan, but he was in such a deep sleep, as if he had taken the sleeping draught instead of me. I tried, but I couldn't wake him. Panic set in, and as I looked around the room, my heart sank. There, beside the bed, as if he had stepped out of the mist, or more like the mist had become him, stood a tall, thin man dressed in black. I recognized him immediately from the others' descriptions: the waxy face, the high aquiline nose with the thin line of light across it, the red lips, the sharp white teeth, and the scar on his forehead from when Jonathan struck him. His red eyes looked just as I had seen them at St. Mary's Church in Whitby. She shuddered, her voice faltering. For a moment, my heart stopped, and I wanted to scream, but I was paralyzed. Then he spoke, a sharp, cutting whisper, pointing at Jonathan: "Silence! If you make a sound, I will crush his skull before your eyes." I was too terrified and confused to react. He smiled mockingly, placing one hand on my shoulder while the other bared my throat. "Just a little refreshment," he said. "This isn't the first time, nor the second, that your veins have fed me." I was overwhelmed, but strangely, I didn't want to stop him. "I suppose it's part of the curse." "Oh, God, forgive me." He put his lips to my throat. She stopped as her husband groaned again, gripping his hand tighter as if trying to comfort him in her moment of suffering. Then, she continued. I felt my strength drain away. I don't know how long it lasted, but it felt like ages before he finally lifted his horrible mouth, still dripping with blood. She faltered again, nearly collapsing, but her husband held her steady. After a moment, she found the strength to continue. He mocked me then: "So, you, like the others, think you can outwit me. You help these men hunt me down. Now, you are flesh of my flesh, blood of my blood. Soon, you will be my companion and helper. You will be avenged, each of them will serve your needs. But for now, you will be punished. You will come to me whenever I call, crossing land or sea to do my bidding." Then he tore open his shirt, and with his sharp nails, opened a vein in his chest. He grabbed my hands in one of his and my neck with the other, pressing my mouth to the wound. I had no choice, I had to swallow. She broke off, trembling. "Oh, God! What have I done? What did I do to deserve this? I've tried to live a righteous life. God, have mercy on me." She began rubbing her lips, as if trying to cleanse them of the memory. As she finished her harrowing story, the eastern sky began to brighten, bringing everything into sharp relief. Jonathan remained still, though his face grew more ashen as the tale unfolded. As the first rays of dawn broke, his pale skin contrasted starkly with his whitening hair. "We've decided that one of us will stay nearby at all times until we can meet and decide on our next steps. One thing is certain, no house is more miserable than ours is today. October 3rd, 6 a.m. If I don't keep busy, I'll go mad, so I'm writing in this diary. We're meeting in the study in half an hour, and we're supposed to eat something. Both Van Helsing and Seward agree that we won't be able to work effectively without food. God knows we'll need our strength today. I have to keep writing whenever I get the chance, because if I stop to think, I might not be able to handle it. Every detail, big or small, must be recorded. Perhaps it's the little things that will teach us the most in the end. Not that any amount of learning could have prevented what's happening to Mina and me now. Still, we have to trust and hope. Poor Mina, with tears streaming down her face, told me that in times of trouble, our faith is truly tested, that we must continue to trust, and that God will help us until the end. But, oh God, what end? We must keep going. When Van Helsing and Seward returned from seeing Renfield, we sat down gravely to discuss what needed to be done. First, Seward reported that when he and Van Helsing went to Renfield's room, they found him crumpled on the floor, his face bruised and his neck broken. They asked the attendant if he had heard anything. He admitted he'd been half-dozing when he heard loud voices and Renfield calling out, "God! God! God!" repeatedly. Then, there was a crash, and when he entered the room, Renfield was lying face down, just as the doctors had seen him. Van Helsing asked if the attendant had heard multiple voices, or just one. The man hesitated, saying it had sounded like two at first, but there had been no one else in the room, so it must have only been one. He was certain, though, that Renfield had been the one shouting God. Afterward, Seward confided in us that he didn't want to pursue the matter too deeply. An inquest could complicate things,
and no one would believe the truth anyway. Based on the attendant's testimony, Seward thought he could certify the death as accidental, caused by a fall from the bed. If the coroner called for an inquest, the result would likely be the same. As we discussed our next steps, we unanimously decided that Mina must be included in everything. Nothing should be kept from her, no matter how painful. She agreed, though it was heartbreaking to see her so brave, yet so broken. "There must be no more secrets," she said. "We've had too many already. Nothing in the world can hurt me more than I've already endured, or than I suffer now. Whatever happens next can only bring new hope or courage." Van Helsing watched her intently, then asked quietly, "But, Madam Mina, aren't you afraid? Not for yourself, but for others, from you?" Her face hardened, but her eyes shone with a martyr's resolve. "No," she said. "My mind is made up." "To what?" he asked gently, as we all held our breath, sensing what she might say. "If I find in myself even the slightest hint that I'm a danger to anyone I love, I will die." "You would take your own life?" he asked, his voice rough. "I would," she said, looking directly at him. "Unless there was a friend who loved me enough to spare me that pain." Van Helsing stood and placed a hand on her head. "My dear child, there is such a friend, if it were for your good. For myself, I could stand before God and account for easing your suffering, if it were truly best. But you must not die, not by any hand, least of all your own. You must live, even if it feels like the worst kind of pain. You must fight to live until the one who cursed you is truly dead. If you die while he still lives, you would become like him. No, you must fight death itself, whether it comes with pain or relief. On your soul, I charge you, do not think of death until this evil is past." Mina turned pale, trembling like a leaf caught in a storm. We all stood silent, powerless. Finally, she composed herself and, with sorrow in her voice, promised, "If God lets me live, I will strive to do so until this horror is over." Her courage filled us with renewed strength. We began planning our next moves, and I told her she would have access to all the records, diaries, and phonograph logs we had. She welcomed the task. It was something to focus on, despite the grim circumstances. As usual, Van Helsing had already thought ahead. "It's fortunate," he said, "that we didn't tamper with the earth boxes in Carfax. If we had, the Count might have anticipated our plan and acted to thwart us. But now, he's unaware of our intentions, and likely doesn't know we can neutralize his lairs. We're in a much stronger position than before. Today is ours, and with it comes our hope. The sun, which rose on our sorrow, will protect us throughout the day. Until it sets, the Count is bound to his earthly form, unable to vanish into mist or slip through cracks. He must open doors like any mortal. We have this day to find and destroy his hiding places. If we can't catch him today, we'll force him into a corner, or we'll eventually trap and destroy him." At this, I jumped to my feet, desperate to act. "Let's not waste another second," I cried. "Mina's life is slipping away while we sit here." Van Helsing raised his hand. "Patience, Jonathan. The quickest way is not always the shortest. We will act quickly when the time comes, but we must think carefully now. The key lies in that house in Piccadilly. The Count may have many properties, but that one is central, quiet, and easily accessed. We'll go there, search it, and stop him once and for all." "Not so," said Van Helsing, raising his hand. "But why?" I asked. "Do you forget," he said with a surprising smile, "that last night, he feasted heavily? He will sleep late." Forget? How could I ever forget? None of us could. The memory of that horrific scene was still too fresh. Mina tried to maintain her brave composure, but the pain overcame her, and she covered her face, shuddering as she moaned. Van Helsing hadn't intended to remind her of her trauma. In his intellectual focus, he'd momentarily forgotten. When he realized the effect of his words, he was horrified by his own thoughtlessness and quickly sought to comfort her. "Oh, Madam Mina," he said softly, dear Madam Mina. "I, of all people, should never have said something so careless. These foolish lips and this old mind of mine don't deserve your forgiveness, but will you forget my words? He bent down beside her, and through her tears, she took his hand and replied hoarsely, "No, I won't forget. But it's for the best that I remember. Alongside that memory, I have many others of you that are sweet, and I take them all together. Now, you must go soon. Breakfast is ready, and we all need to eat so we can stay strong." The meal was strange for all of us. We tried to be cheerful, encouraging one another, but it was Mina who was the most composed and bright. When breakfast ended, Van Helsing stood and said, "Now, my friends, we begin our terrible task. Are we all armed as we were that night when we first faced our enemy, ready for both ghostly and physical attacks?" We confirmed we were. "Good. Madam Mina, you are safe here until sunset, and by then, we will return if we shall return. But first, let me ensure you are protected against any personal attack." He approached her and said, "I've already prepared your room so he cannot enter. Now, let me protect you." He touched a piece of sacred wafer to her forehead, but as soon as it made contact, a piercing scream erupted, chilling us to the core. The wafer had burned her flesh as though it were molten metal. Mina's mind grasped the significance of the act as quickly as her body felt the pain. Overwhelmed, she dropped to her knees, pulling her hair over her face like a shroud, and wailed, "Unclean! Unclean! Even God rejects me. I'll bear this mark of shame until Judgment Day." The room fell silent. I rushed to her side, holding her tightly in helpless grief as we knelt together. The others, eyes brimming with silent tears, respectfully looked away. After a few moments, Van Helsing spoke gravely, as though inspired by something beyond himself. "You may have to bear this mark until God himself sees fit to remove it, as he surely will on Judgment Day. And, dear Madam Mina, we who love you will be there to witness when that scar, the mark of God's understanding, fades, leaving your forehead as pure as your heart. For as surely as we live, that scar will disappear when God deems it right to lift this burden from you. Until then, we carry our crosses, as his Son did, obedient to his will. Perhaps we are chosen as instruments of his purpose, ascending through hardship, pain, and sacrifice, just as his Son did." There was hope in his words, and they brought us comfort. Mina and I both felt it, and together we each took one of Van Helsing's hands and kissed it. Without speaking, we all knelt, joined hands, and swore to be true to one another. The men pledged to lift the veil of sorrow from the woman we each loved in our own way, and we prayed for strength and guidance in the dark task ahead. It was time to leave. Saying goodbye to Mina was a moment neither of us would ever forget. Then we set out. I've made up my mind, if we find that Mina is destined to become a vampire, she won't face that unknown horror alone. Now I understand how one vampire could mean many. Just as they can only rest in sacred earth, the purest love can become their cursed recruiter. Carfax was unchanged since our last visit, neglected and dusty, with no sign of life. It was hard to imagine such fear hiding in this mundane setting, but the memories of past horrors propelled us forward. We found no papers or signs of recent use, and in the old chapel, the boxes of earth sat just as we had left them. Van Helsing addressed us solemnly as we stood before them. "We have a duty here. We must sanctify this earth, once sacred, which he has tainted for his evil purposes. By making it more holy, we defeat him with his own weapon. It was consecrated for man, but now we sanctify it for God." He took a piece of the sacred wafer from his bag and placed it reverently in each box. We worked methodically, sealing each box after placing the wafer inside. By the time we finished, every box was treated, appearing untouched but rendered useless to the Count. As we left the house, Van Helsing said, "We've made good progress. If we can treat the other locations the same way, the sun may set tonight on Madame Mina's forehead, pure and unmarked." On the way to the station, we passed the asylum. I glanced up and saw Mina in the window of my room. I waved, signaling our success. She waved back, understanding. It was with heavy hearts that we boarded the train. Piccadilly, 12:30 p.m. As we neared Fenchurch Street, Lord Godalming suggested that he and Quincy find a locksmith. "It's better if you don't come with us," he said. "Breaking into an empty house might look bad for a solicitor like you. The Law Society wouldn't approve." I hesitated, unwilling to leave them to face any danger without me, but he continued, besides, fewer people will attract less attention.
My title will keep the locksmith and any police from asking too many questions.
You go with Jack and Van Helsing to Green Park. Wait there until we've opened the door, and once the locksmith is gone, come over.
The advice is sound, Van Helsing agreed, so we said no more.
Godalming and Morris left in a cab, while we followed in another. We disembarked at Arlington Street and made our way into Green Park, where we sat on a bench within view of the house, smoking cigars to avoid suspicion.
The minutes dragged as we waited for them. Finally, a four-wheeler pulled up.
Godalming and Morris stepped out, followed by a thick-set locksmith. The locksmith chatted briefly with a passing policeman, who nodded in approval, and then set to work. After trying several keys, he opened the door, and the three of them went inside. We waited as the locksmith returned to lock the door and hand the key to Godalming, who paid him. The man tipped his hat and left. Once the coast was clear, we crossed the street, and Quincy let us in. The smell is vile, Godalming said, echoing our own thoughts. The house stank like the old chapel at Carfax, a clear sign that the Count had been using it frequently. We stayed together as we explored the house, wary of ambush. In the dining room, we found 8 boxes of earth, but one was still missing. With our tools, we treated each box just as we had done before. The Count wasn't in the house, so we continued searching for any clues. The wait felt unbearably long as we anticipated the arrival of Lord Godalming and Quincy Morris. Professor Van Helsing, ever astute, kept our minds engaged, attempting to pull Harker from the abyss of his despair. Just yesterday, Harker was a man brimming with youthful vitality, but today, he's a shadow of his former self, his once dark hair now white, and his eyes hollow, etched with grief. He is still full of energy, but that intensity could either save him or burn him out completely.
I can only hope for the former.
The professor, aware of Harker's fragile state, continued to speak, likely in an attempt to divert his mind. Here's what I recall of his words. I've studied every document on this creature, and with each examination, I grow more convinced that he must be eradicated completely. His power grows, but so does his knowledge of it. From my colleague Arminius of Budapest, I've learned he was not just a soldier or statesman but also an alchemist, the pinnacle of scientific thought at the time. His intellect defied death, and now, his cunning grows. What was once the mind of a child now evolves. Had we not intervened, he would have become the architect of a new species, one that conquers death. At that, Harker groaned, clearly anguished by the thought of Mina being a part of the Count's cruel experiment.
But how? How does he experiment? Maybe that will help us stop him.
Van Helsing responded gravely, since his arrival, he has tested his strength cautiously. That enormous child brain is learning. Thankfully, he did not grasp his potential earlier. Had he acted more boldly, we might already be too late. His motto could well be Festina lente, make haste slowly. Harker, worn out, demanded clarity. Please, explain more simply, I can't think straight. Van Helsing, ever patient, placed a comforting hand on Harker's shoulder and explained the Count's recent actions. He had been experimenting with access, first using the asylum patient to enter John's home and later learning to move his boxes on his own. The Count's attempts to hide his grave dirt were futile. Van Helsing reassured us that all but one of his lairs had been sterilized. Before the sunset, the last would also be compromised. Our advantage lay in outpacing him. Suddenly, a knock echoed through the hall, the distinctive tap of a telegram. We gathered in silence as Van Helsing opened the door. The message was from Mina, look out for D. He left Carfax at 12:45, heading south. He may seek you. As Van Helsing read aloud, Harker's voice broke the silence. God be praised. Soon we will meet him. But Van Helsing cautioned, not yet. We must not let our hope blind us. Harker, with fiery resolve, declared, I don't care about anything anymore, just destroying him. Van Helsing responded gently but firmly, warning him that such desperation could lead to dangerous decisions. We had little time to dwell on these words as, half an hour later, another knock came, this time, resolute.
With our weapons at the ready, we approached the door, and, to our relief, it was Lord Godalming and Quincy. They brought good news: 6 boxes destroyed at each location. Destroyed? Asked Van Helsing. Yes, for him, Quincy confirmed. Now we wait. Dr. Seward's Diary. October 3rd. The wait for Lord Godalming and Quincy Morris felt agonizingly long. Professor Van Helsing kept us busy, but his glances toward Harker revealed his concern. Harker was cheerful and youthful just last night, but today he looks old, with white hair and haggard features. His energy remains, though, like a flame burning in desperation. The professor has been tirelessly analyzing the papers about this monster. His conclusion: we must destroy him completely. He explained that the creature, once a soldier and statesman, had unparalleled knowledge and was fearless. Even death didn't stop him. He continues to grow in power, learning and experimenting as he evolves into something more dangerous. If we don't stop him, he could give rise to a new breed of beings, one that finds its path through death rather than life. Harker, anguished, asked how the monster experiments. The professor explained that since the monster's arrival, he's been testing his powers, carefully, like a child learning. Fortunately for us, his progress has been slow. But he's determined and patient, a man with centuries to spare. Van Helsing believes that the monster's experimentation on Renfield allowed him entry into my home. Now, the professor's hope is that we've come to this knowledge in time. Most of the monster's lairs have been sterilized. Soon, he will have nowhere to hide. Just as the professor finished speaking, a knock came at the door. Van Helsing answered, and it was a telegram from Mina: look out for D. He just left Carfax in a hurry, heading south. Harker, driven by rage, swore to destroy the monster. The professor warned him not to make reckless vows, reminding him that God's justice and mercy will prevail. Van Helsing then calculated the monster's movements and reassured us that Lord Godalming and Quincy were on their way. We had time to prepare for the final confrontation. Shortly after Mina's message, there was another knock at the door. Godalming and Quincy had arrived. They destroyed the boxes at both locations. We now had to wait for the monster's next move. The professor deduced that the Count had crossed the river, and time was on our side. We prepared for his arrival, organizing ourselves for an attack. We heard the lock turn, and in a flash, the Count leapt into the room, his speed inhuman. Harker slashed at him with his cookery knife but missed by a hair, cutting only the Count's coat. The monster snarled, gathered some money that had fallen, and with another swift leap, escaped through the window. From the yard, the Count taunted us, boasting of his revenge and declaring that time was on his side. He promised that we, and those we loved, would become his creatures. Then, he disappeared. We've learned a lot. Despite his bold words, he fears us, he fears time, and he fears scarcity. Why else would he be in such a hurry? His very tone betrays him, unless my ears deceive me. Why take that money? You follow quickly. You're hunters of wild beasts, so you understand. For me, I'll make sure nothing here can be of use to him if he returns. As he spoke, he pocketed the remaining money, gathered the title deeds Harker left behind, and swept the rest of the items into the fireplace, setting them alight. Godalming and Morris rushed out to the yard, and Harker lowered himself from the window to follow the Count. However, the Count had bolted the stable door, and by the time they forced it open, he was gone. Van Helsing and I tried to make inquiries at the back of the house, but the mews was deserted, and no one had seen him leave. It was late in the afternoon, and sunset was approaching. We had to accept that our chase was over. With heavy hearts, we agreed with the professor when he said, "Let's go back to Madame Mina." Poor Madame Mina. We've done all we can for now, at least we can protect her. But we don't need to lose hope. There's only one more Earthbox, and once we find it, things might still turn out okay. I could tell he was trying to comfort Harker, who was utterly broken. Every now and then, a low groan escaped him as he thought of his wife. We returned to my house with heavy hearts, where Mrs. Harker awaited us. She wore a cheerful expression, a testament to her bravery and selflessness. But when she saw our faces, her own went pale. For a moment, her eyes closed, as if in silent prayer, before she spoke cheerfully, "I can never thank you all enough. Oh, my poor darling. She gently took her husband's graying head in her hands and kissed it. Rest your poor head here. Everything will be okay, dear. God will protect us if he so wills it. Harker groaned softly. His sorrow was too great for words. We had a simple supper together, which seemed to lift our spirits a little. Perhaps it was just the warmth of the food none of us had eaten since breakfast, or maybe the companionship helped, but either way, we felt slightly less miserable and faced the next day with a bit more hope. True to our word, we told Mrs. Harker everything that had happened. She listened bravely, though she turned pale at moments of danger to her husband and flushed at signs of his devotion to her. When we described Harker's reckless rush at the Count, she clung tightly to his arm, as if her grip could protect him from further harm. But she said nothing until the entire story was told, bringing us up to the present moment. Then, without letting go of her husband's hand, she stood up and spoke. I wish I could fully convey the scene. This sweet, radiant woman, her youth and energy shining, with the red scar on her forehead that she was painfully aware of, and which we saw with clenched jaws, remembering how it came to be. Her kindness contrasted with our grim resolve, her faith stood in opposition to our fear and doubt. Yet we knew that, symbolically, this pure and good woman was cast out from God. Jonathan, she said, her voice soft with love and tenderness, Jonathan, my dear, and all of you, my true friends, I want you to keep something in mind through this terrible time. I know you must fight, just as you had to destroy the false Lucy so the real Lucy could live after, but this isn't an act of hate. That poor soul, who has caused all this suffering, is the saddest case of all. Just imagine his joy when his darker self is destroyed, allowing his better self to find spiritual immortality. You must show pity, even if it doesn't stop you from destroying him. As she spoke, I saw Harker's face darken and tighten, as if the emotions inside him were burning his soul. Instinctively, his grip on his wife's hand tightened until his knuckles turned white. She didn't flinch from the pain, but gazed at him with pleading eyes. When she finished, he sprang to his feet, nearly pulling his hand from hers, and cried out, "May God give him into my hands long enough for me to destroy his earthly life. If I could send his soul to burn in hell forever, I would." "Oh, hush. Please hush, in God's name," she begged. "Don't say such things, Jonathan, or you'll crush me with fear and horror. Think, my dear, I've been thinking all day that someday I, too, may need such pity, and that someone, with as much cause for anger as you, might deny it to me. Oh, my husband. I'd have spared you such a thought if there were another way. I just pray that God will take your words as the desperate cry of a heartbroken man. Let these poor white hairs testify to the suffering of a man who has done no wrong and faced so much sorrow." We men couldn't hold back our tears anymore. We wept openly. Mrs. Harker wept too, seeing that her gentle words had prevailed. Her husband fell to his knees beside her, wrapped his arms around her, and buried his face in the folds of her dress. Van Helsing motioned for us to leave, and we quietly exited, leaving the couple alone with their God. Before they went to bed, the professor made sure the room was secure against any visit from the vampire and reassured Mrs. Harker that she could sleep peacefully. She tried to believe it, and for her husband's sake, worked hard to appear content. It was a brave effort, and I believe it wasn't without reward. Van Helsing placed a bell nearby for either of them to ring in case of emergency. Once they were settled, Quincy, Godalming, and I decided to divide the night among us to watch over her. Quincy took the first watch, and the rest of us prepared to sleep. Godalming had already turned in for his shift. Now that my work is done, I, too, will head to bed. October 4th, morning. I was awakened once more by Mina. This time, dawn's gray light had begun to shape the windows, and the gaslight was faint. She hurriedly said, "Go get the professor. I need to see him at once." "Why?" I asked. "I have an idea. It must have come to me in the night. He needs to hypnotize me before dawn. Go quickly, dearest, the time is short." I went to the door, where Dr. Seward was resting. He sprang to his feet as I approached. "Is something wrong?" he asked, alarmed. "No, but Mina needs Dr. Van Helsing immediately." "I'll get him," he replied, and hurried to the professor's room.
Within minutes, Van Helsing was with us, still in his dressing gown, with Mr. Morris and Lord Godalming close behind. When Mina smiled at him, relief crossed the professor's face. "Ah, Madam Mina, this is a wonderful change. You're back to us," he said cheerfully. "What can I do for you?" "I need you to hypnotize me," she said urgently. "Do it before dawn. I feel I can speak freely then. Hurry, we don't have much time." Without a word, he motioned for her to sit up. He began making passes over her head, and after a few minutes, her eyes closed, and she sat perfectly still. Van Helsing stopped, wiping sweat from his forehead. Mina opened her eyes, but she didn't seem herself. Her voice was distant, dreamlike. Van Helsing raised his hand for silence and motioned for the others to come in. We gathered quietly at the foot of the bed. "Where are you?" Van Helsing asked softly. "I don't know." "Sleep has no place of its own," Mina answered, her voice neutral. The room was silent, everyone afraid to even breathe. The professor signaled me to pull up the blinds, and the first rays of sunrise filled the room. Van Helsing continued, "What do you hear?" "I hear water lapping, waves outside. Men are running overhead, and there's the creaking of chains." "Are you on a ship?" "Yes." Van Helsing kept questioning her until she fell back asleep as the sun rose fully. When she woke, confused but eager to know what she'd said, the professor explained. Mina, immediately alarmed, urged action, but Van Helsing calmed her, noting that the Count had likely escaped by ship. "Now, dear Madam Mina," he added gravely, "we must follow him, even to the jaws of hell." Mina paled, fainting as he spoke. I barely caught her in time. Dr. Seward's phonograph diary, as spoken by Van Helsing. To Jonathan Harker. Stay with your dear wife, Mina, while we conduct our search, not so much a search as a confirmation of what we already know. It's important that you stay with her today, as this is your most sacred duty. Rest assured, nothing will find him here today. Let me share what we've discovered. Our enemy has returned to his castle in Transylvania. I'm certain of it, as if a great sign had been written in fire. He had prepared for this escape, and the final earth box was ready for shipment. His last hope was to hide in the tomb he believed Miss Lucy would keep open for him, but he ran out of time. When that failed, he headed straight for his last option. He is clever, so clever, and he knew the game was up. So, he found a ship and returned the same way he came. We will investigate which ship and where it's bound, and we'll return with news. We'll comfort you and Mina with renewed hope because not all is lost. This creature, powerful though he may be, is finite. He took hundreds of years to reach London, and in just one day we forced him out. We are strong in our purpose, and together we are even stronger. Take heart, dear Jonathan. This battle has only begun, and we will win. God watches over his children. Be at peace until we return. Van Helsing. Jonathan Harker's Journal. October 4th. When I read Van Helsing's message to Mina, it brightened her considerably. Knowing that Count Dracula has left the country has given her strength. Even for me, now that the danger isn't right in front of us, it seems almost unbelievable. My own experiences at Castle Dracula feel like a distant dream. Yet, when I see the scar on Mina's forehead, I know that this nightmare is all too real. We've gone through our diaries over and over again, and though the reality becomes clearer each time, the fear diminishes. Mina believes we might be instruments of some greater good, and I try to think as she does. We haven't spoken of the future yet, preferring to wait for the professor and the others after their investigation. Time is passing quickly, it's now 3 o'clock. Mina Harker's Journal. October 5th, 5 p.m. We met for a report today. Present were Professor Van Helsing, Lord Godalming, Dr. Seward, Mr. Quincy Morris, Jonathan, and myself. Dr. Van Helsing explained how we traced Count Dracula's escape. I knew he wanted to return to Transylvania, and I suspected he'd go via the Danube or the Black Sea, following his original route. It wasn't easy to track, but we began by checking what ships left for the Black Sea last night.
Madame Mina mentioned sails being set, so we knew it had to be a sailing ship. At Lloyd's, we found only one vessel bound for the Black Sea, the Tsarina Catherine, which sailed from Doolittle's Wharf to Varna. We rushed to the wharf and spoke with a man there. After some encouragement from Quincy, he told us everything we needed to know. The Count, pale, thin, dressed in black, but wearing a strange straw hat, appeared in a hurry, making inquiries about the ship's departure. He refused to board immediately, instead making arrangements for a large box to be loaded onto the ship. Soon, a mist enveloped the ship. The captain swore in many languages, but there was little he could do. By the time the fog lifted, the ship was already heading out to sea. Van Helsing continued, "Now, we have some time to prepare. The Count is on the water, but ships take time. Our best chance is to catch him when he is trapped in the box during the day. His destination is Varna, and once we confirm the details, we will intercept him there." When Dr. Van Helsing finished, I asked if it was truly necessary to pursue him. He answered passionately, "Yes. For Mina, for humanity. This monster has done great harm already, and it's our duty to stop him." His words filled me with both dread and hope. The decision. After discussing the facts, we agreed to sleep on the matter and reconvene tomorrow to finalize our plans. Dr. Seward's Diary. October 5th. I woke up today feeling an unusual sense of peace, as if some haunting presence had been lifted from me. But as soon as I caught sight of the red mark on my forehead in the mirror, I was reminded that I am still tainted. We all rose early, and it seems that sleep did wonders for all of us. When we met for breakfast, there was an unexpected sense of cheerfulness, something none of us thought we'd feel again. It's remarkable how resilient the human spirit can be. When any obstacle, even death, is removed, we return to hope and joy almost instinctively. As we sat around the table, I found myself wondering if the events of the past few days had been just a nightmare. But the red blotch on Mrs. Harker's forehead quickly grounded me back in reality. Even now, as I reflect on everything, it's hard to grasp that the root of our troubles still exists. Mrs. Harker herself seems to forget at times, though when something reminds her, she remembers her scar and her ordeal. We're meeting in my study shortly to discuss our next steps, and I fear we'll have to speak openly. However, I sense that something is keeping Mrs. Harker from speaking freely. She forms her own conclusions, and I know they must be brilliant, but something holds her back from sharing them. I mentioned this to Van Helsing, and we plan to discuss it privately. It could be the poison from the vampire's baptism of blood, as Van Helsing calls it, working its way through her system. If my instincts are right, we face a new and terrible challenge. The same force that silences her may compel her to speak in ways we can't predict. Van Helsing is coming to my study before the others arrive, and I'll try to broach the subject with him. October 5th, later. When Van Helsing arrived, I could tell he had something on his mind. After some hesitation, he finally said, "John, we need to talk alone, at least at first. Later, we may need to involve the others." He paused for a moment and then continued, "Our dear Madame Mina is changing." A cold shiver ran through me, confirming my worst fears. Van Helsing went on, "With what we learned from Miss Lucy, we must act before it's too late. Madame Mina is showing the early signs, her teeth are sharper, and her eyes harden at times. Worse still, she's often silent now, just as Miss Lucy was. My fear is that, if the Count can see and hear through her when she's in a hypnotic trance, he could also compel her to reveal what we know." I nodded in agreement, and he continued, "We must prevent this. We need to keep her unaware of our plans so she cannot reveal them, even under the Count's control. It will be painful, but we must ask her to step back from our counsel." He wiped his forehead, clearly distressed by the thought. I told him that I had reached the same conclusion, which seemed to give him some comfort. October 5th, later. As soon as our meeting began, both Van Helsing and I felt an immense relief. Mrs. Harker had sent word through her husband that she wouldn't join us, believing it better for us to discuss our plans without her. Van Helsing and I exchanged a look of understanding and agreed to keep our suspicions quiet for now. Van Helsing then laid out the facts. The Tsarina Catherine had left the Thames yesterday, and at its fastest, it would take 3 weeks to reach Varna.
We can reach Varna overland in 3 days, leaving us a margin of nearly 2 weeks. To ensure we're there ahead of the ship, we must leave by the 17th. We'll all go armed against both spiritual and physical threats. Quincy Morris added, since the Count comes from a wolf country, I suggest we bring Winchesters. They came in handy back in Tobolsk when we faced a pack of wolves. Good idea, Van Helsing agreed. Winchesters it will be. We decided to spend the next couple of days preparing for our journey to Varna. Harker hesitated at the mention of the 4 of us going, clearly concerned about leaving his wife. He asked for time to talk to Mina before committing, and I thought Van Helsing would warn him not to disclose our plans, but he remained silent. Jonathan Harker's Journal. October 5, afternoon. After the meeting, my thoughts were in turmoil. Mina's decision to stay out of our discussions made me wonder, but I couldn't bring myself to question her. She is sleeping now, peacefully, with a smile on her face, a rare moment of happiness for her. Later, Mina woke up suddenly and asked me to bring Van Helsing. I assumed it was for her usual hypnotism, so I fetched him. To our surprise, Mina told us she must join us on the journey to Varna. Van Helsing was taken aback and asked why. I am safer with you, and you will be safer with me, she explained. I know that if the Count calls me, I must obey. But if I am with you, I can help. You can use the hypnotism to learn things even I don't know. Van Helsing agreed, acknowledging her wisdom. Mina immediately fell back asleep, and we left her in peace. Van Helsing gathered the others and relayed Mina's request. We now have another factor to consider, Madam Mina. Her soul is pure, but her condition makes her both vulnerable and valuable. We must not waste any time and be ready in Varna to act the moment the ship arrives. October 5, later. It's done. My will is made, and everything is settled. If Mina survives, she will inherit everything. If not, those who have been so good to us will receive what remains. As sunset approaches, I can sense Mina's unease. There's something weighing on her, and I believe the exact moment of sunset will reveal it. These moments are becoming increasingly difficult for all of us. Each sunrise and sunset brings new threats, new pains, though I hope they are steps toward a greater good, according to God's will. I write all this in my diary, knowing Mina must not hear it now. But if she ever reads this in the future, it will be ready for her. She's calling for me now. Dr. Seward's Diary. October 11th, evening. Jonathan Harker asked me to record this, as he feels too overwhelmed to do so himself. He wants an accurate record kept. None of us were surprised when we were summoned to see Mrs. Harker just before sunset. We've come to understand that sunrise and sunset are moments of particular freedom for her. During these times, her old self emerges, free from any external forces that might control or incite her. This state begins about half an hour before sunrise or sunset and lasts until the sun is high, or until the clouds are still glowing with the rays of the setting sun. Initially, she experiences a sort of release, and then full freedom follows. However, when that freedom ends, the change back to her controlled state happens swiftly, signaled by a brief period of silence. Tonight, when we gathered, she seemed tense, as if fighting an internal battle. But after a few minutes, she gained control of herself. She motioned for her husband to sit beside her on the sofa, and the rest of us pulled our chairs close. Taking Jonathan's hand, she began. We're all here together, perhaps for the last time in freedom. I know, my dear, she said to her husband, squeezing his hand, that you'll be with me until the end. She paused, her voice steady. Tomorrow, we set out on our task, and only God knows what lies ahead for us. You've agreed to take me with you, and I know you'll do all that brave men can for a poor woman whose soul is at stake. But I'm not like you. There's a poison in me, one that could destroy me unless something changes. You all know that my soul is in danger. But even though I see one way out, you must not let me take it. She looked at each of us in turn, ending with Jonathan. Van Helsing's voice was hoarse as he asked, "What is that way, which we must not take?" That I should die now, by my own hand or someone else's, before a greater evil takes hold.
If I were to die, you could free my soul, as you did for poor Lucy. But I can't believe that death is God's will for me when there's still hope and work to be done. So, I'm willing to give up the certainty of eternal rest and face the darkness ahead." We sat in silence, sensing that this was only the beginning. Harker's face turned ashen, as if he understood her meaning more than the rest of us. She continued. "This is what I offer." She used a legal term, saying, "This is my contribution to the hodgepodge." "But what will you give?" "Your lives, I know, but that's easy for brave men." "Your lives belong to God." "But what will you give to me?" She looked at each of us again, avoiding her husband's eyes. Quincy nodded, understanding. Her face brightened. "Then let me tell you plainly. You must promise me, all of you, even you, my beloved husband, that if the time comes, you will kill me." "When is that time?" Quincy asked, his voice strained. "When you're sure that I've changed so much that it would be better for me to die. And when that happens, you must drive a stake through my heart, cut off my head, and do whatever else is necessary to give me rest." Quincy was the first to respond. He knelt in front of her and said solemnly, "I may not be the most honorable man, but I swear to you, if the time comes, I won't hesitate. If I even have the slightest doubt, I'll take it as a sign that the time has come." She wept and kissed his hand. "My true friend," she whispered. Van Helsing and Lord Godalming both knelt and swore the same, and I followed suit. Then, Jonathan, pale and trembling, asked, "Must I make this promise too?" "Yes, my dearest," she replied. "You are my closest, my dearest. If it must happen, I want it to be by your hand. I would rather die by the hand of the one who loves me most." Van Helsing, moved by her plea, swore again, "I promise." Mrs. Harker smiled, relieved. Then, she gave us one final warning: if this time comes, it may come quickly and without warning. You must act without hesitation. She made one more request: if it's not too much, I want you to read the burial service over me. Her husband groaned, but she comforted him, holding his hand over her heart. "It will bring me peace to know that your voice will be with me, come what may." Jonathan began reading the burial service, his voice breaking with emotion. The scene was deeply moving, solemn, sorrowful, yet strangely comforting. Jonathan Harker's Journal. October 15th. We left London on the 12th and took the Orient Express to Paris. We arrived here in Varna at 5 o'clock. Lord Godalming went to the consulate to check for telegrams, while the rest of us settled at our hotel. Until the Tsarina Catherine arrives, I find no interest in anything else. Mina, thankfully, is well and growing stronger. She sleeps through most of the journey, but she remains awake and alert at sunrise and sunset. Van Helsing continues to hypnotize her during these times, and she now responds almost immediately. Each time, she describes the same scene: waves, rushing water, straining sails, and creaking masts. The Tsarina Catherine is still at sea, racing toward Varna. October 16th. Mina's reports remain the same: darkness, waves, and the sound of the ship cutting through the water. We're ready, and once the ship is spotted, we'll be prepared to act. October 17th. Everything is nearly set for the Count's return. Godalming told the shipping company he suspected the box sent aboard might contain something stolen from a friend. He got partial consent to open it, at his own risk. The owner provided a document instructing the captain to give Godalming full access to do whatever he needed on the ship, and a similar authorization was sent to his agent in Varna. We met with the agent, who was impressed by Godalming's respectful manner, and we're confident he'll help us however he can. We've planned our course of action if we manage to open the box. If the Count is inside, Van Helsing and Seward will immediately decapitate him and drive a stake through his heart. Morris, Godalming, and I will prevent any interference, even using force if necessary. The professor says if we can destroy the Count's body in this way, it will turn to dust, leaving no evidence of murder. But even if we were accused, we've resolved to stand by our actions. This very journal may someday serve as evidence, and if it leads to our downfall, so be it. Personally, I'd face that fate gratefully. We're leaving no stone unturned. We've arranged with officials that we'll be notified by special messenger the moment the Tsarina Catherine is spotted. October 24th. A week of waiting, and still nothing. Daily telegrams to Godalming, but the same message, not yet reported. Mina's hypnotic sessions, both morning and evening, yield the same result, the sound of lapping waves, rushing water, and creaking masts. October 24th, telegram. Rufus Smith, Lloyd's, London, to Lord Godalming, care of HBM Vice-Consul, Varna.
Tsarina Catherine reported this morning from Dardanelles.
Dr. Seward's diary. October 25th. How I miss my phonograph.
Writing my diary by hand is tiresome, but Van Helsing insists I do it.
Yesterday, when Godalming received the telegram from Lloyd's, we were all electrified with excitement. Now I understand how soldiers feel when the call to battle sounds.
Only Mrs. Harker showed no emotion, but that's because we've kept the news from her. In the past, she would have noticed our attempts to conceal our excitement, but she's changed significantly over the past 3 weeks. The lethargy is growing, and while she seems healthier and has regained some color, Van Helsing and I remain concerned. We haven't shared our suspicions with the others. It would break Harker's heart and certainly shake his nerves. Van Helsing examines her teeth closely during her hypnotic trances and assures me that as long as they haven't started sharpening, there's no immediate danger. But if that change comes, we know what steps will need to be taken, though we dare not speak of them. The Tsarina Catherine is about 24 hours away, so we're preparing to wake at 1 a.m. to be ready when the ship arrives.
October 25th, noon. Still no news of the ship.
Mrs. Harker's hypnotic report this morning was the same as usual, so we could hear something any minute.
We're all on edge, except for Harker, who's eerily calm.
His hands are as cold as ice, and earlier I found him sharpening the blade of the large Gurkha knife he always carries. If that blade meets the Count's throat, it won't end well for him.
Van Helsing and I were concerned about Mrs. Harker today.
Around noon, she entered a deep lethargy that alarmed us.
Though we didn't mention it to the others, we were uneasy.
She had been restless all morning, so we initially welcomed the news that she was sleeping. However, when Jonathan casually mentioned that he couldn't wake her, we went to check on her ourselves. She was breathing normally and looked peaceful, so we decided her sleep was doing her good. Poor girl, she has so much to forget, and if sleep brings her any relief, it can only help.
Later, our concerns were unfounded.
After several hours of deep sleep, Mrs. Harker woke feeling much brighter and more herself than she had in days. At sunset, she gave her usual hypnotic report. Wherever the Count is in the Black Sea, he's racing towards his destination and, I hope, his doom.
October 26th. Another day, still no news of the Tsarina Catherine. It should have arrived by now. Mrs. Harker's morning report is the same, suggesting the ship is still at sea.
Some steamers that docked last night reported patches of fog to the north and south, which may have delayed the ship.
We'll keep watching, the signal could come at any moment. October 27th, noon.
It's strange that there's still no news of the ship. Mrs. Harker's reports haven't changed much, though last night and this morning she noted that the waves were very faint.
London has sent no further updates either.
Van Helsing is growing increasingly anxious, and he confided in me that he fears the Count is slipping away from us.
I didn't like Mina's lethargy, he added ominously.
Strange things can happen to souls and memories during trance. I was about to ask more when Jonathan entered, and Van Helsing motioned for silence.
We'll try tonight at sunset to get more from her while she's under hypnosis.
Telegram, Rufus Smith, Lloyd's, London, to Lord Godalming, care of HBM Vice-Consul, Varna, October 28. Tsarina Catherine reported entering Galatz at 1 p.m. today.
Dr. Seward's diary. October 28.
When the telegram arrived saying the Tsarina Catherine had docked in Galatz, none of us were truly surprised. We didn't know where, how, or when the unexpected would happen, but we all sensed that something would go awry. The delay in Varna had already convinced us that our plans weren't going as anticipated. Still, when the news came, it caught us off guard.
We all reacted differently. Van Helsing raised his hand as if in protest to the heavens but remained silent. Lord Godalming grew pale and breathed heavily. I felt stunned, glancing at each of them in turn. Quincy tightened his belt, an old signal I recognized from our wandering days, meaning prepare for action. Mrs. Harker turned ghostly white, her scar burning on her forehead, but she folded her hands and looked up in prayer. Jonathan, however, smiled, a dark, bitter smile of a man with no hope. Yet, his actions betrayed his despair as his hand instinctively reached for the hilt of the cookery knife. "When's the next train to Galatz?" Van Helsing asked. "At 6:30 tomorrow morning," Mrs. Harker replied confidently. We all turned to her in surprise. "How do you know?" Arthur asked. "You forget I'm the train expert," she said with a smile. "At home in Exeter, I always studied the timetables for Jonathan's sake, and I've kept the habit. I knew if we needed to head to Castle Dracula, we'd go through Galatz or Bucharest, so I made sure to learn the schedules." Van Helsing nodded in admiration. "Remarkable woman." "Can't we get a special train?" Lord Godalming asked. Van Helsing shook his head. "This isn't like England. Even if we got a special, it likely wouldn't arrive sooner than the regular train. Besides, we have some preparations to make. Arthur, you'll go get the tickets and ensure everything is ready. Jonathan, you'll speak with the ship's agent and get letters of authority to search the vessel in Galatz. Quincy, you'll meet with the vice-consul and secure his help. John and I will stay with Mina. And I'll help however I can," Mina added, brighter than we'd seen her in days. "I'll think and write as I used to." The three younger men left to carry out their tasks. As soon as the door closed behind them, Van Helsing asked Mrs. Harker to retrieve Jonathan's journal. When she left the room, he turned to me and said, "There's a change coming. I can feel it. But I don't know whether it's for good or ill." Dr. Seward's Diary. October 29th. I'm writing this from the train, heading from Varna to Galatz. Last night, we gathered just before sunset. Each of us had done everything we could to prepare for the journey and the work awaiting us in Galatz. As usual, Mrs. Harker prepared for her hypnotic session. However, this time Van Helsing had to work much harder than usual to get her into a trance. Normally, she speaks after just a hint, but this time he had to ask several pointed questions before she finally responded. "I see nothing. We're still. There are no waves lapping, just a steady swirl of water against the ship's ropes. I hear men's voices, near and far, and the creaking of oars. A gun fires somewhere, echoing in the distance. There's the sound of feet overhead, ropes and chains being dragged. What's this? A gleam of light, I can feel the air blowing on me." At that moment, she suddenly sat up, raised her hands as if lifting a weight, and then paused. Van Helsing and I exchanged glances. Quincy raised an eyebrow and watched her closely, while Harker instinctively gripped the hilt of his cookery knife. Time was slipping away, but we all knew it was pointless to push her further. Suddenly, she opened her eyes and asked sweetly, "Would anyone like some tea?" "You must be tired." We played along to make her happy. Once she had gone to make the tea, Van Helsing said, "He's close to land. He's left his box of earth, but hasn't yet reached shore. He may lie hidden during the night, but if he doesn't reach land before dawn, he'll be trapped. He'll lose the day, and if we arrive in time, we'll catch him by daylight boxed up and powerless." There was nothing more to do but wait. This morning, with growing anxiety, we gathered for her next trance. It took even longer than before, and time was running out before sunrise. Finally, after Van Helsing gave his full effort, she replied. "All is dark. I hear lapping water, level with me, and creaking wood." Then the red sun rose, and she said no more. Now we travel towards Galatz, filled with nervous anticipation. We're due to arrive between 2 and 3 in the morning, but we're already 3 hours behind schedule. We'll have 2 more chances to hypnotize Mrs. Harker before we arrive. One of those sessions may give us the clues we need. October 29th, later. Sunset has passed. Fortunately, we weren't interrupted by a station stop. Mrs. Harker resisted the hypnotic trance even more than this morning, and I fear her ability to read the Count's sensations may be fading just when we need it most. Her imagination seems to be taking over. While she's been accurate in her trances up until now, if this continues, she may mislead us. I wish the Count's hold on her would fade as well, but I'm afraid that's not the case. When she finally spoke, her words were cryptic. Something is leaving. I feel it pass me like a cold wind. I hear distant voices, strange tongues, rushing water, and howling wolves. She shuddered violently, then fell silent, ignoring Van Helsing's urgent questions. When she woke, she was cold and exhausted but mentally sharp. She couldn't remember anything she said and asked us to tell her. After hearing it, she thought deeply but remained quiet. October 30th, 7 a.m. We're nearing Galatz now, and I may not have time to write later. We were all on edge waiting for sunrise this morning, knowing Mrs. Harker's trances were becoming harder to induce. Van Helsing started his efforts earlier than usual, but there was no effect until the normal time, just minutes before sunrise. Her words came quickly. All is dark. I hear swirling water at my ear level, and the creak of wood on wood. There's the lowing of cattle in the distance. There's another sound, strange, like she stopped, her face growing pale. Go on. Speak, I command you. Van Helsing shouted, his voice filled with desperation. But it was too late. The rising sun flushed her face, and she opened her eyes, saying sweetly, Professor, why ask me to do what you know I can't? I don't remember anything. Seeing our surprised faces, she added, what have I said? What have I done? I only remember lying here half asleep and hearing you say, go on, speak. It was like being scolded as a child. Oh, Madam Mina, Van Helsing said sadly, it is proof of my deep love and respect for you that even when I speak more earnestly than usual, it feels strange because I'm commanding someone I'm proud to obey. As I write, the train's whistle blows. We're nearing Galatz, and we're all consumed with anxiety and anticipation. Mina Harker's Journal. October 30th. Mr. Morris took me to the hotel, where our rooms had been arranged. Since he doesn't speak any foreign languages, he was the best choice for the task. The others split up similarly to how they did in Varna. Lord Godalming went to see the vice-consul, as his title helps in official matters. Jonathan and the doctors went to speak with the shipping agent to find out more about the arrival of the Tsarina Catherine. October 30th, later. Lord Godalming has returned. The consul was away, and the vice-consul was sick, but a helpful clerk attended to the routine work and offered any assistance we might need. Jonathan Harker's Journal. October 30th. At 9 this morning, Dr. Van Helsing, Dr. Seward, and I visited Messrs. Mackenzie and Steinkopf, the shipping agents for Hapgood in London. They had received a wire from Lord Godalming requesting their assistance, and they were more than helpful. They took us directly aboard the Tsarina Catherine, anchored in the river harbor, where we met Captain Donaldson. He told us that in all his years of sailing, he'd never had such a favorable run. It made us nervous, he said, we expected to pay for it with some bad luck. It's not natural to sail from London to the Black Sea with perfect winds the whole way, as if the devil himself was pushing us alone. Whenever we neared another ship, port, or land, a thick fog would cover us. We couldn't signal or see anything, except when we got our pass at the Dardanelles. Van Helsing responded, the devil is cleverer than most give him credit for. The captain nodded and continued, when we reached the Bosphorus, my crew, particularly the Romanians, started demanding that I throw a large box overboard. It had been loaded just before we left London by an odd-looking old man. The crew made superstitious signs at him, but I dismissed it. However, after days of fog, I started feeling uneasy about that box too. Still, I wasn't about to throw away the owner's property. The captain added that 2 days ago, a man came aboard at Galatz before sunrise with papers to claim the box for Count Dracula. Relieved to be rid of it, the captain handed it over. When Van Helsing asked for the man's name, the captain produced a receipt signed Emanuel Hildesheim. With this lead, we visited Hildesheim, a merchant who confirmed the box had been passed to a man named Petrov Skinsky. However, Skinsky had left town 2 days ago, and his whereabouts were unknown. Later, we learned that Skinsky's body had been found with his throat torn out, possibly by a wild animal. We left quickly, knowing we needed to focus on finding the box. Mina Harker's memorandum, journal entry. Focus of inquiry: Count Dracula's goal is to return to his home. Someone must bring him back. This is clear, because if he had the power to move himself freely, he could do so in the form of a man, wolf, or bat, or some other shape. He clearly fears discovery or interference, being helpless in his coffin during daylight hours, trapped between dawn and sunset. B. How will he be transported? We can narrow down the possibilities by eliminating some options. By road, by rail, or by water. By road. Numerous complications arise, especially when leaving the city. X. People are curious, and might investigate. A suspicion or doubt about what's in the box would lead to his destruction. Y. Customs or toll officers could present another obstacle. Z. His pursuers, us, might follow. This is likely his greatest fear, and in order to avoid being betrayed, he has kept even me, his victim, at arm's length. By rail. No one would be in charge of the box. It could be delayed, and any delay would be fatal with enemies following closely behind. He could escape at night, but he wouldn't be safe in unfamiliar territory with no refuge. This isn't his plan, as it's too risky. By water. This is the safest option in some respects, but also the most dangerous. On water, he's powerless except at night, when he can only summon fog, storms, snow, and wolves. But if the vessel wrecked, the flowing water would engulf him, leaving him helpless and lost. Even if the ship reached land, he'd still be at risk if it was hostile territory. We know from the records that he traveled by water. Our task is to determine which body of water. First, we must review what he's done so far. From that, we might get an idea of what his next move will be. We need to separate what he did in London, under pressure and time constraints, from his broader plan. We must figure out what he's done since arriving here, based on the facts we have. As for London, he clearly intended to arrive in Galatz, sending an invoice to Varna to throw us off. His sole objective at that time was to escape. This is proven by the letter to Emanuel Hildesheim, instructing him to collect the box before sunrise. There was also a message to Petrov Skinsky, though we can only guess its contents. Nevertheless, Skinsky came to Hildesheim as instructed. Up to this point, his plan has been successful. The Tsarina Catherine made an exceptionally fast journey, so much so that Captain Donaldson grew suspicious. Yet, the captain's superstitious nature and practicality played into Dracula's hands, allowing the ship to race through fog and wind to Galatz. Once there, Hildesheim cleared the box and handed it off to Skinsky, who then took it, and that's where we lose the trail. We only know that the box is still on the water, moving. Now, we turn to what Dracula must have done after reaching land at Galatz. Skinsky took possession of the box before sunrise. By then, Dracula could have appeared in his true form. But why did he choose Skinsky to help? According to Jonathan's diary, Skinsky dealt with Slovaks trading down the river, and the remark that Skinsky's murder was the work of a Slovak shows the general distrust of his people. Dracula sought isolation. My theory is this. In London, Dracula decided to return to his castle by water because it offered the most safety and secrecy. He was transported from his castle by the Skani, who likely handed the boxes over to Slovaks for transport to Varna, where they were shipped to London. This network of people would be able to assist him again. When the box arrived on land before sunrise or after sunset, Dracula met with Skinsky and instructed him to arrange the transport of the box upriver. Once his plans were set, Dracula killed Skinsky to cover his tracks. After reviewing the maps, I believe the river Dracula is traveling on is either the Pruth or the Sereth. In my trance, I heard cows lowing, water swirling, and the creak of wood. This suggests Dracula's box is on an open boat, likely propelled by oars or poles, as the boat is moving against the current, which would not produce such sounds if it were floating downstream. It may not be either the Pruth or the Sereth, but further inquiry is required. Of the two, the Pruth is easier to navigate, but Sereth loops around near the Borgo Pass, close to Dracula's castle. Mina Harker's journal continued. After I finished reading, Jonathan held me close and kissed me. The others shook my hands, and Dr. Van Helsing said, "Our dear Madame Mina has once again illuminated our path. She sees clearly where we were blinded. Now we're back on track, and this time we may succeed. Our enemy is at his weakest, and if we can catch him during the day, while he's still on the water, our mission will be complete. He has a head start, but he cannot accelerate his journey. He cannot leave the box without risking suspicion from those carrying him, and if they grow suspicious, they might throw him into the river, where he would perish. He knows this, and he won't take the risk. Now, we must plan our next steps." "I'll get a steam launch and follow him up the river," Lord Godalming said. "And I'll arrange for horses to follow along the bank, in case he lands," added Mr. Morris. "Good," the professor said, "but neither of you should go alone. We must be prepared to face force with force if necessary. The Slovaks are strong and carry weapons." The men smiled, knowing they were well armed. Mr. Morris added, "I brought some Winchesters. They're handy in a tight spot, and we might need them if wolves show up. The Count has taken precautions." Mrs. Harker couldn't make out all the details, but we have to be prepared for anything. Dr. Seward chimed in. "I'll go with Quincy. We've hunted together before, and the two of us, well armed, should be able to handle anything. Art, you shouldn't go alone. The Slovaks might not have guns, but a lucky blow could ruin everything. We can't afford any risks this time. We won't rest until we've separated the Count's head from his body, ensuring he can never return." As he spoke, Jonathan looked at me. I could see the conflict in his eyes. He wanted to stay with me, but he knew the boat was our best chance of destroying the vampire. Why did I hesitate to write that word? He remained silent, and Van Helsing spoke again. "Jonathan, this is for you, for two reasons. First, because you're young, brave, and able to fight, and we may need all our strength at the end. And second, because it's your right to destroy the monster that has caused so much pain to you and your loved ones. Don't worry about Madame Mina, she will be my responsibility. I am old. My legs are not as quick as they used to be, and I'm not as skilled in fighting, but I can still help in other ways. I can fight in other ways, and I can die if needed. While you, Lord Godalming, and Jonathan chase him by boat, and while John and Quincy guard the riverbank, I will take Madame Mina to Dracula's castle. While he's trapped in his coffin, we will sanctify his lair, ensuring he has nowhere to return to." Jonathan interrupted, "You want to bring Mina, while she's in this terrible condition, into that hellish death trap?" "No. Not for anything in this world." He became nearly speechless and then continued, "Do you know what that place is like? Have you seen the horrors that live there? Have you felt the vampire's bite? How can I let her go there?" He turned to me, his gaze falling on the scar on my forehead. He collapsed in misery, crying out, "Oh my God, what have we done to deserve this?" Van Helsing's calm, soothing voice reassured us, "It's to save Madame Mina from that place that I'm doing this. There's work to be done there, work she must not witness. If the Count escapes us now, he might sleep for centuries, and by then, Madame Mina would join him in undeath. We must act now, while we have the chance." Later, it took all my courage to say goodbye to my beloved. We may never meet again. Courage, Mina. The professor is looking at you closely, his gaze is a warning. There must be no tears now unless God allows them to fall in joy. Jonathan Harker's Journal. October 30th, night. I'm writing this by the light from the furnace door of the steam launch. Lord Godalming is tending the fire. He's quite skilled at this, as he's had his own launch on the Thames for years, and another on the Norfolk Broads. We've settled on Mina's theory being correct, that the Count's likely escape route would involve the Sereth, and then the Bystritza River at its junction. We believe the crossing to the Carpathians will occur around the 47th degree, north latitude. We're confident in traveling quickly up the river at night. The water is deep, and the banks are far enough apart to make navigating in the dark manageable. Lord Godalming advises me to rest for a while, as one watchman is sufficient for now. But I cannot sleep. How could I, with such danger looming over my dear wife as she ventures into that dreadful place? My only solace is that we are in God's hands. Without that faith, it would be easier to die than to live and endure this torment. Mr. Morris and Dr. Seward set off on their long ride before we departed. They planned to travel along the right bank, high enough to have a clear view of the river and avoid its twists. They have 2 men to help guide their spare horses initially, but will soon dismiss them to care for the horses themselves. If necessary, we may need to combine forces, and they have enough horses to accommodate us all. One saddle can easily be adjusted for Mina, if required. It's a wild adventure we're on. As we speed through the dark, the cold rising from the river strikes us, and the mysterious voices of the night surround us. It feels as though we're drifting into unknown and ominous territories. Lord Godalming is closing the furnace door. October 31st. Still rushing forward. Day has broken, and Lord Godalming is asleep. I'm on watch. The morning is bitterly cold, the furnace heat is welcome, despite our heavy fur coats. We've only encountered a few small boats, none carrying any box or package resembling the one we're after. The men we pass are terrified each time we shine our electric lamp on them, falling to their knees in prayer. November 1st, evening. No news today. We haven't found anything like what we're searching for. We've now entered the Bistritza, and if our guess is wrong, our chance is lost. We've inspected every boat, large and small. This morning, one crew mistook us for a government vessel and treated us accordingly. Seeing an opportunity, we obtained a Romanian flag at Fundu, where the Bistritza meets the Sereth, and have flown it ever since. It's worked. Every boat we've passed has shown us respect, with no resistance to our inquiries or actions. Some Slovaks reported seeing a large boat traveling unusually fast with a double crew aboard, but they couldn't tell if it turned onto the Bistritza or continued up the Sereth. We heard nothing of it at Fundu, suggesting it passed during the night. I'm feeling very tired, the cold may be getting to me, and my body needs rest. Godalming insists on taking the first watch. God bless him for all his kindness to Mina and me. November 2nd, morning. It's broad daylight now. That good man didn't wake me. He said it would have been a sin to disturb me, as I slept so peacefully, forgetting my troubles. I feel selfish for having slept so long while he stayed on watch, but he was right. I feel like a new man. As I sit here watching him sleep, I'm able to handle the engine, steer, and keep watch. My strength is returning. I wonder where Mina and Van Helsing are now. They should have reached Veresti around noon on Wednesday. After acquiring a carriage and horses, they should be nearing the Borgo Pass by now. God guide and protect them. I fear to imagine what may happen. If only we could go faster, but we can't. The engines are running as fast as they can. I wonder how Dr. Seward and Mr. Morris are faring. There seem to be endless streams flowing into this river, but none are large enough to hinder the horsemen, at least for now. I hope we meet them before reaching Strasba, for if we haven't caught up to the Count by then, we may need to reassess our next move. Dr. Seward's Diary. November 2nd. 3 days on the road. No news, and no time to write if there had been, as every moment is crucial. We've only paused to rest the horses, yet we're holding up remarkably well. Our previous adventures are proving useful. We must keep pushing forward. We won't feel at ease until the launch is back in sight. November 3rd. We heard at Fundu that the launch had gone up the Bistritza. I wish it wasn't so cold. There are signs of snow, and a heavy fall would stop us. If that happens, we'll need to get a sledge and press on in true Russian fashion. November 4th. Today, we heard that the launch had been delayed by an accident while attempting to navigate the rapids. The Slovak boats managed fine with ropes and skilled steering. Some had passed just hours before. Godalming, being handy himself, likely got the launch back in working order. They finally made it through with local help and are back on the chase. I fear the boat may have suffered more damage than they realize, as the peasants reported it kept stopping after reaching smoother waters. We must press on harder, our assistance may be needed soon. Mina Harker's Journal. October 31st. We arrived at Veresti at noon.
The professor said he could hardly hypnotize me this morning, and all I could say was, dark and quiet. He's off buying a carriage and horses, planning to purchase additional horses later to allow us to switch teams on the way.
We have over 70 miles ahead of us.
The countryside is beautiful, and under different circumstances, it would be delightful to explore. If only Jonathan and I were here together, enjoying the scenery at leisure, meeting people, and filling our memories with the vibrant culture.
But, alas. October 31st, later.
Dr. Van Helsing has returned with the carriage and horses.
We're having dinner and plan to leave within an hour. The landlady is preparing a huge basket of provisions. It looks enough for an army. The professor encourages this and whispers to me that we may not find good food again for a week.
He's been shopping, too, sending back a remarkable amount of fur coats, wraps, and all sorts of warm gear.
We won't be cold, at least. We're about to leave. I'm afraid of what lies ahead. We are truly in God's hands.
Only He knows what may come, and I pray with all my heart that He watches over my dear husband, Jonathan, that He knows how much I love and honor him, and that my final thoughts will always be of him.
Memorandum by Abraham Van Helsing. November 4th.
To my old and loyal friend, Dr. John Seward, of Purfleet, London, in case I don't get to see him.
This may help explain.
It's morning, and I write by the fire I've kept burning all night, with Madame Mina's help.
It's cold, terribly cold.
The heavy gray sky is full of snow that will settle for the entire winter as the ground hardens. The weather seems to have affected Madame Mina. She's been lethargic all day, not herself at all.
She just sleeps and sleeps. Usually so active, she's done nothing today and has even lost her appetite. She didn't write in her diary either, which is unusual for her. Something tells me something isn't right.
However, tonight she seems more energetic. Her long sleep today seems to have refreshed her, as she is now as sweet and lively as ever. At sunset, I tried to hypnotize her, but it failed each day. The power weakens, and tonight, it didn't work at all.
Well, God's will be done, whatever the outcome and wherever it may lead us.
Now to the matter at hand. Since Madame Mina isn't recording our journey in her shorthand, I must document it in my cumbersome old way, so our experiences do not go unrecorded.
We arrived at the Borgo Pass just after sunrise yesterday.
When I saw the first signs of dawn, I prepared for the hypnotism.
We stopped the carriage and got down to avoid distractions.
I made a fur bed for Madame Mina, and she lay down, surrendering to the hypnotic sleep, though slower and for a shorter time than usual. As before, she responded with darkness and swirling water. Afterward, she awoke bright and energized, and we continued. Once we reached the pass, she became filled with zeal, as if guided by some new force. She pointed to a road and said, "This is the way."
How do you know? I asked.
Of course,
I know, she replied, pausing before adding, didn't my Jonathan travel this road and write about it?
At first, I thought it strange, but soon I saw there was only one such by road.
It's rarely used and very different from the main road from Bukovina to Bistritz, which is broader and more frequently traveled. We followed the path.
When we came upon other possible roads, though some barely seemed like roads at all due to neglect and light snowfall, the horses seemed to know the way, and I trusted their patience. Soon, we began encountering all the landmarks Jonathan had noted in his diary. We continued for what felt like endless hours. Initially, I told Madame Mina to sleep, and she did, resting the entire time. Eventually, I grew suspicious and tried to wake her, but she slept on. I didn't want to disturb her too much, knowing she had suffered greatly and needed sleep. I must have dozed off as well, for I suddenly awoke, feeling guilty, the reins still in my hands as the horses trotted steadily along.
I looked down to find Madame Mina still asleep.
By now, it was near sunset, and the golden light stretched our shadows across the snow-covered mountains as we ascended higher and higher. The landscape grew wilder and rockier, as if we were approaching the end of the world. I woke Madame Mina with little trouble and attempted to hypnotize her again, but it didn't work. Still, I kept trying until I noticed that darkness had fully fallen. When I looked around, I saw the sun had set. Madame Mina laughed, and when I turned to her, she was wide awake, looking healthier than I had seen her since that night at Carfax when we first entered the Count's house. I was amazed, though uneasy. She was so cheerful and attentive to me that I momentarily forgot my concerns. I lit a fire from the wood we had brought, and she prepared our meal while I tended to the horses. When I returned to the fire, she had already prepared my supper. I offered to help, but she smiled and told me she had already eaten, as she was too hungry to wait. I didn't like this, and I had serious doubts, but I didn't want to alarm her, so I said nothing. Afterward, she helped me while I ate alone. Then, we wrapped ourselves in furs and lay down beside the fire. I told her to sleep while I kept watch, but eventually, I lost focus and dozed off. When I suddenly remembered my duty, I found her awake, watching me with bright eyes. This happened several times throughout the night. When morning came, I tried to hypnotize her again, but though she obediently closed her eyes, she couldn't sleep. The sun rose higher and higher, and finally, sleep overtook her, but too late, as she fell into a deep slumber from which she wouldn't wake. I had to lift her into the carriage after harnessing the horses. Even in sleep, she looked healthier and more flushed than before. I didn't like this and grew increasingly afraid. I feared everything, even my own thoughts, but I knew I had to continue. The stakes were too high, life and death, or perhaps even more. November 5th, morning. I must be precise in everything because, although you and I have witnessed strange things together, you may think I've gone mad from the many horrors and stress I've endured. Yesterday, we traveled deeper into the mountains, entering more desolate and wild lands. There were towering cliffs, rushing waters, and nature itself seemed to be in chaos. Madame Mina continued to sleep, and though I grew hungry and ate, I couldn't wake her, not even for food. I started to worry that the cursed place had claimed her, marked as she is by the vampire's bite. I told myself, if she sleeps all day, I will stay awake all night. As we moved along the rough ancient road, I nodded off, waking later with a sense of guilt to find her still asleep and the sun sinking low. Everything had changed, the mountains appeared farther away, and we were nearing the summit of a steep hill, atop which stood a castle, just as Jonathan described in his diary. I was both elated and terrified, for now, the end was near, for better or worse. I woke Madame Mina and tried to hypnotize her again, but it didn't work. As darkness descended, I took care of the horses and built a fire near where Madame Mina sat. She looked more charming than ever, sitting comfortably in her blankets, but she wouldn't eat. I didn't press her, knowing it was futile. I ate alone, needing strength for what lay ahead. Fearing what was to come, I drew a protective ring around her and sprinkled wafer over it to keep her safe. She sat motionless, growing paler and paler, until she was as white as the snow. She said nothing, but when I approached, she clung to me, trembling with fear. I tested her by asking her to come to the fire. She obeyed, but after taking a step, she stopped and stood frozen. "Why don't you continue?" I asked. "I can't," she whispered, returning to her place. I was relieved. If she couldn't cross the ring, neither could the vampires we dreaded. Dracula. This was the home of the king vampire, the undead to whom so many others were tied. The emptiness of it confirmed what I knew. Before starting my grim task of returning these women to their rightful death, I placed a sacred wafer in Dracula's tomb, sealing him out of it forever, undead no more. Then, my dreadful work began, and I feared it. Had it been only one, the task might have been bearable. But 3? To repeat the horror twice more after having done it once with the sweet Lucy was unthinkable. These women, who had lived for centuries and grown stronger over time, would have fought for their foul lives if they could. Oh, my dear friend John, it was like butchery. If not for the thought of the living still threatened and the souls of the dead hanging in the balance, I could not have continued. I still tremble even now. Yet, until it was over, thank God, I held my nerve. Had I not seen the peace that came to their faces just before the final dissolution, as their souls were set free, I could never have endured the terrible screeching as the stake plunged in, the writhing bodies, the bloody foam from their lips. I would have fled in terror, leaving my work unfinished. But it's done. Now, I can weep for those poor souls, imagining them at peace, sleeping in death as they should have centuries ago. For, John, no sooner had my blade severed each head than the body disintegrated into dust, as though death, long delayed, had finally claimed its due. Before leaving the castle, I made sure that Dracula would never return undead. When I stepped back into the circle where Madame Mina slept, she awoke, and seeing me, cried out in pain, "You've endured too much. Come," she said. "Let's leave this terrible place. Let's go meet my husband, who I know is on his way." She looked pale and weak, but her eyes were clear, glowing with determination. I was glad to see her illness, for I still feared the ruddy vampire sleep. And so, full of trust and hope but also fear, we headed eastward to meet our friends, and him, whom Madame Mina assured me were on their way. Mina Harker's Journal. November 6th. It was late afternoon when the professor and I began our journey eastward, where I knew Jonathan was coming. We didn't travel fast, even though the path led downhill, as we carried heavy rugs and wraps, fearing the cold and snow if we were left without warmth. We took provisions too, for we were in a desolate place. As far as we could see through the snowfall, there was no sign of habitation. After about a mile, I grew tired from trudging through the snow and sat down to rest. When we looked back, we could see the outline of Dracula's castle standing stark against the sky. We were so far beneath it on the hillside that the angle of the Carpathian Mountains made it loom above us. It sat perched 1,000 feet high on a sheer cliff, with a large gap between it and the surrounding mountains. The place felt wild and eerie. We could hear the distant howling of wolves, far off, but terrifying even through the muffled sound of the falling snow. Dr. Van Helsing was searching the area for a more defensible position in case we were attacked. The road led downward, and we could trace it through the snow. Soon, the professor found a small hollow in the rock, sheltered between two large boulders, like a natural doorway. He took my hand and led me inside. "Here," he said, "you'll be safe. If the wolves come, I'll meet them one by one." He brought in our furs, made a snug place for me, and forced some food on me, though I couldn't eat. The very thought of food repulsed me, and even though I wanted to please him, I couldn't bring myself to try. He looked sad but didn't reproach me. He climbed to the top of the rock and scanned the horizon with his field glasses. Suddenly, he called out, "Look, Madame Mina! Look!" I jumped up and stood beside him. He handed me the glasses and pointed. The snow was falling heavily now, driven by a fierce wind, but there were moments when the flurries paused, and I could see far into the distance. From our vantage point, I saw a black river winding through the snow-covered landscape. Near it, I spotted a group of horsemen riding fast. In the middle of the group was a cart, a long lighter wagon swaying with the roughness of the road. The men were dressed in peasant or gypsy clothes. On the cart sat a large square chest. My heart leapt, I knew the end was near. Evening was falling fast, and I feared that when the sun set, the thing inside the chest would be free and could escape in any form. I turned to the professor in fear, but to my surprise, he had disappeared. A moment later, I saw him below, drawing a protective circle around the rock, just like the one we used the night before. "When he returned," he said, "at least you'll be safe from him here." He took the glasses from me and looked again. "See," he said, "they're driving the horses hard. They're racing the sunset. We may be too late. God's will be done." Another blinding rush of snow obscured the scene, but when it cleared, we saw two horsemen following quickly behind. "It must be Quincy and John," the professor said. "Look before the snow blocks the view." I took the glasses and saw two men who could have been Dr. Seward and Mr. Morris. At the same time, I knew Jonathan wasn't far off. Sure enough, on the other side of the group, two more riders appeared. One was Jonathan, and the other I assumed was Lord Godalming. They were pursuing the cart from the north. The professor was thrilled. He grabbed his rifle and prepared for action. "They're all converging," he said. "We'll have gypsies on every side." I readied my revolver. The wolves' howls grew louder as they approached. The snow fell in thick flakes around us, but beyond, the setting sun cast bright light over the mountain tops. The wolves were gathering for their prey. The moment seemed to stretch on forever as we waited. The wind howled, whipping the snow around us. At times, we could barely see a few feet ahead,
but in the brief lulls, we could make out the figures moving toward us, both the pursued and the pursuers. Then, suddenly, two voices shouted, "Halt!" One was Jonathan's, raised in passion, the other was Mr. Morris, calm but commanding. The gypsies may not have understood the words, but the tone was unmistakable. They reined in their horses just as Jonathan and Lord Godalming charged from one side, and Dr. Seward and Mr. Morris from the other. The gypsy leader, a proud figure on horseback, tried to rally his men, but our group raised their Winchester rifles, forcing the gypsies to stop. Dr. Van Helsing and I stood behind the rock, weapons ready, as the gypsies realized they were surrounded. The leader gave a command, and his men drew their weapons, knives and pistols, preparing to fight. The situation escalated in an instant. The leader pointed to the setting sun and then to the castle, speaking words I couldn't understand. At that moment, our 4 men leapt from their horses and rushed the cart. I should have been terrified for Jonathan, but instead, I felt a wild urge to act. Jonathan's sheer determination overpowered the gypsies, who instinctively stepped aside as he reached the cart. With incredible strength, he lifted the chest and threw it to the ground. Mr. Morris fought his way through the ring of gypsies on the other side, though I noticed he was wounded, blood spurting from his side. Despite this, he joined Jonathan, and together they attacked the chest with their knives. As the lid of the chest came loose, the sun dipped lower, casting long shadows over the snow. Inside the box lay Dracula, pale as death, his eyes glowing with hatred. As the sun's last rays touched him, his eyes filled with triumph, but in that same moment, Jonathan's knife sliced through his throat, and Mr. Morris plunged his blade into his heart. Before our eyes, Dracula's body crumbled into dust, disappearing in an instant. I will always be grateful that in those final moments, peace came over his face. As the last of the sun's light faded, the gypsies fled in terror, believing us responsible for Dracula's vanishing. The wolves followed them, leaving us alone. Mr. Morris collapsed, clutching his wound. We rushed to his side, and Jonathan held him as he lay back. With a weak smile, he took my hand and whispered, "I'm happy to have been of service. It was worth dying for this." He pointed at me, and the men fell to their knees in prayer. The curse had lifted. And with a smile, he passed away a brave and noble man. Note: 7 years ago, we all faced the flames together, and the happiness we've found since makes the pain worth it. Mina and I take extra joy in the fact that our son's birthday falls on the same day that Quincy Morris died. Mina believes, deep down, that some of our brave friend's spirit has passed into him. His full name honors our close group, but we call him Quincy. This summer, we traveled to Transylvania, revisiting the places that hold such vivid and terrifying memories for us. It was almost unbelievable to think that the events we witnessed with our own eyes and ears were real. Every trace of that time has been wiped away, but the castle still stands, looming over a landscape of desolation. When we returned home, we reminisced about those days we can now reflect on without despair, especially since Godalming and Seward are both happily married. I took out the papers from the safe, where they had been stored since our return. We realized that in the vast collection of records, there wasn't a single authentic document, just a mass of typewritten pages, aside from the more recent notebooks of Mina, Seward, Van Helsing, and myself. Even if we wanted to, we couldn't ask anyone to accept these wild accounts as proof of what happened. But Van Helsing summed it up perfectly, with our boy on his knee, when he said, "We need no proof, nor do we ask anyone to believe us. This boy will one day know what a brave and gallant woman his mother is. Already, he knows her sweetness and care, and later, he will understand how some men loved her so much that they dared everything for her." Yours, Jonathan Harker.